with Brother Canty giving us the update on Grandmaster J, man, and the NFDC. And now, we was talking about the Most High over there, but we didn't get in depth into it. But now we're gonna get into the Most High and pseudo atheists. I got my peoples, them, one of my favorite people who I say teach the Bible, right? Him and Apostle, man. I got to give respect to him and Apostle. You know what I'm talking about? Mandinka Molly, Jj7000K, a name that I gave him. You know what I mean? That's my dog I got coming up, man. But let me finish this intro real quick, man, and then I'm going to bring my dog up. Here we go.
What it look like, man?
What it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about it.
Word.
I just don't want to
I
rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest
I
point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
See, we don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life? Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug? Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, so we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down, it's for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Yeah, man. Peace and love, man. I hope y'all already know my motto, man. I hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something. Because they need it. You feel me? Shout out to the armed forces. Those who served in the past, the vets, those who serving and those who gonna serve later. Thank you. because of you, I was able to live my life here and choose what I want to choose and have my free will. You feel me? And I got a brother that's coming on tonight that's gonna teach us about like free will. He's calling out all Hebrew lights. Oh, my bad, Hebrew Israelites and pseudo atheists. You know, I took the Israel out of it because I feel the Israel really ain't a part of it. So I say Hebrew lights. Oh, that boy OTK always coming up with something. But this my family, man. You know what I'm talking about? That's coming up, man. You feel me? And, you know, I got to build up the stage for it. And I also got to make sure I pay my homage to the environment, man. Let's go.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Yeah, man. Hey, shout out to everybody, man. And this is why I'm bringing JJ up here, because JJ also showed me that respect and that love. And we streaming on 3 different channels, y'all, right now. My channel, Open to Knowledge 444. Spell it out. Open to Knowledge. My sister Sharice's channel, Sharice the Realist. She actually has a fire build tomorrow, y'all, with the dude who was the co-author of the slave voyages. Oh yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do around here. We just don't talk about it, and that we reach out to people. If they drop a number, they drop a contact, we reach out to them. Shout out to my sister Sharice in the DC area. You know I'm talking about bringing this American Indian history. Then we screaming also on my good brother Judah Jeremiah 7000. I broke it down short and called him Jj7K. And now he's Mandinka Mali. I've been wondering why he changed his name to Mandinka Mali. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to ask him that in a second. You feel me? But before I do that, let me go ahead and let him. This is his music, so I'm gonna go ahead and let this play real quick as an introduction, and I'm gonna bring him right in. Mandinka Mali, aka JJ7K, JJ7000 from the Lion's Den, the HOK People's Champ, the FOPE Retired Champ. Let's go.
Playing with y'all pseudo killers, pseudo killers, pseudo killers. I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. Holding niggas up kind of butt for the pseudo shit they said. Ain't no more running, nigga, I'm gunning for your head. I'm a boogeyman to these pseudos, I'm gonna leave these shit bad. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers, pseudo killers,
Hold on. My dog, fam is crazy as shit. And when I bring him on, y'all go see why I say that. I had to start this over, y'all. I'm sorry. This is my first time seeing this too. Let's go. Oh man, Jj7000K, the people's fucking.
Playing with y'all pseudo killers, pseudo killers, pseudo killers. I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. Pulling niggas up kind of butt for the pseudo shit they said. Ain't no more running, nigga, I'm gunning for your head. I'm a boogeyman for these pseudos, I'ma leave these shit bad. Pseudo killers, pseudo killers, pseudo killers, pseudo killers. I'm tired of all this talking, niggas running their mouth. Big chest on platform, begging for some clout. Niggas ain't doing nothing, only scream and shout. It's a first round KO, I'ma knock these niggas out. Pseudo killers, pseudo killers, pseudo killers, pseudo killers.
Ain't no more running, you heard what he said. Source reference scholarship, leave pseudos dead. 7,000 lion coming out the jungle, coming off that top rope, king of the roll runner. Thriller in Manila, your scholarship's vanilla. Been digging Riley running with the mother pseudo killers.
Pseudo killers,
Hey, now you a goof. Tore a nice you.
pseudo
Run
killers,
up here, running your mouth, no archeological proof. Pseudo killers.
I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. All the niggas are kind of bugged for the pseudo shit that they said. I'm a pseudo killer. I'm a pseudo killer. Ain't no more I'ma leave these feet fat. Pseudo killer. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Pseudo killer. Pseudo killer. Pseudo. 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 Playing with y'all pseudo. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna let that play in the background. Let me see. Let me turn it down just a little bit more. Let me see. I'm gonna let that play in the background. Jj7000K, what's going on with you good people?
What up, Aki? Man, peace and blessings, man. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to you. It's my first time over here, doing the show. I appreciate you playing. And that is actually Cedric Ortega's my Lions Den Champion song. He invited me on the remix, But yeah, man. I like to promote, the people I rock with their music, That's my first time doing a rap, But yeah, man, how you doing, bro?
What? Man, I'm good, man. Peace and blessings to you, man. How you, bro?
I'm blessed, man. I heard your introduction earlier about being a Israelite teacher and all that, but I transitioned, because as I done some research, it's a lot of things in the Bible just ain't adding up. I didn't throw the whole Bible away. I didn't throw it away.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Take it for what it is. You take it for what it is. Now. You understand it now at a better view. Like me, I understand it now from a better view. So you no longer Hebrew Israelite?
I'm not practicing,
Okay.
Yeah. When I trace my roots, you know, back to Mali, you know, from the Mandinka tribe, I checked out some of the sub clans that have the same last name that I have, Hayes, and then there's other sub clans that were practicing Israelites, you know. So I just don't like the way that they're teaching it right here in our community. You know, and they talking about, you know, they're gonna have slaves in the kingdom, you know, that's not in there. You know, Esau, the white man, uh, you know, this 12 tribes chart, you know, the 10 of the charts is people don't even look like you and me. So how the hell they come from Africa, you know, from the door no return to get over here, man? A lot
So
of
you don't believe that you, I mean, you think that the transatlantic slave trade happened, but the way that they describe it, it didn't happen the way that it described it. Is that what you're saying?
That
Also,
transatlantic, yeah, I know that your channel kind of pushed that. Maybe these people came over here and maybe kidnapped people and like moved some people here, moved some people there. That's how the confusion came. You know, I could rock with that theory too. But I mean, maybe there was a translated slave as well. But I'm not saying all of us came over here on that, you know.
Right. I'm not the one that said it didn't happen. I'm just saying in the magnitude of what had happened, and then how they equate only the people who was involved in that transatlantic slave trade is where we can find problems at. Like how you say you found out that the Bible ain't equating everything. That's how us American Indians feel about this. So, in other words, the transatlantic slave trade narrative is like a Bible to the African Americans over here.
Right. And it need to be challenged.
It definitely, and I mean, we already challenged it. We put it up in the air for the challenge, and we haven't had no combat. Now we saying it didn't happen, but we saying that the numbers is way lower that came to North America. We know that, and you know, we got sources that prove that what y'all call an African may not be a dark-skinned person. It can be somebody of other complexion too. So that's what we teach. Just to open your mind. That's what I teach. Open your mind, man, and look at other narratives. But go ahead, bro.
So I mean, before I get in my information, so you teach a little bit different than Top Cat, or y'all the same kind of? Y'all do the same teachings?
My brother, surgical. Master Chief is surgical. Thing that we can all agree about is that we all are American Indian. My brother has a wide range of teaching. I stick within South Carolina mainly. I can go outside South Carolina as far as American Indian history, but I try to conquer my state because my state is where the slave trade narrative, most of it take place at. Remember, the narrative goes, anybody who look like me and you, and they can trace themselves back to South Carolina, then you was part of the transatlantic slave trade. I'm killing that narrative.
Gotcha.
You feel what I'm saying? That's what I do, and that's what I did. Because you don't hear nobody talking about that no more. Your boy Chris Harris, none of them. Go ahead, bro. Yeah,
he a joke.
Yeah.
But I mean, y'all see the title, ladies and gentlemen. Mandinka Mali, Jj7000 calling out Hebrewites and pseudo atheists. I mean, to be honest, I'm not gonna be able to deal with the atheists today because I want to. I might have to come back and do another show on that. But just to keep y'all informed, we do have a show tomorrow. It's called the Debate Detectives. What we do, we kind of, go around and police the information. A lot of guys are running around here with, putting up sources that really is not vetted or peer reviewed, so that's what we're doing. And we have a top 30 pseudo list of the community. We're going to start off with the brother named Joshua. He's one of the top pseudos in this community. He's putting out false information. He's copying and pasting in debates and then not putting the full article. So, I mean, yeah. Q, goddamn well. Q, cut it out. You pseudo atheists out here talking about we monkeys.
Hey, Q.
Yeah, you better cut it out.
JJ. Hey, JJ, let me know when it's okay to drop the link. And I don't have no scheduled time to end. So it's you from here on out. How long ever you want to rock out, bro. I already did my first interview, so it's you on out. Let me know when you want me to drop the link for other people to come up.
Yeah,
all right.
I mean, as I'm going through my information, actually, you can bring them up as right now. I don't care, as long as respectful. Hey, shout out to Cosmo.
Oh, I know you don't. Oh, I already know you don't.
Yeah, shout out
I
to
already
Cosmo.
know that.
Yeah, Q.
I fuck with Q too. Wow, but
Right.
Q, everybody, y'all, we streaming on 3 sides. If y'all want to hit the link, y'all gotta come to my side. And y'all, I don't think y'all have to subscribe to come to my side. I don't think I got the subscribe mode on only, man. Y'all can just come on and just hit the link from my side. It's Open to Knowledge 444.
Right.
And you see the Indian war dress, man. And my bad. 1,000 pardon, JJ. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, get it together, man. Yeah, like I said, we streaming on 3 channels, man. Sister Sharice, the realist. I'm about to subscribe to her channel. Put her channel in the chat so I can get on that one. Open the Knowledge and Jj7000K TV, which is a brother channel of the Lions Den, the first channel that helped build, create, build, what I'm saying. We also got channels on Facebook. Lions Den headquarters got like 30,000 people. Groups for the Israelites. When I woke up, I was a Hebrew Israelite. It's got like 22,000. And it's one more. Oh, everything's debatable. That's got like 25,000. So, subscribe to those channels. Also subscribe to Jj7K TV. But my latest war is with this guy. He calls himself Anonymous Hebrew. And see, the problem I had with a lot of Israelites is that they're taking everything in this book to be literal. You see, and that's the problem, because you're not going to be able to take Adam and Eve literal that they talk to a snake. You're not going to be able to somebody talk to a donkey. You can't prove Moses split the Nile, the Red Sea. None of that, bro. These are esoteric teachings, allegories. That's where I grew. That was my growth and development when I came up out of the Bible. I'm tired of trying to, defend things that really you can't even defend. And for a long time, I knew some of the stuff. So, my transition really started when I started telling them that, Yahweh, Yahweh, whatever you want to call him, wasn't the first God of the Israelites. His name was El. He was a supreme deity. Yahweh was his son. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, well, why ain't they teaching this? Israel was not always a monotheistic type of group of people. They worship a plethora of gods. That was one thing I'm fighting on. But then, like I said, I want to show y'all information about how the Exodus is not real. And I'm setting up this debate with this guy, but I don't think he's gonna get in the ring with me. So if you like, man, can I share my screen to start off with a little bit of information? Then I want to show like a 45-minute video where I'm there.
You can do whatever you want, bro.
Gotcha.
You can do whatever you want.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, so
let me make sure what you said just now. You said El is Baal's son or Baal is El's son?
No, okay. Well, in the beginning,
you don't have to go. You don't have to go into it. I just want to write down what it's not.
El is Yahweh daddy.
El is okay.
Yahweh's daddy. I did a whole presentation on that.
Okay, and who is Baal?
Now, Baal is one of the according to.
Is that Yahweh? Is that Yahweh daddy?
No. Well, no. El is Yahweh daddy.
El is Yahweh daddy. So is Baal El daddy?
I didn't get that deep. All I know, have you heard that Baal was El daddy? I didn't Baal. I didn't get that deep.
No, that's a good question. I'm just writing it down. That's a good question to do some research on.
Yeah, I did a whole show.
Hey, listen, y'all. And y'all already know how I get down. I'm American Indian, but I don't care about beliefs. I love religion. I love talking about religion. I do. I'm fascinated about religion. I don't get mad when people try to disown and do this. I'm not that type. I just like to talk about it. We all know that we got to take it as an allegory story. but for them, for who they was writing for, they took it as real life, and we got to respect that. That ain't no different than an American Indian story that we hear. We take it real life. You know what I'm talking about? So that's all. And Judah Nazareth, I see you in the chat. Judah Nazareth, you got to come on Open the Knowledge side. The link is in the chat. If you want to hit the link, it's all welcome, man. I'm very non-biased, but go ahead, JJ.
Yeah, you know what? He ain't gonna hit the link while I'm up here because, hey, matter of fact, Sunday him and I was supposed to be having a debate. He's talking about this Levitical priesthood. No, he said King David. Let me just say this: I'm no longer religious, but I will get into a conversation or debate with you about your book or about different books. You know, I don't have no emotional ties to this book like some of these guys do, and will do anything or go to any extreme to lie to protect the lie. You see what I'm saying? This guy running around here talking about King David is going to come back to be the end time prophetic Messiah. First of all, according to your book, he got to be born of a virgin, sinless. He has to be a priest king from the order of Melchizedek. There's a lot of things, man. How is this guy your end time Messiah? There's nowhere, no Jewish sect, Sadducees, Pharisees, Essenes, Nazarites, Zeta. None of them is saying that King David is going to come back and rule and be an end-time Messiah, bro. Then they want to run around. This is why I'm up here. Then they want to run around and teach this goddamn thing about this Levitical priesthood is there forever. It is not. It's not a perfect priesthood that was giving away goddamn on sacrifices that wasn't blemished and everything, bro. You know what I'm saying? So this is another reason why I'm up here. But my main reason today is to show anonymous Hebrew that you cannot prove no Exodus happened. You got to show me some bodies, bro. You got to show me some bodies then the dude is changing the narrative of the book because I ain't talking about they crossed the Gulf of Aqaba. That's not in the Bible, bro. You made it up. You made it up, bro. You know, it's a lot of things you made up. Then your timeline is off. You got goddamn Moses in the Hyksos era, 1452. You got Moses. You got Moses and Jacob's. What's his name? Jacob. Yeah. You got him in that era. How you doing that, bro? So I'm gonna show y'all a little bit. Then I'm gonna beat him up with this video like I've been doing, man. You know. It's a lot of open up. They know who they are. That's why Judah peeking around right now. Hey, this guy right here, Nazareth, he done ran for 2 debates in 3 weeks. So he ran for me and went to King Seth. He ran from a tornado to a hurricane because King Seth wanted to do the debate with him because King Seth said nothing in the Bible. These stories are not real. You can't prove it. We ain't talking about no Taharka. Oh, well, Taharka's in the Bible. Taharka has nothing to do with the main characters in this book. From Adam, Seth, Cain and Abel, Noah, Methuselah, Enoch, Isaac, Jacob, Abraham. That's the people we want to hear about. All the way to Jesus. All them stories. You need to back up that Adam and Eve talked to a goddamn snake. You better prove this ark was built. And you better prove that Moses did all these miraculous goddamn miracles. You can't. You can't. We ain't talking about no goddamn steles. We ain't talking about none of that, bro. We talking about the stories of these people. So your problem is you're not looking at it in an esoteric meaning. You're taking it literal. I mean, you're 40, 50 years old. You need to grow up, man. These ain't nothing but fairy tales, or I ain't gonna say fairy tale, but they're life meanings, life lessons in this book, bro. That's what it is. Let's keep going, man. Look at the plagues. What I got here.
Hey, JJ. Yeah. Hey, JJ, I was about to tell you that you still had your email screen up.
Oh, no, I should have pulled it up. Yeah. I got some stuff.
Hey, I was just letting you know. That's why I took that off the screen. Hey, Judah Nazareth or anybody else, y'all can hit the link. Yo, I'm very non-biased. Good word. I don't have no skin in the game with this. I just know truth.
All right, let me start.
Let's go, JJ.
Yeah, let me start.
You ready?
Let me start right here, man. Yeah.
Bet.
Let me start right here. All right, hold up. Let me blow it up a little bit. Now, first of all, these guys got to prove they can't prove nothing, man. You got to at least prove. Look, what 40 years in the wilderness? Can you prove that, man? Where was they at? Where the campsite? They haven't left. There's no archaeological evidence of them even wandering anywhere. You can't even tell us where they wandered. Look at this, man. Here's a 5-paragraph overview of the lack of evidence from the Israelites' 40-year wandering in the wilderness, ladies and gentlemen. The biblical account of the Israelites' 40-year wandering in the wilderness is a central part of the Exodus narrative. However, despite extensive archaeological research, there is no conclusive evidence to support this account. The Sinai Peninsula, where the Israelites were supposed to have wandered, have been extensively excavated. But guess what? No evidence of a large-scale Israelite presence has been found. See what I'm saying, man? Scholars like Israel Finkelstein, William Dever have argued that the lack of archaeological evidence for the Israelites wandering in the wilderness suggests that the biblical account is not historical. So you see, Anonymous Hebrew, we need some historical evidence, bro. What he said the other day was, I'm re-narrating the biblical narrative to fit his own narrative. Would you a revisionist now, bro? You ain't qualified to re-narrate anything, bro. Now look at this. Finkelstein has suggested that the Exodus narrative may have been created to explain the origins of the Israelites in their presence in Canaan. They Canaanites, Judah Nazareth, the ones you hate so much, you call us black African dogs and all that. You got your goddamn conquistadors up there talking about us like a dog. Yeah, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to put you on the spot, bro. Now, look. The area where the Israelites were supposed to have wandered in the Sinai Peninsula, which is a vast desert region located between Egypt and Canaan. The peninsula has been extensively excavated. But guess what, Judah Nazareth? Anonymous Goof Brew? But no evidence of the large-scale Israelite presence has been found. Damn. How you gonna prove something? You can't show us anything. You see? Scholars have suggested that the Israelites have indeed wandered in the wilderness for 40 years. There should be some archaeological evidence in their presence, such as pottery, settlements, or other artifacts. Here go the sources: Israel Finkelstein, The Bible Unearthed, The Bible. Hold up. The Bible Unearthed, Archeology, A New Vision, Ancient Israel, and the Origins of the Sacred Texts. Free Press, 2001, page 63 to 65. William Dever. What did the biblical writers know when they did they know it? What archaeology can tell us about the reality of ancient Israel? That's in the Bible, a very short introduction. Oxford Press University. See, these guys don't bring no real no sources, man. They just going off the Bible. They say the Bible is a source, man. That ain't gonna cut it, man. Let's keep going, man. I'm gonna read you a couple more, then I'm gonna get to this video, man. I got a lot. Let's see. Hold up. Let's see. Part 2, artifacts debunked. Okay, but look. Now, here are 10 paragraphs explaining the artifacts claimed to prove the biblical evidence that were debunked. Yeah, the papyrus was initially described a period of chaos and destruction that matched the biblical account of Exodus. However, scholars later realized that this papyrus actually described a period of chaos during the reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten, which predates the Exodus by several centuries. See, I mean, you guys are reaching, man. You're reaching. This discrepancy in timing makes it impossible for the papyrus to be evidence of the Exodus. I'm going to read y'all a couple more. We're going to get to this video, man. Now look at it. The Moneta Stele is another artifact which is claimed to prove the Exodus. You know, they run around here, man, reaching, man. You hear me? However, scholars have pointed out that the inscription of the stele actually refers to a group of people called Israel who lived in Canaan, not Egypt. This means that the Moneta Stele does not provide evidence of the Israelites present in Egypt during the Exodus. Look, the Rhinar Papyrus is a mathematical text that was claimed to match the biblical account of the Israelites' journey through the wilderness. However, scholars have pointed out that the papyrus actually contains mathematical problems that are typical of ancient Egyptian mathematics. Now, you're claiming Egyptian stuff. There is no connection between this papyrus and the biblical account of Exodus. How about the Telamar tablets, which are a collection of clay tablets which contain letters? Hold up. Letters from Canaan, from kings to Pharaoh Akhenaten. While these tablets do provide valuable insights into the history of the region, they do not provide evidence of the Exodus. The tablets actually refer to a group of people called the Habaru. These are some goddamn Edomites, according to your Bible. Hebrew want to claim the Amaru, the Habaru, as being part these people. You can't claim them all, bro. These are Edomites who were a group of nomadic warriors, not the Israelites. These dudes playing around, man. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. The Exodus inscription is a modern forgery. Now look at this, y'all. They run around with forged documents that was claimed to describe the Exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. However, scholars have pointed out that the language and style of the inscriptions are not, you hear that? Consistent with the Egyptian inscriptions. This combined with the fact that the inscriptions were discovered in suspicious circumstances make it clear that the Exodus inscriptions is a goddamn forgery. See, but y'all gonna have to cut this out. You see? Look, in addition to these specific artifacts, scholars have also pointed out that there is a lack of archaeological evidence to support the Exodus. I mean, you know, it's pretty repetitive what's going on here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me read you about one more, man. Then we're gonna get into the meat and potatoes of this educational ass whooping that I put on this guy. You hear me? That's what we're gonna do. You know, we ain't gonna waste time on the appetizers too much. We finna get right, like I said, to the meat and potatoes. Let me see what else I got real quick. You see, I'm loaded up for everybody. Let me see. Hold up. Yeah.
So JJ, I heard you today. You say you doing a build where you calling out all types of shit, and you're gonna go through a pilot, and people get to vote on it as
okay. Well,
like, and go ahead, explain
right, so
what you said earlier today.
Yeah. So basically, the debate detectives, me, Indigenous Black Man, and Super Shocker, we formed this team, and you know we kind of tired of the false information and misrepresentation of sources out here in the community. You know, such as the pseudo killers, Unc West and them, the Garfield types. You know, the ISUPKs. You know, there's a lot of people out there, man. You know, the Waspies, they on the list. You know, hey, Top Cat, you peeping around. I got a few discrepancies with you as well. You know.
Hey, whoa.
Let me leave alone today.
Hold on, JJ. You better keep that shit there in the cut, JJ. Good word. You gotta get back. Hey, we love you and all. And you know Top Cat love you. Hey, you know Top Cat done say, JJ, you will be his Hebrew lawyer if you ever got quick in the Hebrew court.
The Chris Harris types and the.
But hey, listen, though, you got to get past my info before you get to that level.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what we can do.
Bad. And it's more than me. It's levels to this shit. Yeah, it's levels to this shit, dog. You know what I'm talking about? And, it's more than me. It's more than me. I'm at the bottom of the poll. It's more than me. Nah, but I know. I guarantee you, my brother would definitely sit down and have a conversation with you, JJ. I know that for sure. I know that.
You know, I pushed up on him about 7, 8 months ago, man. He didn't want to deal with it, man. You know, don't make me show the video, Top Cat. Don't make me
listen, man. Anyway. One thing about my brother don't want to cause no discrepancy because he know once he destroy you. Once he destroy you, it's a bunch of other people might get hurt too.
Oh shit! All right,
I like the motherfucking you, man. Hey, listen. Nah, this American Indian business, baby. I stand on it.
I got a few questions lined up, but
go ahead, man.
Another place. Right now, hey, we smoking a peace pipe over here with the native. What y'all say?
Yeah, it's two types of peace pipes, though. You know, the design is different types of peace pipe. The design on the peace pipe lets you know what type of situation we having. Whether we having a like fuck you, it's about to be war after this. We just let you know the stipulations, or whether we really about to just have peace. See, you wouldn't know that, man. But I'm gonna help you. I done convert you. I done see I already done convert you. I've been working on you. Ain't been Hebrew Israelite no more. You back into your American Indian shit. You say you trace yourself back to the Mali, but I got a question for that later. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, brother. All right, now hold on. I think Christopher. Let me just read you this, and I'm gonna get you the video. Christopher Ralston, archaeological digs find absolutely nothing anonymous, bro. He brought this guy up. Christopher Ralston, American archaeologist and professor at George Washington University, has indeed challenged the historicity of the Exodus. Here are some sources, references, and peer-reviewed articles that support his views. Christopher Ralston, Writing and Literacy in the Word of the Ancient Israel, epigraphic evidence from the Iron Ages. You know, here goes the sources, biblical literature. Rustin discussed the epidemic evidence from the Iron Age and notes that there is no evidence to support the Exodus narrative. I mean, what are y'all doing, man? You got Israel Funkenstein and Neil Asher, the Bible Unearthed, archaeologically new visions of ancient Israel and the origins of the sacred text. You know, Free Press 201, page 365. Then here's a list of peer-reviewed articles. We got archaeological digs. I mean, I really don't want to bore y'all with all that. I want to get to the live action, man. You know, where I do my work. You know what I'm saying. So let me stop sharing this. Hold up. Yeah, we finna get to the meat and potatoes, man. This guy ain't ready for me. Yeah, you're making stuff up, ladies. That's what he doing, y'all. Y'all in the Hicks Coast area talking about some goddamn. Excuse my language. Talking about this when the Exodus happens. The timeline is off, man. That's the problem. So
you good, JJ. You can speak how you feel. I put all my shows not for kids. I ain't monetized. You good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's start. Here go the video right here. So let y'all know, I'm going to show you all the stuff, and I didn't debunk them. Every pass, every turn, the brother, he going to have problems. Let me know if y'all can see. Let me know if you can see the screen. It don't matter who's sitting in this goddamn Pharaoh seat. Guess what?
Yeah, hey JJ, before you share that, make sure you got everything else closed in the background. Yeah, make sure you got everything else closed in the background, all your files closed, and it's just you in the StreamYard, and then share that. Earlier, when you was playing that show, your video was skipping because you might have too many things open, cousin. You could have hear me this sound, Jay? You on mute. You on mute right now. Unmute yourself, Jay.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead.
Yeah, you unmute now. You had heard what I said. Make sure everything else is closed in the background because it was skipping earlier when you was on your show, and you got that screensaver in the background too. Okay. So all that interrupts with your stuff. So when you like showing the video, I suggest you cut your camera off. Yeah, cut your camera off so that screensaver in the background pick up shit. Yeah.
Stuff. Okay.
Hey, check out Dosey. Hey, Dosey. Hey, OTK and JJ cousins.
Hey, what's up, cousin? That's my
cousin. Shout out to them goddamn wheelers. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Crazy
we coming all different colors. Yeah.
That's my friend.
All right. You ready now? There you go. I'm gonna go ahead and cut my camera off.
Yeah.
You go ahead and
cut mine
off.
All right, let me turn everything off the camera. All right. And then I'm gonna present this. Yeah, man, this is some good information I brought out right here. So let me start by right here. Okay. All that shit, man. Come on, bro. Hold up. What's up, baby? Huh? Okay. Yeah, you should. I'm gonna stop going over there. Yeah, right here, y'all. I'm coming over there if I got a debate. Other than that, I'm staying over here. I'm not gonna sit on a panel with a whole bunch of goofy ass niggas. Set my debate up. I'll be over there with the debate time. Other than that, I'm not going over there, bro. I'm not unless I'm doing a show by myself. I'm not gonna sit on a panel with these goofy ass niggas. I'm talking about all of them. Asar and Khan, he should have been. You letting this nigga lie and shit. You supposed to be the goddamn Kemetic goddamn whatever you call it, guru. I ain't finna sit on no panel, no goddamn dumbass, cockeyed sugar bear, this lying ass nigga. Debate him for what? I finna debunk all this shit. What's the point? 3 last niggas I debated ain't even been a goddamn debate. Chief X, Zion Warchild, to Corey Dawson. All of them been a fucking wash. I'm tired of debating these damn dumbass niggas, man. You debate them. I ain't finna keep debating these dumbass niggas, man. That nigga can't even be honest. He keep changing shit up. And y'all don't see that? Come on, man. Dumbass nigga, you can't prove no blood was in no goddamn Nile River. That shit come from red algae. And in 1445 BC, there's no proof of that ever happened. That's when your pharaoh came. Your Thutmose III and Amenhotep II, all that shit. Man, come on, bro. It was a joke. Because he keep bringing my goddamn name up. Pathway science. Why don't you debate it? He boosting these goddamn niggas up. They ain't putting no fucking work, man. This nigga's a joke. This is gonna be the last goddamn no-name nigga I debate. 2 weeks, I'm gonna debate this dumbass nigga. I'm done, man. And unless I'm not debating nobody unless it's gonna be some fucking competition. But then the crazy part, he sit there and lie right in front of y'all, and y'all don't say shit. Oh man.
1400 BC, in conjunction with the Septuagint's reading of 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 1, approximately 440 years prior to Solomon's construction of the first temple. This makes my proposal one that favors an early date for the Exodus, though not the traditional early date of 1446 BC. In conjunction, I propose that the pharaoh of the Exodus was either Thutmose IV, if the body of the pharaoh was recovered from the sea crossing, or a ruling intermediary during the early adolescent years of Amenhotep III's reign, if the pharaoh's body was lost. My justification for this position was that the circumstances in and around Egypt in the wake of Thutmose IV's reign accord well with what we would expect in Egypt after the Exodus, a prolonged period of economic and military weakness. In the last couple of months, I've been getting a lot more traffic on this video, as well as many comments defending the idea that Amenhotep II is the pharaoh of the Exodus. Upon investigating where this traffic was coming from, I found these 2 videos were the major sources. Both promote Amenhotep II as the pharaoh of the Exodus, as well as the traditional 1446 BC date. In this video, I want to offer a
BC date. That is one of the general consensus dates, but this nigga say it in one breath, and then he'll go to 15 something. Y'all ain't catching that? The nigga's all over the place. Y'all want me to debate an idiot like that? The nigga keep changing shit up.
Response to some of the claims made in defense of Amenhotep II's candidacy as the pharaoh of the Exodus. The first video was produced by Joel Kramer of Expedition Bible. At the time of my production, his video has over 600,000 views. The second was produced by the Armstrong Institute of Biblical Archeology and currently has over 150,000 views. The arguments given in each video to propose Amenhotep II are similar and are based upon the same fundamental claims. So I will be interacting.
I mean, what's crazy is the timeline is off. All the different scholars got different timelines for these pharaohs, and it's a lot of guesswork. Okay, watch this.
With both simultaneously in my response here. Kramer opens his video with the following statement.
If you just follow what the Bible says, if you just follow the evidence, then the answer to this question is actually straightforward and clear.
He further elaborates on what he believes the biblical testimony is regarding the date of the Exodus.
The biblical date of the Exodus, which is found in 1 Kings 6:1. So there's 480 years between these 2 events, when the Israelites came out of Egypt, the Exodus, and the 4th year of Solomon's reign. It's very well established that the 4th year of Solomon's reign is 966 BC. So to get the date of the Exodus, all we have to do is add 480 years to 966 BC, right, and we get
right there. 446 BC. This is what the general consensus is saying, right? So let's see who the pharaoh is. This dumbass nigga, he all over the goddamn place.
1346 BC, which is the biblical date of the Exodus.
This perspective is echoed in the Armstrong Institute's video.
1 Kings 6 verse 1, which talk about Solomon building the temple, universally recognized as during the 10th century BCE, nearly universally recognized as being 967 BCE specifically. We've got an article of that on the website for people who are interested. So that verse says that the Exodus happened 480 years, or in the 480th year before that. So extrapolating back.
Bro, he's a professional liar, Domo. What you mean a slouch? He's a professional liar, bro. A professional liar. Now, so now we see who we gonna see. This is your pharaoh you rolling with. Let's see if there's any archaeological proof that this dude was there. This Thutmose the Third. You won't find it, bro. You won't find no evidence. Then nobody crossing no goddamn Gulf of Acapulco. None of that shit at the tip of the Red Sea. None of that. Where in the wilderness did they go? Where? You won't find nothing. Nothing, bro. He's mixing and matching and putting shit together. Watch he keep changing his goddamn dates. I'm gonna drag this goddamn dude. I'm done. So I don't put no more of these goddamn slouches in my goddamn face, man. Niggas just want to sit up here and keep lying to the people.
Nearly 5 centuries takes us back to an Exodus quite clearly within the middle part of the 15th century BCE.
Herein we run into my first point of contention. 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1 is a textual variant. In other words, there are multiple readings of this verse preserved in the textual transmission of the Old Testament down through history. The source of the, quote, 480 years that is preserved in your modern Bible is the Masoretic text, the oldest surviving complete textual witness of the Old Testament in the Hebrew language. The form of this text we possess dates from roughly 1000 AD, though it has origins going back to the early centuries after Christ's appearing. It was preserved by a collection of scribes called the Masoretes. These scribes are also credited with giving us the Hebraic vowel signs that we use to read Hebrew today. The reason the Masoretic text is to translate into English is because it is the oldest text we have that accounts for the entirety of the Old Testament in its original language. However, there is another reading of this verse preserved in the Greek translation of the Old Testament, commonly referred to as the Septuagint, or the LXX for short. The Septuagint, or the Greek Old Testament's translation, dates from roughly 250 BC in Alexandria, Egypt. This text represents the oldest translation of the Old Testament. Its composition of the Old Testament canonical books is also in the same order as your English Bible, Genesis through Malachi. This is also the form of the Old Testament cited by the New Testament authors, and that which would have been most used in the early church. In the Septuagint, 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1 does not say 480 years. Instead, it says 440 years. If we are to regard these numbers in a strict literal sense, then the Masoretic text would be pointing to 1446 BC, while the Septuagint would be pointing to 1406 BC. We do not have enough textual evidence to determine which reading is more likely to be original. Thus, we cannot simply...
It don't even matter. We can go to 1446 BC, no evidence, no goddamn Exodus. We can go to 1406 BC, anonymous goof brew, no goddamn evidence of an Exodus. You know what, nigga? I don't like you because you're very rude, you're pompous, you're disrespectful. Nigga, how you gonna call me up to the stage and the first I say, ladies and gentlemen, and your ignorant ass interrupt me? How am I supposed to deal with something like that? I only have so much patience with dumb motherfuckers. And I'm supposed to just sit there, okay, just be quiet about it, JJ. And everybody thinks you don't have any decorum, but these dumbass niggas keep interrupting me. After a while, some of this shit is annoying. So I'm not going to be nice. This dumbass nigga, I'll show you the proof. As soon as I say, ladies and gentlemen, this dumbass nigga who won't show his goddamn face interrupts me. And then at the end of his presentation, you think, oh man, what did he show? He didn't show shit. Come on, man.
Consider a single date as the, quote, biblical date of the Exodus, unquote. For reasons I do not know, neither video makes mention of this. I want to assume that this is an honest oversight. Nonetheless, the consequence is that viewers are being misled with regards to the Bible's testimony. To further compound this issue, 1 Kings chapter 6 is a temple dedication text. In the ancient context of late Bronze Age cultures, these types of texts do not contain literal chronological numbers. They are either rounded for convenience or idealized for politics or theology. Thus, it's likely that neither 480 nor 440 are exact dates. I have proposed in my own work on the date of the Exodus that this number, in its original form...
Look at that. Don't none of them have an exact date. They don't know because it's a made-up story.
Whichever one it was, is a rounded figure, not an exact one. This means that we are not left with looking at a single date, but instead a date range, one which spans the time between the variant readings, as well as any spillover.
Dumbass niggas can't even come up with a goddamn date for their own Exodus, bro. Now we got a guesswork. So now I got to go to 1446 BC, go through that timeline, showing that none of these goddamn plagues happened, scientific proof. Then I got to go back to 1406 when Akhenaten was a goddamn pharaoh. None of this shit happened.
In the event that these are rounded numbers, I have proposed that instead of looking strictly at 1446 BC, it is more appropriate to look at the range of 1450 to 1400 BC as a whole, with possible...
And no matter what year you guess, we're not gonna... I don't care if it was Tutmos the goddamn fourth. I don't care if it was Akhenaten. I don't care if it was Thutmose the goddamn third. Akhenaten, what's his name? Amenhotep. None of these niggas have anything to do with an Exodus because the shit didn't happen. Come on, man. Stop playing with me.
Consideration to 1460 to 1390 BC.
Why this goofy ass nigga won't come from behind that goddamn camera? Nigga, I don't respect you. I don't respect goddamn cockeyed sugar bear. I don't respect you, nigga. Your guy gonna kill me. He gonna kill your wicked ass first for sitting up here lying to the people all the goddamn time. Wicked ass nigga.
As an extreme extension, in light of the possibility of 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1.
Here I can light your ass up. No diddy. I can light these dumb motherfuckers up. Over there, I gotta be nice. They can be rude to me. They can interrupt me. I'm supposed to be the nice guy. I only got so much patience with these dumb motherfuckers.
Containing a rounded number. Kramer and the Armstrong Institute, under the assumption that 480 is the correct reading and that it is to be interpreted as an exact number.
Look, now we gotta go to 1480 BC. Then none of them know, bro. Look, now 1480. First it was 1406, then it was 1462. Now they taking us to 1480. It don't matter where you go. You're not going to find any Exodus, nobody in the wilderness, nobody splitting no Nile, no goddamn frogs in the river, in the lake, no blood, none of that. So now I got to go through all these different pharaohs, and everyone I go through, guess what? No proof. You can't even prove Moses existed. Prove that. Where did they, anonymous goof brew? Where did they go? Where did they go in the wilderness? Where? You ain't told us nothing, bro. Where did they go? Come on, man.
Then proposed that Amenhotep II is the reigning pharaoh.
They didn't prove no walls or no Jericho came down. None of that, bro. They didn't did all the studies for that shit. They went into the land of Canaan and took over and tore down the walls of Jericho. None of that shit happened, bro. He's a liar. He's a slouch. He may have you niggas fooled with that nonsense, but he ain't got me fooled. I'm gonna catch him every time at the pass, every time he lied.
The year 1446 BC.
Amenhotep II reigned from 1450 to 1423. And so the biblical date of 1446 BC for the Exodus falls within the reign of Amenhotep II.
Pharaoh Amenhotep II. And so he is the one I identify in this article as the Pharaoh of the Exodus. Again, fitting with the high chronology, his reign dates to the middle part of the 15th century.
Look, I done looked at in the wilderness, Paran, P-A-R-A-N, nothing, sir. Nothing by your Mount Sinai, nothing, bro. I'm going to drag your dumb ass. So now if this nigga lose, make him show his goddamn face. Make this dumb ass nigga show his face. Nigga coming on here like he's some kind of heavy hitter. Nigga, you ain't debate nobody in the fucking House of Conscience. Them little debates over there with SVDL, that shit don't count. None of that shit. Nigga, you don't get no private. You don't come in here demanding nothing, nigga. You lucky I'm giving you a goddamn shot only because you running your fucking mouth. I'm gonna expose your lies, nigga.
Century BCE for about a 26-year period.
When we consider the totality of the biblical witness, however, instead of looking at a single pharaoh, we have to consider all of the pharaohs who reigned during the suggested date range.
You got look. You got to look at all the pharaohs that reigned. And guess what, Anonymous Goof Brew? I did that. You in some trouble.
In question, in my estimation, 1450 to 1400 BC. By most Egyptian chronologies, this date range encompasses the reigns of 3 pharaohs, Thutmose III, Amenhotep II, and Thutmose IV.
Now look at this.
If we are to regard
all 3 of them, y'all, I done looked at all 3 of them. Nothing. So which one are you gonna use, A9? Well, which one you gonna go to? None of them. None of them, sir. Look, you in a no-win situation. None of them. None of these 3 pharaohs here have anything to do with a goddamn Exodus, y'all. I promise you. Where they go in the wilderness? The excavated Dash Bania, also known as ENL Corderet, have uncovered evidence of human habitation during the various periods, including the Middle Ages, Middle Bronze Age, 2015 BC. Archeologists have found remains for this period, but there is no evidence linking the findings to the Israelites. Nigga, how about you want to go to Iron Age, 12,000 to 586 BCE, dumbass nigga? Excavations have revealed a fortified settlement from this period, but again, there is no conclusive evidence to connect the settlements to the Israelites for a 40-year sojourning. Nigga, you don't got shit. Your dumb ass in front of me, man. I'm a dog walk, your stupid ass. I don't like you. You're too pompous, you're too arrogant, you're too cocky, and you ain't even earned your way up to debate nobody at the top, nigga. You just now coming in. You been in that fucking fishbowl over there at SVDL for how long, nigga? We've been trying to get you niggas to come out that fish. Oh, I'll never leave SVDL. Oh, no. While all those Lions Den lines, we debate all outside the fucking Lions Den, nigga. You niggas don't compare to us. Your stupid ass on. Nigga, oh, well, I had debates over there. Who gives a fuck? Ain't nobody seen it. Look at this dumbass nigga. Well, okay, so the wilderness of Paran is a biblical region located in the Sinai Peninsula, which is situated in modern-day Egypt. Nigga, where y'all go? Because the Arabian desert landscape, the wilderness of Paran is part of the Arabian desert, which covers much of the Sinai Peninsula. The region features sand dunes, rocky outcrops, and dry river reeds. Is that where you went, nigga? Huh? How about this mountainous terrain that this wilderness of Paran, y'all? P-A-R-A-N. Look it up, everybody. Don't just believe me. You don't have a place where they went. Where'd they go? Dumbass nigga. Mountainous terrain. There's a cockeyed sugar barrel with a co-signer talking shit. You goddamn right. I'm gonna keep my foot on your goddamn cockeyed neck, nigga. You are disrespectful. Talking about your God gonna kill me. Nigga, your God's a little motherfucker. He ain't shit. Nobody worry about your goddamn God, nigga. Look at this. Mountainous terrain. Look. Where y'all go? The Sinai Peninsula is home of several mountain ranges, including the Sinai Mountains and the Teeth Plateau. These mountains would have provided a dramatic backdrop to the Israelites' journey. Where y'all go? Well, why ain't this nigga can't tell y'all where? I'm going to say before the debate. Nigga, I'm going to tell you what I got before the debate, during the debate, and after the debate. The hell you saving? Nigga, because you ain't got shit. Nigga, look at this. Look at this. Look, trade routes and ancient settlements. The Sinai Peninsula has been an important trade route for thousands of years, with various ancient civilizations, including the Egyptian, Canaanite, and Mennonites, having established settlements and trade routes in that region. Some possible location. Look at this. Here goes some possible location. The wilderness of Paran. You know, he ain't even tell you about where they went. This dumbass nigga. He goes in the presentation. He talking about some goddamn Hellenistic period. Nigga, they ain't got shit to do with what we talking about, bro. Just because he don't have any information. I'm supposed to be nice to this dumbass nigga. He's straight disrespecting me. I can only be nice so long to these dumbass niggas. Kadesh Barina, a major oasis town that served as a stopping point for the Israelites during their journey. This is some of the possible locations. But then when you look them up, I looked them up, trust and believe me, there's no evidence of these niggas being there. You can't even prove you're an Israelite. Prove that first before you go try to prove a goddamn Exodus. None of you goddamn dumbass Israelites. Prove it first. Where do you trace it back to? What sub-clan? Dumbass niggas. Oh, we converts. Deuteronomy 28:68 said we the real Jews of the Bible. Yeah, you better be a goddamn convert, nigga. Look at this. Mount Sinai, the mountains where Moses received the 10 Commandments from God. This is some possible locations. Look. None of these goddamn locations. None of these locations found any evidence of these dumbass niggas being there. Look at this. The Israelite 40-year journey in the wilderness is a pivotal part of the biblical history. You got to show this, bro. This is a pivotal part. According to the biblical scholars, the Israelites traveled through various locations, but the exact route is not universally agreed upon. Nobody agrees on to even show what these dumbass niggas are. There's no proof of them being there. The journey began at the Red Sea, where the Israelites crossed. The Bible said the Red Sea. So what part of the Red Sea? He trying to take it to some shallow area, I guess. The Gulf for Archeological. And then when I looked that up, nigga, guess what? No proof. Everywhere you try to cross, nigga, there is no proof. So hide your goddamn face, nigga. Respect you. Don't respect no goddamn cockeyed sugar bear neither. Nigga want to wish death on me, nigga, until you apologize to me. Nigga, I'm straight be disrespectful to your funky ass, nigga. Fuck out of here, man. All you do is lie. All you do is lie. That's why you got destroyed in that goddamn debate. The Bible wasn't influenced. The New Testament wasn't influenced by Greek influence. You's a dumbass nigga. Now, the journey began at the Red Sea, where the Israelites crossed on dry ground after their God parted the waters. Prove that happened. From there, they traveled south to the area of Maria, where they found bitter water. Look, that was made sweet by the miracle of God. Then this is their little story, right? Then they continued eastward to the desert of Sin. They went to the desert of Sin, y'all, when they were provided with manna and eat from the heavens. The Israelites eventually arrived at Mount Sinai, where they received the 10 Commandments and other laws from God. Some biblical scholars believe that the Israelites wandered in the wilderness of Paran, which is located in the Sinai Peninsula. Now, you go look this up, this wilderness of Paran, no proof of these niggas being there. Well, they went to the desert of Acapulco. He makes shit up as he go, bro. Once you bust him in the head, he goes somewhere else. Sennacherib was the Pharaoh. See? Man, shut up. You made that up. Hasus's son was one of the ones. You made that up too, nigga. Watch, I'm gonna show you how much we're gonna replay this shit. I'm gonna show you how much he made up, bro. Y'all expect me to debate an idiot like this? Come on, man. Look. Despite look. Some biblical scholars believe that the Israelites wandered in the wilderness of Paran, which is located in the Sinai Peninsula. Where he gonna take it? So when I went to Paran, that Paran, nothing. Well, others propose that they traveled through the Araba, a region that stretches from the Dead Sea to the Gulf of Aqaba. Okay, so then when I looked that up, Araba, guess what, y'all? Nothing. Anonymous Goof Brew, you have nowhere to go. Everywhere that they're saying they went, I looked it up. You dumbass nigga. That shit might have worked over on SVDL, but it's not going to work over here. It's not going to work on Jj7000K TV, the Lions Den, or the House of Continents. I ain't going to let you get away with it. I don't give a damn. There's cockeyed sugar bear up there cheerleading with you with pom-pom, nigga. Who brings another nigga up there to the goddamn panel when they doing a presentation? You didn't even hold your goddamn hand? It's weak, bro. Weak ass niggas, man. Let's finish playing this, man. These dumbass niggas. Yeah, man. Here we go. Look at it.
Shout out to Cube too, man. Bring Cube on. He on there.
Extremes of a round reading of 1 Kings 6:1, then we should also consider the pharaohs who bookend these three: Hatshepsut and Amenhotep III.
Look. All these goddamn, all of them. Look, I looked them all up, man. Hatshepsut, Tutmos III, Amenhotep II, Tutmos IV, Amenhotep. None of them have. Look, all you gotta do is look them up, bro. None of them.
Proof of no Exodus. So now where you gonna go? Then they went to some other dude they made up. Some priest that they're hooked on with the goddamn Hyksos. I mean, they all over the fucking place, bro. Y'all supposed to believe this stupid ass shit. Hold on, let this play, man. Look at it. Let me take a picture of this for y'all. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the profanity, but I made this video right after I had my interaction over there on Sign of the TV. It was like hot off the press. I'm still kind of heated because they kept interrupting me. He kept trying to overtalk because Anonymous Goof Brew and Cockeyed Sugar Bear didn't want this information to come out. If y'all don't know who Cockeyed Sugar Bear is, that's Elder Yara. He just got slapped around by a Christian apologist yesterday, trying to tell me he gonna prove he an Israelite. Man, if you ain't tracing your roots back to Africa, the door of no return, bro. I mean, how can you prove it? You got African tribes over there, not the whole Igbo, but you had some sub clans in these different tribes that are practicing Israelites. If you would have went there, you might have had a shot. But you Deuteronomy 28:68 said, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, man. That ain't gonna cut it, bro. I mean, y'all gotta cut this out to upgrade, your tactics and your information of proving your point. But these are all the ones that they're trying to use, and ain't none of them connected to this shit. None of them. Let me get it up. All y'all gotta do is look up Hatshepsut, look up Tutmosis III, look up Amenhotep II, look up Tutmosis IV, look at Amenhotep III. None of this adds up to any of them having anything to do with a goddamn Exodus. I guarantee it. I looked it up. It's a waste of my goddamn time, man.
Issue to keep in mind here is that there are differences of opinion among Egyptologists over the proper chronology.
I can't even get the goddamn date right.
Of dates. The identification of Amenhotep II as the reigning pharaoh in 1446 BC is according to what's known as the High Chronology of Ancient Egypt. This chronology was favored in the early days of Egyptology, but has largely given way to what's referred to as the Low Chronology.
What's this guy name? Anonymous Goof Brew. You came on there the other day and you still talking about high chronology. The 18th dynasty. That didn't gave way. They defined a new chronology. Now look at this, man. High chronology, low chronology. It don't matter what chronologizing method you use. It don't matter who's sitting in this goddamn Pharaoh seat. Guess what? When I look them up, you won't find nothing. You got nowhere to go.
The reasons for this have to do with the accumulation of other records from around the ancient Near East over the decades of archaeological work done in the region. According to this chronological interpretation, Amenhotep II does not come to power until around 1425 BC. This leaves his predecessor,
Tutmosis. Yeah, I took you back to 1800 BC where the Israelites was in Canaan. Look, the Israelites in Canaan, a new archaeological perception by Amen Ben Tor. This article discusses archaeological evidence for the Israelite presence in Canaan and concludes that there is no evidence for a large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century BCE. Anonymous Goof Brew. I heard you, yeah. I took you guys back to the 1800 BCE. Nigga, you dumb. Hold up. I got more. Source Ben Torre, 2001, the Israelites of Canaan, a new archaeological perspective. Tel Aviv, 28, page 137 to 155. The Archeology of the Exodus by James K. Kaufmeyer, Journal of the Near Eastern Studies, 2005. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for the Exodus and concludes that, well, guess what, y'all? There is no conclusive evidence to support the biblical account. Yeah, well, I took y'all back to 1800 BCE because I'm an anonymous Hebrew, y'all. Yeah, man, shut the fuck up, man. Nobody respect you and your lazy ass scholarship, bro. Everything you said up there was a goddamn lie. And you got people that, oh man, anonymous Hebrew was back. When did he ever come? He ain't got one fucking debate over there, not one. He was talking about JJ, you need to get up here now. So I come up there, right? And then he said, he asked me a question. So I said, ladies and gentlemen, this goofy motherfucker interrupts me. But I'm supposed to just let that go? And nobody sees that shit? So I got to replay it for you goofy motherfuckers that didn't see it.
Was the third as the reigning pharaoh in 1446 BC. Proponents of a 1446 BC date for the Exodus, who favor Amenhotep II as the reigning pharaoh, must defend this chronology in other areas of Egyptian history as well. I'm not necessarily saying that this can't be done. Just
they're all over the place, y'all. High chronology, low chronology. It don't matter where you go, anonymous goof brew. You're not gonna be able to prove it. I'm gonna stay until hey, look, I'm staying away from over there to the day of my goddamn debate. That's what I'm gonna do. I set up a debate, I'll go over there. I'll do my debate, I'm gonna leave. I'm come back over to my spot. But I can't take these goofy, disrespectful motherfuckers. I'm supposed to be nice to them. Fuck that, man.
Just that it is not as simple as
Okay. Look at the source for the emergence of ancient Israel, a survey of evidence by William G. Dever, Bulletin of the American Schools of Oriental Research, 2006. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for the emergence of ancient Israel and concludes that there is no evidence for a large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century BC. Remember, I went back to 1800 BCE. You lying, nigga. Where you proof? Huh? The Archeology of Ancient Israel, a review of evidence by Eric M. Myers. Journal of Biblical Literature, 2010. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for ancient Israel and concludes that there is no evidence for large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century BCE. How about this? Source, Myers, E.M., 2010. The Archaeology of Ancient Israel, a review of the evidence, Journal of Biblical Literature, page 431 to 445. The Israelites in Canaan, a new archaeological perspective by Israel Finkelstein, New Near Eastern Archaeology, 2013. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for an Israelite presence in Canaan and concludes what? What they conclude, ladies and gentlemen? There is no evidence for a large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century. Now, nigga, you ain't got no leg to stand on, bro. I promise you. I promise you. Look, that's correct. There's no conclusive archaeological evidence to prove that the Israelites were present in Canaan, the region now known as Israel, around 1800 BCE. This nigga gonna get on here and lie to y'all and say, yeah, I took y'all back to 1800 BCE. Watch. In fact, most scholars agree that the archaeological record does not support the biblical account of the Israelites present in Canaan until much later, around the 9th and 8th century BCE. The period around 1800 BCE is typically associated with the Middle Bronze Age in Canaan, during which the time the region was inhabited by various city-states and tribal groups, but there is no clear evidence of a distinct Israelite presence. I'm a dog walk this dumbass nigga. Yeah, keep this. You know what? Actually, I love when you dumbass niggas disrespect me for the debate. It makes me go in and bust your head even harder. Dumbass niggas. Yeah, man. Goof, anonymous goof brew, cockeyed sugar bear. You dumbass niggas have nowhere to go. I promise you. I promise you. Ramsey the 4th, Ramsey the 5th, Ramsey the 6th. None of that shit add up. Ramsey the 7th. None of that shit add up, bro. I promise you. Hold up. What else? He talking about some Jesus, 1479 to 1458 BC. Some scholars have suggested Jesus is one of the few female pharaohs of Egypt as a possible candidate. Guess what? I looked it up. Nothing. Tutmosis III, nothing. Amenhotep II, nothing. Akhenaten, 1353 to 1336. Amenhotep 1425 to 1400, nothing, bro. Your time frame, all these add up to nothing. I guarantee you. You're gonna get dog walk. Send you back down to the SVDL where they put up with your nonsense. Yep.
Yo, what's going on?
Let's listen to this nigga lie. Yeah, let's listen to this dumbass nigga lie. You notice he didn't even the information I put out. He didn't try to debunk it. Look, There is no conclusive archaeological or historical evidence to prove that any Egyptian ruler ordered the killing of Israelite babies as described in the biblical account. You got to prove that. Prove that, nigga.
Yeah, prove that. There's no records of this ever even happening.
None.
What's up, Q?
Zero. Zilch.
What's up,
happening?
Q? Oh, man.
Yeah.
What you got to say, man?
Yeah, man. Let me say this, man. I wish that I don't know how you feel about it, but at this time you were extremely upset. But I don't know how you feel.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I remember this from a few months ago, but I don't know how you feel about it. But what happened? Like, did you guys ever figure out like a debate? Are y'all gonna debate it, or like what's going on with it?
Okay, well, this was the last day that I talked to Sarnetta today, but this was my last day of being on Sarnetta's platform. That's been some months, and we tried to set the debate up, and he didn't reach out to me, behind the scenes. I didn't see him in a couple other places. I seen him like 2 days ago. He's still running. No, I talked to Sarnetta. I'm talking about Anonymous Goof Brew. He tried to run up on me on Judah Nazar's channel, and same thing.
So y'all not gonna debate?
He ain't gonna debate.
Why the nigga don't want to fucking debate? What's going on?
Because he's not come on, bro. I mean,
listen, me personally, I think that he would debate it. Just me knowing who he is, I think he would debate it because he's debated it before. I think I don't want to say the last time, but I think he debated it once upon a time, and he lost. I want to say against Christopher Baby Bottle Harris.
Congratulations, Chris. I give him that. If you want,
no, but I think
y'all boys throwing shots. Y'all throwing shots.
no, it ain't no shots, man. Hey, niggas know. Niggas know.
Wild ass Indian.
Hey, they gotta come and do their own show to redeem themselves from the shots.
Niggas know far and wide that I don't fuck with Chris. I don't think that was a shot. I think that's something that's expected. I don't think that's a shot. I don't think he would even take that as a shot. But my thing is, I've seen the brother debate it. Is he a bit pompous? Is he, sure of himself? Yes. Some people can, will probably label me as that, but he kind of bleeds that pompousness, especially when it comes to this fake Hebrew Israelite shit. He kind of bleeds that stuff. But I don't know. I think with the information that you have and the information that he has, I think that it would set up for a good debate. I don't know why y'all can't get in the ring. I know why y'all couldn't get in the ring before, like, because I saw the stream that when you was on Sinetta after this happened. Well, excuse me, before this happened, I saw what happened. It was a lot of niggas interrupting, and you really couldn't get your shit off. I remember that vividly because I think I was even on that stream probably earlier in the stream, but I remember that
after the show.
Yeah, but my whole thing is like, why niggas can't just get it together? You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't mind niggas giving up their information. I think that's a good thing. But like, shit, I'm not saying hold your shit. I'm saying get your shit off. Like, fuck it, because what I prefer is to get my shit off, and I dare you to get past it, nigga. I dare you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way how I like to do shit. Right. But yeah, like, why your niggas can't get it together? Like, I'm saying make this shit happen. I don't know, like, what we got to do to make it happen. Like, hold on, let me ask you, what you think niggas got to do to make it happen?
I'll debate him over here on this topic. Over here,
he ain't gonna do it over here, bro. You know that.
Why not?
Man, these niggas, bro. Come on, you know that, bro.
I mean, this ain't my home base. So they ain't
I'm
gonna
saying though,
hold on, my bad. I got it mixed up.
Yeah, we don't got no skin in the game over here, Q.
No. I forget. We on OTK and we on this shit. My bad.
Yeah. We don't got no skin in the game over here.
Yeah, my bad. I got it mixed up. Yeah, but OTK, I think he'll probably do it on OTK. I don't think that'll be a problem with that, but I think
what he wants to do, Q, he wants to narrow it down to one topic of the debate. Like
but it is one topic though.
I want proof. I'm gonna debunk all the plagues, all that. You know, you want to just limit it down to let's just talk about this one part of the Exodus. Come on, bro.
But what's wrong with just talking about the Exodus if it's gonna be an Exodus debate?
That's what I said. You
Like,
know?
like my thing is, if it's just gonna be an Exodus debate, then deal with the Exodus. Now, when it comes to the Exodus, there are ancillary things that took place that you can also choose to debunk, you know, when it comes to your time to speak. But if it's an Exodus debate, I don't see why it shouldn't just be solely focused on the Exodus. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, like, you know, me and that brother don't have problems in the past. I don't like have a problem with him personally. I just think, you know, he's a little bit disrespectful at times, but you know,
Right.
I get disrespectful at times, so I don't have a huge problem with that. But yeah, I would love to see the debate. Me personally, and I'm just keeping it a buck. You know, I think you'll get him. I don't think you're gonna cook him. I don't think you're gonna smoke him, but I think you'll beat him though. You know what I'm saying? Listening to the information that you done brought out, I think you'll beat him. I don't think you're just gonna like just straight 3-0 wash the nigga, but I think that you'll definitely edge him with the information that I done heard, because it's like, how the fuck you gonna get around some of this shit? Like you making up shit like Acapulco that the fucking Bible ain't even talking about. Like how do you no G shit, no G
Oh,
shit.
shit.
Like how the fuck do you get around that?
Look,
Because see, especially if you saying, well, the Exodus happened according to the Bible.
yeah.
Well, your debate would have to be, did the
Of course.
Exodus happen? Not did the Exodus happen according to the Bible? And if it didn't happen according to the Bible, then the shit didn't fucking happen.
Right.
Some other shit happened, but not the fucking Exodus. The Exodus didn't happen. Some other shit happened. It's kind of like,
Ain't got nothing to do with the Bible.
All right, well,
right.
hold on. Let me give y'all. Let me put something on y'all brain real quick.
Hold on, let me say
When
this
y'all
last thing.
say
Let me
that,
say this last thing. And
okay, okay, go ahead, Q,
it's
go
not
ahead,
even gonna be
Q.
a lot. It's not even gonna be a lot. The reason I say that to say this, because it's just like when they talk about Jesus. If you
Right.
want to tell me that there was a person named Jesus, I would be inclined to believe you. But if you tell me there was a nigga that died, that was feeding niggas with 50,000 niggas with one piece of fish, that nigga didn't exist. That nigga didn't exist. But there could have been a person named Jesus. So when we then transpose that same idea and thought on the Exodus, maybe some people did leave Egypt, but it wasn't the Exodus how the Bible mentioned it. But go ahead, bro.
Y'all leave Jesus out this. You know I rock with GC, man. Jesus Christ is
You
my
mean
nigga.
JC? You mean JC?
Hey, JC. No, GC, goddamn. I put, you know, the J didn't exist.
And neither
So
did the G. Neither did the G,
no,
nigga.
in American English language, the G did exist. We also had vowels too, my brother. We also had the J
English
too.
didn't exist. English at that time period did not exist, so no G or J existed during
That's
that time.
hold up. English did exist. Y'all just they didn't know English.
Yeah, I'm not doing that with you. But go
Yeah,
ahead,
you
Q.
better leave that alone.
I ain't doing that. I'm not doing that.
That's funny. All
But
right.
yeah, I meant to say that, Q, man. You know I'm outside. You know I'm outside too, man. Open the knowledge. I'm
Right.
outside the box too, outside the cube, outside of all that. So when I say G, they know what I'm talking about. But
I
anyway, though,
fuck with it. I fuck with it.
but yeah,
Yeah. So
the Exodus. When we talk about the Exodus,
mhm.
and you talking about the Bible, JJ, I'm gonna ask you this question. Um, you say that it didn't happen,
Yeah.
but when we go back and we look at some parts of history, we see that when they was dating things at the beginning, they was dating wrong because they was dating things only off a moon calendar or a sun calendar.
Yeah.
That's where they fucked up at. When they started using both of them, use the sun calendar for days, use the moon calendar for months. I think the dating be wrong. In other words, can the dating be off with the Bible? Because this story really be real, but could the dating be off? I'm just asking you that. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something, bro. I I don't give a damn if you use Jupiter's moon, Venus moon, the Earth moon, the sun, bro. Look. All he got to do is give me. He already gave me his date. He told me between 1425 to 1462 BC. That's the time frame that he said that the Exodus happened. Now I got to hold him to that. You can't go nowhere else. Do you see what I'm saying? Once you make that commitment to that date, you in some trouble. Let me play a little bit more of this, man, then we can open up the panel more, man. You know, I just kind of want to give y'all a little bit.
All right.
Going on.
Let me get back to my computer. I'm about to get right back to my computer right now.
Q still up here? Q up here? Or he left?
Yeah, I'm still here, bro.
Yeah, Cube ain't going nowhere. I'm just getting back to my computer so I can share your screen again.
Yeah, right after this happened, man, me and Q got on the phone, man. We was talking.
We was talking about this.
Yeah, let's talk about it. This guy, man, like you said, he putting up smoke screens and he want to cause arguments and stuff to avoid getting in the ring. That's just what it is. Let's keep going. This event is not mentioned in any contemporary Egyptian records or other ancient sources outside of the biblical account.
Oh, you gotta show
you can't use your goddamn Bible as a source, nigga. Outside of the Bible, you can't prove this happened. He ain't gonna talk. Cuban ain't sure.
Nah, it ain't sure.
Okay.
He has to allow you to share, but he was saying that he's getting back to his computer. He said, sound like he was in the car, so he'll probably be back in like a few moments. But you can just play the audio, though. You can play the audio like when he get back.
Are you hearing the audio?
Yeah, I was hearing the audio. Yeah, you
was
can
you hearing
play
it?
Yeah, I was hearing it.
Now that I went, but now that I went out.
All right, I'm back. Whenever you're ready to share your screen, go ahead.
All right, yeah. I like that background. Y'all have to teach me how to get them graphics going in the back. Yeah, that's what's
Damn, somebody say, who is that? Pseudo OTK. Prove I'm pseudo.
King J said he would say 1469 to 1449. But King J, when you go looking out on Pharaoh, I mean, ain't none of them got no ties to it. So I mean, the brother in some trouble, man. All right. You playing now?
All right. Yeah, hey, King J, you can come on up. You got some steles that give account. Come on up. Yo, you good. JJ say he accepting everything right now. And Yami Mbutu, who is that? Pseudo OTK?
Oh no, that's Big Bro.
Anything that I ever said is pseudo.
Yeah, Nyami is Big Bro. But
oh, I know. I just want them to say I'm pseudo. Prove anything I ever say is pseudo.
Who said that?
After this, I will open it up for anybody. The link in the fucking chat. You know, I run.
Hold on. Hey, real quick. This is what you got to do. I meant to tell you this. Put the link in JJ chat because I had to go to your channel to hit the chat. So
that's the only way you can come on because that's where the main link is at.
No, I understand that.
My chat. Oh no, just go ahead and come over to the brother channel.
Open the knowledge 444.
Hold on, but we can walk and chew gum. Put your channel link in there so niggas can subscribe, and then put the link to come on. Put the link to come on.
Can you put my channel in? I don't have a wrist to do that. You know, while I'm doing this.
No, I'm talking about knowledge. Like I'm telling him to put his link in your chat, so people know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, to put the link in his channel so people can subscribe, and then they can hit the link after they do that. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. Open the knowledge 444. Hey, Q. You the one who gave me the name OTK.
I did.
You started breaking that name down because I remember I was open to knowledge, and then you was like, "Yo, OTK," and I was like, "Fuck,
I probably was."
Hell yeah, shit! I started out with you. What the fuck?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. I did. JJ, whenever you ready.
And you gave me my name, Jj7000K. You start calling
me word. I started out with you too.
That's crazy.
Word. That's how you know this is a circular environment.
Come back around like a motherfucker. Yeah.
Right.
That's
Vortex, baby. Man, shout out to the creator gang, man. With that vortex knowledge, man. Go ahead, JJ. All on you.
Hey,
Yeah, I had to slide that in there. I had to slide that in there. Shout out to the creator gang, man, with the vortex knowledge, man.
Yeah, you know, they had some problems when they ran up on the Bruise one night. We don't talk about it. Arnetta had to come in and help them out. To change the whole, I ain't gonna talk about it, man. They're my guys,
Yeah, but hey,
man.
hey, just like
They're
you,
my
my
guys.
brother, Cosmo, my brother too. That's why I say I don't got no skin in the game. I love both of y'all. I just love the info. But go ahead, bro. It's all on you.
Yeah, we had a war with the OISP. It was fun too. All right, let's keep going.
May have occurred. There is currently no empirical evidence to support it. You go to the Oxford Handbook of Biblical Archaeology, edited by Eric M. Myers and Mark Chauncey. The Archeology of the Exodus by James K. Hoffmeyer. Israel and Egypt, the evidence for the authenticity of the Exodus tradition, and James K. Hoffmeyer. None of this will show up. When did it? Now, if you're trying to tie the Israelites to the Hyksos, when did they rule Egypt?
Yeah.
When did Israelites rule Egypt? Sir?
Yeah, nigga. Hey, when they rule Egypt? See, you made it up.
He trying to tie him into the Hyksos as well. Watch how slick he is. The Hyksos did rule Egypt, but only partially for a limited time. They controlled Lower Egypt and parts of the Middle Egypt during the 15th dynasty. Which is believed to last around 1650 to 1550 BC. The wrong time frame, sir. So you can't even use the Hyksos. Because the pharaohs you mentioned is around 1450 BC, around that area. So he tried to throw the Hyksos in. Y'all didn't catch that shit? Wrong time frame, sir. You making shit up and thinking we ain't gonna be able to catch it. The Hyksos are a group of Asiatic rulers who originated in the Near East, likely the region of Canaan or Syria. They invaded Egypt during the period of weakness and instability, and eventually established their own dynasty with their capital at Avaris, modern-day Tel Dabe. Right. However, the Hyksos never fully conquered Upper Egypt.
Man, he always talking about Avaris. Yeah, we went through Avaris. Them ain't the right people, sir.
Which remain under the control of native Egyptian rulers of the 17th dynasty. This led to a period of divided rule, which the Hyksos controlling the north and the Egyptians controlling the south. See, eventually the Egyptians were able to drive the Hyksos out of Egypt. They're going to. I guess that's his exodus.
That's a little exodus, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Come on, you got to do better. You'll get in front of me,
y'all. Now they Hyksos, you dumbass nigga. And the founder of the 18th dynasty. Come on, man. Look, Avaris, which he tried to put today, was indeed the capital of the Hyksos, a group of Asiatic rulers who controlled the Lower Egypt parts of the Middle Egypt during the 15th dynasty, around 1650 to 1550 BC, bro. The pharaohs you got it is after that, sir. What are we doing? I'm gonna show you, y'all. Look. There is no conclusive archaeological or historical evidence to prove that the Israelites went through the Negev desert during the Exodus as described in the biblical account. None. While the Negev desert is a significant region of the biblical narrative, there is limited archaeological evidence to support this idea that the Israelites traveled through the region during the Exodus. Look at it. Look. Lack of archaeological sites. The Negev desert is a harsh and arid environment, which can make it difficult to find or preserve archaeological evidence. Limited historical records. There's no contemporary historical records from the time of the Exodus that mention Israelites' journey through the Negev desert. Interpretation of the biblical accounts. The biblical accounts of the Exodus and the Israelites' journey through the Negev desert is also seen as a theological and symbolic narrative. Symbolic narrative, you idiots. Rather than a historical, precise description.
It's a symbolic type of thing. Some of my Israelite brothers. You still my brothers. I love you. You just misunderstanding what you read. See, that's what I'm here for. I'm gonna teach you about your God. I'm gonna know the next episode I come over here. Hey, Yahweh and Little Fella. You hear me? El was his daddy. You see, the Yahweh attended the council when El was passing out the goddamn allotments. You hear me? You know, hey, he was like, okay, at Moab, you get the Moabites. Sheshemesh, you get the Midianites. Yahweh, what I get to get, Papa? You get to get these hard-headed Israelites. What you get to get. See? You get to get the Tazariots and the Judanazes and all these characters because you kept bugging me. I would have gave you, you know, the Native American type of people, but you just kept bugging me. So y'all could have had Yahweh. See, but he that what happened. And they're mad about that because he's a little fella. That's what it is. Let's keep it moving. Christian. Man, this dude's a joke, man. He's a joke. Anonymous Goof Brew, you're a joke. There is no conclusive archaeological or historical evidence to prove that the Israelites went to Mount Sinai. We don't prove that. Yeah. Anonymous Goof Brew. When you gonna show us evidence that they went to Mount Sinai and Moses climbed up there with his Jesus walk sandals and went down there and got the commandments? Then he dropped one, so he only came down with 10. Prove that. Also known as Mount Moses. When you gonna prove that, sir? During the Exodus as described in the biblical account. We're talking about your biblical account. This nigga want to, now he's trying to go outside the Bible and make up his own shit. Right? Look at this. While Mount Sinai is a significant location in the biblical narrative, its exact location is still a topic for debate among scholars. Several sites have been proposed as a possible location for the Mount Sinai, including the Jebel Musa. I looked there. The southern part of the Sinai Peninsula. Guess what? Anonymous Goof Brew. No evidence. I covered all the bases, sir. I don't know where you think you're going to go. Huh? How about this? Hugh, open it out. Where you going to go? You don't have a clue where you're going to go. All lies and misconceptions and making up stuff as you go have now been brought to the light. You've been running around the community for
you definitely cutting off all the angles.
Yeah. He ain't nowhere to go. That's why he's not going to debate me, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to run to somebody else and try to debate it. But not 7,000. Not the House of Conscience GOAT. Not the People's Champ. Not the former FOPE debate champ. Come on. Excuse me. Karkom, how you spell it? Karkom. It's the northwestern part of the. I don't know why I asked myself how you spell it. Negev Desert. Nothing there, sir. Jebel Halal in the north central part of the Sinai Peninsula. Nothing there, sir. I mean, come on, man. You know why? Because there's lack of archeological evidence, despite intensive excavations. Anonymous Goof Brew and Cockeye Sugar Bear. The research, no definitive archaeological evidence has been found to confirm the Israelites present at any of the proposed sites. Hold on for 1 second. Yeah, man. I mean, this is bad. Let me skip around. I'm gonna talk about 5 more minutes. We're gonna talk, man. I don't want, these guys don't got a snowball chance in hell with this nonsense. These can be conclusively linked to the biblical account of Joshua. You in some trouble. Look, that's 7,000 attacking the walls of Jericho. I'm tearing them down. You got the wrong guy tearing it down. Mandinka Mali tearing it down. Because it's nonsense. Look at this, y'all. Remember after everything, then they left Moses behind somewhere. He told him, his old ass, you can't come with us. You messed up and took claim for something that you ain't had no business. But he didn't get to see the promised land, right, y'all? Now the story continues. Then they took their ass over there. They taking over lands. They ain't got nothing. Don't even belong to them, right? And now they talking about they tore down the walls of Jericho by singing with trumpets. I want you niggas to line up, you all y'all your little outfits and get in front of the goddamn Sears tire and blow. No, I ain't gonna say that, man. I ain't gonna say that. But I need y'all to demonstrate and get in front of one of these buildings and with all your faith, blow your horns and whistles and bells and tear the building down. Goddamn let this happen. Come on.
Look at this. The most extensive excavation. They have had extensive excavations at Jericho. Look, Kathleen Kenyon, 1952 to 1958. Kenyon's excavation related a complex history of occupation and destruction at Jericho, but she found no evidence to support the biblical account of Joshua's conquest. You made that up. My Google Scholar voice. You made it up. That's what you did. How about this? John Garstein, 1930 to 1936. Garstein's excavation uncovered evidence of a city wall and a destruction layer which had attributed to the biblical conquest. However, this finding has been disputed by later archaeologists. Nothing this dude brings to the table. Nothing. It's all a lie. Nothing. I'm going to cut you off at the pass. Everything you bring out, you goddamn idiot. Oh, nigga, I don't like you. And so that I never said I hated any of them niggas. I don't like them because they're disrespectful. I don't like them because they lie. I don't like these goddamn Israelites, the ones that want to get in motherfuckers' inboxes and the women's inboxes and lie. I don't like none of that shit. I don't like them. I never said I hate these niggas. I said I don't like them. I refuse to sit on a panel with these dumb motherfuckers. I'll debate. I'll set up a debate, and I'm gone. When it's time for the debate, I show up, whoop their ass, and go and come on back over here. I'm not going to sit on the panel with these dumbass motherfuckers. No, let's keep going. The lack of archaeological evidence to support
did you know that your information wasn't showing? Did you know that your information wasn't showing at this time?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, fam.
I said, did you know that your information wasn't showing at this time? You were screen sharing, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy as hell, right? You were screen sharing your shit. You wasn't even showing it. Nobody said nothing.
No. This is me personally doing this on my platform. After I went over there and banged with him, I just got my camera off, just reading from my notes.
Oh, okay. All right, bet. Go ahead.
Yeah, but sometime in some debate, sometime the moderator slip up and your information ain't been shown for 2 or 3 minutes. I've been through that before. Yeah. But not in this case. Let some scholars to question
Jay, you gotta come on my side, man. You gotta come on. Open the knowledge, 444. Put it all together. Open the knowledge, 444. We on my side, King J.
Okay, well,
link is in my chat.
Let me ask you a question. What is this Aquanaut? Am I pronouncing it? Aquapon City? It was all like, you know what I'm talking about? What's that word y'all said? AQ Aquapon is something. I'm gonna have to send it to you, but they were saying I sent it to somebody. They were like, "Man, that's pseudo." Like this like the old World Fair, they had technology and stuff that we didn't know about. That they would tear down the whole World Fair, take the technology with them. I mean, do you teach that about you know like they were saying like some of the cities that was already built here. You know what I'm saying? Like in LA. And, okay, yeah. So you know what I'm talking about.
They built on top of these shit.
Okay, so I'm with you. I've been peeking in on that. You know, look, me and Kareem.
Hey man, JJ, just say that.
I'm a true speaker and a free thinker.
I converted you, bro. I converted you. It's all good.
Look. I'm a free thinker and a true seeker. I'm not labeled in the box as a Hebrew Israelite anymore. So now I'm more dangerous. You hear me?
I know. And that's when I knew you was serious. When I seen that name, Mandinka Molly, I said, oh, he ain't in that book like that no more? Boy.
It's still synonymous with Jj7000, man. It's still synonymous with Jj. That's part of my transition. That's that was the less evolved me. You know, I believe in evolution that way. You know, but I don't believe you can change from one species. Change from one species to another. Like we just fell a cube on here. Me and him might have to talk about it.
No, a human cannot do that. A human we call today, no.
Oh boy.
Animals, insect, and you know what? Cube, hold on, let me let JJ finish. Cube, I know you like to stay up late. We've been used to have these late night builds. But Cube, I love to have that discussion with you. Because remember, you was one of the first to break down the whole when motherfuckers was trying to skate around that monkey shit, you was the one that brought that monkey shit, and you showed the split and where it could have happened and all of that. That chart that you showed, and I still remember that. That shit was like 2.5 years ago. Word, and I still remember that shit. But go ahead, JJ.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you the truth, though. You right. Your master.
Hey, King J, you can keep your camera on, King J, if you want to, but you don't have to, my brother. Long as I know that you are human, I'll let you on up, bro. I just got, I got fans out there.
You talking to me?
No, go ahead, JJ. It's on you. Go ahead and finish up, bro, and then we can get into something else. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more advanced than the human. I didn't want to tell y'all, man. Gonna let the cat out the bag. You hear me? Let's go. Or the proposed alternative explanation. Yeah, and then these dumb motherfuckers like Seneca Mutt. They keep bringing this up for some goddamn reason. Now, this was an indeed prominent ancient Egyptian architect and government official, but there is no evidence to link this dude to the Exodus, you dumb motherfucker. I hope you bring this to the damn debate. He served as a pharaoh under Hatshepsut, who ruled from 1479 to 1458 BC. He's one of the most trusted advisors and responsible. I guess they trying to say this is Moses. I mean, I don't know who they're trying to say. I guess it's Moses. Yeah, he was one of her most trusted advisors and was responsible for designing and building many of her architectural projects, including her magnificent temple at Deir el Baharmari. Regarding his parents, Senamut's parents are not definitely known, but there is no evidence to suggest that he was the son of Thutmose III. Thutmose III was Hatshepsut's nephew and successor and ruled circa 1479 to 1425 BCE. Man, you niggas just be lying, bro. That's all you do is lie. Yeah, and just
what up, JJ?
Hey, hold on, I'm finna stop. Hold on, let me do. Just for those who new to me, you catch me on a mad day after I just got done banging, you're gonna hear this type of language. You go to look through my catalog, I don't do that all the time. I throw jokes, whatever, but yeah, this the mad 7,000. So I like, man, why are you doing all that cussing? No, this is one of my war videos. I should have warned y'all. If you got kids watching,
No, you just passionate about scholarship. That's all.
Yeah, man. Go ahead and speak on it. Is this King J?
You know it.
So what you think about this, man?
I'm not against you, JJ. I want to say that from the beginning, but I do got some different scholarship because I may be a little bit more versed in the comedic side with the
That's the brother that be on Sonetta. This is the brother. Okay, what's going on?
Yeah, I know King J. Yeah, we
oh, okay.
Remember King J. Remember
I was saying, I was like, damn, he sound familiar, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, King J. Remember we
shit, here go this fucking nigga. I'm out. Now I'm playing.
Let me stop sharing. Hold on.
Hey man, shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody, man.
Peace. But JJ, let me
shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody with the garbage bags. You know what I mean? With the good
garbage bag, man.
Yes. Good reaping smoke. God damn it. That was a little commercial break, man. Hey, but y'all give me a second real quick. I got everybody up on the panel. I appreciate y'all boys for coming through. You know what I mean? But just let me give me a second real quick. And I know we all would agree with this, but without this person right here, it wouldn't be us five brothers right here on the panel, okay?
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, Yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of a voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Yeah, and man, shouts out to Papa to Papa Chief too. A lot of us didn't have Mama Chief around. A lot of us had Papa Chief around. You know what I mean? Vice versa. I give my shouts out to Mama because without Mama, we wouldn't have the nourishment, you know what I mean, in the younger stages. But without Papa, we wouldn't be here too. And I just want y'all to accept me for that. And that was brought to y'all by yeah, man. Hey, shouts out, man. I appreciate JJ, the goddamn people's champ, for coming through. Q outside the Q. I'm not their day ones, but these are some of my day ones, y'all. Good work, Cosmon, King J. Peace and love to you.
OTK. Real quick,
go ahead,
let me get a quick in with JJ real quick, because he was mentioning that.
That's up to him. That's up to him. It's his show. It's his show. So that's up to him.
Yeah. Because I understand why they mentioning Sennacherib during the Hatshepsut period, right? So if we start at 1550 BC with Amos, with the Amos Stela, so if you got to read that, that's important, because the Amos Stela is the stela that talks about the destruction, right, that happened in the land, and how the temples were.
Screen if you want to now. You can share your screen if you want to. I'll allow that. Yeah,
I wouldn't be able to. So I didn't come prepared to, but I do have the sources. But it's the Amos Stela. It's easy to look it up, and it just it records of the actual destruction from the Egyptian primary sources. I'm not saying that records the Exodus, but that's the time period in the land where there was some sort of destruction. The temples were torn in two, blood in the river. They blame it on the gods. 1550. So then we go down to Hatshepsut, 1469, and she has what we call the expulsion of the Asiatics, right? So the expulsion of the Asiatics, the word Asiatics, we can translate it, literate it back to Amu, or Semitic speakers. This expulsion of these Asiatics is recorded during that period. So it's an 80-year period, right, where these Asiatics are sent back to Avarice. They're kicked out and they went. These are Hyksos, pharaohs as well. They're kicked out and they're sent to Palestine. So this is an 80-year period of this is happening. So I'm not saying these are Israelites, but there's Semitic speaking Canaanites.
So what's the question? Are you asking a question, or are you making
Nah, I was making a point that. So I mean, if you want to call these proto Israelites, I would say yes.
What would you call proto? Who would you call the people of proto Israelite? Who would you call them? Philistines, Arabic, Hinduism, Egyptian. What would you call them?
It would be.
I've been tossing that around. I ain't figured that
It
one
would, to me, it would be a mixture of these nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes that came from the Levant into Egypt for trade.
The Israelites was nomadic, brother. The main Israelite group was nomadic.
Yeah, they're nomadic.
Exactly.
So how do we decipher who is who?
Okay, exactly. So they're different groups. So some of these nomadic tribes would be Aramaean stock. Others would be Chaldean in stock. You know, the Chaldean stock would be mostly the southern Levant area.
That would be Abraham. That would be direct Abraham descendants, correct?
And then the northern would come from the
Hold Listen to my question. The Chaldeans, would that be direct Abraham descendants?
Aramaeans would be the Aramaeans would be the
no.
No, Abraham didn't exist, brother, so he can't answer that question. Abraham.
Well, we're talking about biblically. If he did, I guess if he.
No, it's not even biblically. Like that's my whole problem with the whole thing is because when we're having this conversation about the Bible, none of that stuff even matters.
All right.
Because what matters is they're saying that they're this group of people. So when we get down to the minutia, well these people could be this and it could be these people. No. According to the Bible, it's none of those people. According to the Bible, the Exodus didn't happen the way how they said it happened. So when we're talking about in a structured debate format, none of that really means anything. Because
they'll lose if they're trying to find Israelites. They're not going to find
that's the whole point of the whole topic.
Yeah, they'll lose if they're trying to find that.
So how do we find them again?
But I do want to.
I know you.
I understand, but listen.
Because the records is trash because the records are lies. So there is no way. I'm sorry to cut you off, but there is no way to find a group of people who so-called left records that are inaccurate. There is no way to find these people. We could just put a whole jacket on these people, just like we just heard Anonymous Hebrew was doing. He was trying to say, "Oh, it didn't happen during this time. It happened during that time." Well, if it didn't happen during the time that the Bible said it happened and it happened during another time, then that's not the goddamn Exodus. Like that's it.
It will not be labeled. It will not be labeled an Exodus. Correct.
Yeah, like that's it.
Will be labeled a migration story or a nomadic story. It will not be called an Exodus. The whole name Exodus is biblical. Go ahead.
If I told you that I went to the Andes Mountains and I reached the top of the highest mountain peak in 1994, June 3rd, 1994. If I told you that, but then you say, well, there was another person that went June 8th and he reached to the mountaintop. Well, nigga, that ain't me.
All right.
That's just not me. Either that or I'm lying. So that's why it doesn't matter. We can't listen. It's not our job to figure out who the fuck these people are. It's not our job to figure out who these people are, and on top of that, try to figure out they goddamn history when their whole book is full of shit. So it's like, nigga, the answer is no. The answer is no. None of these people fucking existed, and they couldn't have existed during the fucking time.
Just because they didn't exist during the time.
Not in the Exodus. Some people did exist. We can't say not everybody not existed.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking strictly about the
characters. Yeah, I would say the main characters.
First of all, the Bible. Let's be clear. Let's just be clear. The Bible don't give a date when the Exodus happened. It just say it happened.
It does give a date.
What?
It tells us who the people were in control, so that's essentially giving a date. So if you hold on, listen. If you say that you knew me when I was alive, and I tell you I was born in 1985, and you was around me, that's giving a date because you were around me.
Hold on, though. Outside the cube.
No, because you're wrong.
It don't actually give a date. It just
date. Yeah, you're wrong.
So it's plenty of arrows. That's why we're doing this guess.
Yeah, I ain't gonna argue that.
Leave it open. I don't think it gives an accurate date.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't give a date. It gives it a roundabout time. And then we all understand that most of this narrative is already backdated in time. I'm not saying that the event didn't happen. I'm just saying it's either backdated in time if it's real, or it's allegorical for a real event. So either way, you would be looking for a real. For instance, this is the problem. You're looking to find something in a time that it wasn't.
That's what I
right.
said.
So when you go, when people make these assumptions in the biblical narrative that a thing happened at a certain time because it fits their narrative.
But listen,
right? When instead of looking at the actual history of what's going on and what they saying happened.
It's the Egyptian timeline.
But hold on, check it out real quick.
And then the whole problem with the timeline is that Egypt ain't got one that's accepted. You dig what I'm talking about? Now we would have to agree on the timeline, and I personally agree on the timeline with the 1550 start of the new kingdom with Amos. I agree on that narrative. But they got so many.
Cosmo, you gotta walk with me, bro. We gotta use critical thinking. We gotta peel the onion back because you're saying that it's not giving a date, but you're using the word timeline.
And then you gave a date.
Yeah, like this. Yeah, so like, why would you fight me when I'm saying that it does give a date, and you're telling me that it doesn't give a date? But come on, bro.
It doesn't give a date.
You just gave a date.
Stop saying it. No, I didn't. I put it on the timeline. I didn't give it a date yet.
The biblical scholars are adding up the age of these patriarchs and they're counting back.
Right, and counting backwards. That's what y'all don't understand. Their whole earth was created 3761 BC.
You missing it, bro.
Ain't nobody.
Let me find out you created a game. Let me find out you created a game.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is you missing it. They're trying to fit their whole little narrative in this thing. What if I said that there's text out here to show Abraham lived and he was 40 years old in 3953 BC. He was already 40.
That'll be off because Abraham dates to about 2000 BC.
That's what the Ospie say, right?
Abraham dates to about 2000 BC.
No, yeah. So we know the biblical narrative can't be correct because they said wasn't nothing that in existence before 3761.
Brother, no. We don't say that. Nobody
that's the biblical narrative.
No, stop. That's the wrong. The biblical narrative is Abraham comes into Canaan about 2200 BC, 2000 BC.
Listen.
And then
the biblical narrative.
But no, you just said 3900 BC.
That's what I said. That
that's wrong.
Existed then. Yes.
There was no Egypt in 3900 BC.
So let me ask you a question.
What I'm saying is he was there 1800 years before the regurgitated narrative.
Let me ask you a question, Cosmo.
Probably so.
Let me ask you a question, Cosmo. What year were you born, if you don't mind me asking?
78.
Okay, so if I say I knew this brother by the name of Cosmo, and he was born in 1978, he lived during the time of around 1978 to around 2027. Is that given a date?
Yeah, it's around about. Yeah.
This is what the fuck I'm talking about, bro. So the Bible does give a date.
What date does it give? Give us the date.
Bro, it gives you the person that was ruling during that date.
Who?
No, they don't give us no ruler. They
Oh
just say
my
Pharaoh.
God, bro!
They just say Pharaoh. Hold up.
What is it? Does it mention? Does it mention Pi Ramses? What's the date for Ramses? Yes.
Hey, Q.
Yes, sir.
Pi Ramses could have been way older than that.
What date?
It's a date to
Hold on,
Ramses.
y'all. Hold on, King J. We got real quick.
The date to the man, not the name.
Q. What date do they give in the Bible, or do they just say in the time of Pharaoh?
Or do they say in the time of Ramses?
The same way that I would say in the time of Cosmon, that's a fucking date. Like, what the fuck are we missing here, bro? Listen, he just said he was Hold on, bro. Stop.
Hold on, y'all, real quick. You're absolutely correct. So now, what is the time of pharaohs?
No, listen, the date
No.
What date did they give? Stop talking
brother, Cosmos.
I'm saying it's not there. I'm saying you're making it up just like biblical apologists. You're saying Ramses because the Bible say Pi Ramesses. You making it up just like they making it up.
Hold on, brother. Let me explain. You asked the question. You said,
And
"What does
it's taking nothing away from the Bible."
You said, "What does Pharaoh?" You asked, "What does Pharaoh?" You asked, "What does Pharaoh mean?" Right?
No.
I thought Cosmos asked that.
No,
I said, what does the time of Pharaoh mean?
Yeah.
So Pharaoh means house of.
No, what does the time of Pharaoh mean?
What time?
What time?
Of what Pharaoh? Of what Pharaoh?
We talking about the one from the Bible. You saying that they give a date?
So in the Bible it mentions. So in the Bible it mentions Ramses. So we could look at the time of Ramses.
Pi Ramses.
It mentions Pi Ramses, the city.
Right, exactly. So if it mentions Pi Ramses, hold on, stop. Cosmos, can I finish my sentence, brother? Cosmos, can I finish my?
King James, hold on, real quick. Pi can also mean pre, or it can mean a circle of Ramesses. Like
brother, I know what it means. So can I talk?
Now, I know. So it means a succession. So what
brother, I know what it means. So can I?
All right, then. So what year? If we just using the time of Ramesses, then what year are we going by? That's all I'm asking.
Brother,
like
you asked, brother, I understood it.
Hold on. Ain't no way you can listen to me if you talking.
Right.
Ain't no way, bro. And I'm gonna give it back to you. I trust me. My brother outside the cube just said, "Yo, if I give you this date, the date you've been born, and this date, we're going off a date." He said, "Exactly. Just like I can tell you the time of Cosmon, I'm giving a date. So now I'm asking, what is the date on the time of Pi Ramesses or the time of the pharaohs? I just want a date,
brother.
I'm not even asking you. I'm asking my brother outside the cube.
Brother, he probably don't have the answer I do. But let me.
You didn't bring up that question. My brother Q brought up that question. Hold on, King James.
Well, yeah. Hey, listen, I'll reflect back to him. If he knows the date of Pi Ramesses, then I would say that. Listen to the words I'm using. If he knows the date that Pi Ramesses lived, then that would have to be the date of the Exodus. So I would reflect. I would listen to Brother King J on that.
Yeah, all right, now King J. Now I'm going. I just didn't want to cut my brother Q off because he started the question, and it was a damn good question.
It really wasn't. But the Pi Ramses simply means house of. So it's the house of the Pharaoh. So he said the question that he proposed was, it says Pi Ramses, right? So in order for that to exist, that means that Ramses has to exist for it to be named after him. Would that be correct?
No.
How many Ramesses?
Yes.
No.
How many Ramesses? That's common sense, right?
Stop.
That's common sense, right?
Correct. You're absolutely correct. So now,
and so the date would be for Ramses. So listen, I'm giving you the date. So the date for
I'm about to body bag you.
Brother,
You just don't know. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go
My
ahead.
brother. So the
Go ahead.
day for Ramses is the 19th to 20th dynasty pharaoh. So whenever
All right,
that date,
what year is that?
What time
What
is
year
it?
I
is
believe
bro?
that I
What
believe that's
time is that?
around. Listen, I'm at the top, off the top of my head, but
You
I was
can't
they
believe.
tell
I
around.
don't give
Listen,
you a
listen,
belief.
listen. I'm giving you the
I
date.
know.
I was
But
getting
hold up.
brother.
I know. But you can't sit here and give us all these facts.
And yeah,
and
be
then
But
guessing.
you
I
gotta let me
believe.
give the date and talk before you
Yeah, but
cut me
you
off. I
can't.
But you
forgot it's your
started
believe.
show.
off by
I don't.
saying what you believe the date is, bro. You got to
Yeah,
stop
Yeah,
I
but
that.
don't. I
I'm
don't.
gonna
You
give
have
no.
to say I don't know.
Listen, brother.
yeah,
I'm
man,
gonna
you
You
give
have
you.
to
believe.
say I don't know at that point,
But
bro.
no,
That's
I
why.
don't. I do
That's
know. I
that's
do know.
that's why I said I'm gonna
Brother,
let
I
you
do
answer it
know.
because I
Yeah.
thought you
Okay. Well,
knew.
yeah,
What
yeah,
And
yeah.
you
year?
Exactly.
didn't.
Brother, I know.
Exactly.
I
When
just
you say
no.
I
Listen,
believe,
listen.
that means I don't know.
Well, I know. I just thought I had more than 2 seconds to answer the question. My bad, brother. So I will give you the date for Ramses would be around 1250, 1255 BC. That would be the date for Ramses.
Well, that's way too late.
That's the
Thank you.
date for him.
Yeah, that's way too late.
For
So
what?
we can't be
Way too late
talking
for
about
what?
them.
Way too late for what? That's the day he
Well,
exists.
Exodus. Yeah.
We weren't proving the Exodus. We're
Well,
No,
you
proving.
said
but
Pyramid
listen, that's
is
what the
it's too
conversation
late.
No, it
surrounds.
wasn't. No, it
Hey,
wasn't.
King J,
If
The
you're
King J,
saying,
conversation is about Pi
listen,
Ramses at this moment.
listen, if you're saying, if you're saying,
I never
if Ram-
subscribed that Pi Ramses was the pharaoh of the Exodus. That's
what?
not what the conversation was at this point. I alluded to. We had dwelled
Right.
off.
Well,
We're talking about
stop
Pi
talking
Ramses.
about stuff I'm not talking about. I ain't say that.
Okay. So yeah, we're talking about that the Bible have dates. So that's why we're talking
Right.
about Pi Ramses.
So you extrapolated that date because
So we
you
gave you a
believe
date for
you
Pi Ramses in the
believe
Bible.
Pi
That's the
Ramses
date.
was
I don't
built
believe none
during
of
the
it.
time of the life of Ramses.
No, that's the date. I don't believe none of it.
No. You believe Pi Ramses was built during the time of which Ramses?
That the
Which
historical
Ramses?
date for
Which
the Pharaoh
Ramses was it
Ramses
built
is
during the time of?
1252 BC.
Was
That's the
there a
first one.
Ramses? Was there a Ramses in exist before the Ramses you're talking about? And which one are you talking about?
So the house of Ramses. So that means that's the house of Ramses. So in order for the house
So
of Ramses to exist, that means that Ramses the first existed first.
So he's the very first Ramses in the 12th, 13th century.
Are you confused? Yeah, that's the first time that name exists.
Okay, so even by
I can
the
check the list.
standards of the Bible, you're about 200 years too late.
No,
but
so
that's
therefore,
Yeah,
hold on, brother, hold
either
on.
Pi Ramses existed
OTC
before the house of Ramses,
So
or
the
you're
17th
off,
and 18th
and you're
dynasty pharaohs were
wrong, and
second
your
Ra.
timing is off,
No, I
like
can go in order.
anybody else would say it was.
No, you
But
say
Cosmon, real quick, Cosmon, what he's saying is the house of Cosmon cannot exist before you exist. So you have to be the progenitor.
Cosmon existed before I existed.
No, listen.
Yes, Cosmon existed before I
stop
existed.
playing, bro.
Cosmon started in 1848, sir.
Bro, stop playing, bro.
So
stop with the dumb
Ramses
shit.
could absolutely have been existed
No,
as a
listen,
city,
bro. You're not listening.
Ramses existed.
Bro, your name is Cosmon. You just told me you was born in 70-8. So the house of Cosmon
that ain't
cannot.
when Cosmon started.
Bro, please stop for a second. You're not listening,
listen
bro.
to what I'm saying. You're missing it. Just because Cosmon was born in 1978 doesn't mean that's when the Cosmon era started.
Let me talk to somebody else because you don't
be quiet, because you're missing it. Just like Pi Ramses could have been in existence years before.
Okay, we got you.
And already been in a city, just like the Cosmon era.
Okay,
okay.
The Pharaoh
no,
Ramses was not named after.
Don't do it.
Hold on. Just like, wait a minute. Just like Ramses the man didn't exist till much later. Cosmon the man didn't exist till much later. And
we got it. We got it.
The man.
Okay, we got it. Okay, open the knowledge. Let me ask you a question. You have children, right? Open the knowledge.
Yeah. Go ahead, bro. I didn't know you want me to interact right after your question. Go ahead.
I'm asking. Yeah, I'm asking you.
Either way, it's too
bro.
late.
Okay, we heard you, brother. We heard you, and it's fine. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for that. So, open the knowledge. You have kids, right, or not?
Yes. You already know that.
Okay.
Bro.
Okay. So the house of open the knowledge cannot exist before open the knowledge existed, right? It starts with you, right? Your lineage.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You're correct, but then in a way you can be wrong too, because I can be carrying the same name as somebody before me.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about open knowledge.
What I'm saying is, or I could have adopted a name that was there before me. In other words, my name might not have been Ramesses. Hold on. And in other words, my name might not have been Ramesses, but I adopted the name of somebody who was
And
great.
they do that regularly in Egypt.
I started the house of Ramesses, meaning I'm taking on what they started, like they are religious.
Okay, now watch this. Thank you for making my point.
I'm just telling you that there's other ways.
Thank you for making my point. Thank you for making my point. Thank you for making my point. So what you just said was, even if it doesn't start with you, it had to start with somebody that either you took on their name or you start the name and you continue with the progeny, right?
Correct. It could be a bloodline.
Okay.
Right.
So when it says the house of Ramesses, it would be, we can interchange the house of Ramesses with the house of open to knowledge. This
Are
is
we
where
sure that pi means
just
house?
stop. We heard you. You gave us a great soliloquy.
I mean,
that made we heard you, brother. Like, why you cutting me off? We heard you,
bro.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, open to knowledge, when it says the house of Ramesses, is talking about the beginning of the proliferation of this particular lineage. That's what it's talking about.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Hold up. Stop. No, it's not, because Pi Ramesses was actually started by Ramesses II.
Thank you. Oh my
right.
All right.
No,
it don't start with Ramesses.
Outside the cube. So check it. So if the house of Ramesses was started by Ramesses II, that means the daddy before him might not have been called Ramesses.
Right. Hold on. Please stay right there. Please stay right there. Please stay right there, bro. Please stay right there. Please stay right there.
The name, I'm just giving you all the scenarios on how this shit can happen from my point of view. Right. That could happen, or somebody else that came before him that couldn't have been in his family.
Right. So guess what? It
had to been a Ramesses. It had to been a Ramesses.
Listen,
King Ramesses the first. The second.
Thank you. So King J literally just said that it had to be a Ramesses before you get the house of Ramesses. There has to be somebody to start it. So even if open to knowledge had a father that began it, or if he was grafted in, it began somewhere. That's all he was saying. I don't know why we just spent 15 minutes talking about the start of something when we all know that there has to be a start of something before you can continue something.
Yeah, definitely. You're correct about that. But the whole reason why we had that conversation, because it's more than one Ramesses.
Right.
The Bible.
Right.
Yeah. Hold up, Q.
Yeah,
the Bible don't say what Ramesses it is.
This is you're 100% right. Stay on track. You're right there. You're 100% right. You're 100% right.
But go ahead.
So, but see, here's the thing. It doesn't say which Ramesses. But guess what? Now we know a date. Now when it says the house of Ramesses, we can say from this point to that point. That is a date. Right or wrong?
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So look, what I'm saying is,
all right, hold on.
It was a very short dynasty.
Hold up. So if the Exodus is off, say that Ramesses II, his daddy didn't call himself Ramesses. Say he called himself Ra. But his granddaddy or great granddaddy.
We still can date.
Hold up. Stop. Listen real quick, bro. So say like I took my name Ramesses from my goddaddy or my great grandfather.
Or it's just
I might have took it from another great god that came before me, another pharaoh that came before me. I'm no blood relation to him.
Right.
It would still start somewhere.
If you got hold on. So Q, this is the problem. If you got a Ramesses in 3000 BC, and then that shit just skipped, You got all these different names. You got Ra.
You wouldn't be the house at that point.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. And you got fucking Steady. You got Tasedi. You got all these people in between. And then all of a sudden, 10 generations later, you got somebody that say, you know what? I'm trying to rule like that person, Ramesses, the first Ramesses, but I'm 11 dynasties different, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Now watch this.
Hold up, Cube.
Let
me finish, Cube. Let me finish, Cube.
Right.
Now, when I say Ramesses and somebody put the title of it, oh, he got the house of Ramesses, because after me, I named my kids Ramesses II, Ramesses III. But all the actuality, I didn't get that name from my founding father. I got that name from another deity or something. Okay. So the house of Ramesses will also include that deity. That's
it wouldn't even matter, right?
It don't even matter, right? So, Q, let me just answer the question very simply. What we would do is simply look for the first time in history that we see that the name Ramsey appears. That's simple.
Right, and then we look, and then we simply look and see if we find any Israelites during that time. And there's no. Why? Because even the biblical narrative says they're farther back in time.
So we're all on the same side. So what the fuck are we
what are you talking about?
Well, because you motherfuckers are trying to prove a point.
You're absolutely right, you.
So days do exist. So days do exist in the Bible.
So my point is, you're never. Hold on, wait a minute, 1 second. You're always never going to see what you're supposed to see if you're looking in the wrong time.
We're on the same side.
If we get in the story. First of all, we get in the story of the Exodus of the Hekakasu, whatever you want to call them, the Hyksos, whatever, and you're getting that written by the hands of Amos during the time of Amos the First himself, roughly 1549 BC. Why wouldn't we assume, right, that the guy that's kicking out the massive amount of people, or at least make it logically make sense, the guy that's kicking out a massively amount of Asiatic people out of a northern kingdom of
almost lost, brother.
You dig what I'm talking about? Why wouldn't we assume that he is the one that's kicking these people out?
Bro, we're on the same side, bro. We're saying listen what we're saying. Go ahead, finish up.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is they're at least 100 years off of the date, because and what many people don't even take in the concept or even think about is that
Cosmos, you're arguing 2 points.
Let him finish, because we agree. Let him finish, because we agree.
Moses was in the house of the Hyksos, right? He was in the last house of the Hyksos, and that's the 12th dynasty. But most people don't understand that the 12th dynasty of Avaris was running concurrent with the 17th of Thebes.
No, you mixed that whole the way up, brother.
No,
let me talk without you over talking me, brother, because you just mixed that all the way up.
No, I didn't.
Listen, ain't nobody got no problem with letting you talk, King J. Just don't cut nobody else off.
The 12th is running concurrent with the 17th. I said it.
But yeah, he was just a little bit off. But I didn't want to
at all.
Bro.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to correct him on the day because it do matter.
And I want Cube. After this, I want Cube to go in, because Cube been waiting patient. And normally he don't do that.
I think I know who Moses is.
Go ahead, Jay, because he tell you.
I think I know who he is.
I appreciate that. But yeah, Cosmos, it's the 14th dynasty. So when you look at Apophis,
it's the 12th.
It's the what's
running. Let him go. Let him go in, man. Listen, Cosmos. The 12th dynasty of Egypt. Listen. The 12th dynasty of Egypt is Mentuhotep. And that lineage, when that starts in the southern part of Egypt in Thebes, that's the 12th dynasty, right? That's not the Hyksos. Hyksos comes in the 14th dynasty. Okay. after the 12th dynasty and the pharaohs of Mentuhotep lose their power. That's when the Hyksos take control in the Delta and Avaris, right? It's not until the 17th dynasty that they get control back taken over.
So you're right when you say that there's a time period of concurrency, but it's the 14th dynasty and the 17th dynasty and the 18th dynasty. That lineage of Pharaoh. So Sink and Ra. But you want to study Apophis and Sink and Ra when they arguing about the hippos, and Apophis is saying that your hippos are too loud. You know about that story?
That's a minimum third.
It's Apophis and Sink and Ra. That's the name. That's the name of it.
I know what it is.
So you just gave a different name. So
Watch this.
So that's the 14th dynasty Hyksos pharaoh and the 17th dynasty Egyptian pharaoh, right? Right? Sink and Ra starts the first pharaoh of the 17th dynasty. And Apophis is like what, the first or the fourth? Hyksos? Right? Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Teach what you're going to teach, bro. Teach what you're going to teach.
I just told you.
Cut you off. But we trying to find out when you stop so the next person can get in because we don't want to.
Yeah, so I just wanted to correct him. It's not the 12th dynasty. It starts at the 14th. It's the 14th dynasty and the 17th dynasty where there's the conflict back and forth. And it's that line of Pharaoh, Sink and Ra. And then we started Amos, Hatshepsut, and then we have Ramsey.
All right, you done?
All right, that right there. Hey, Q. Let me let Q go in, and then it's right back to you, Carl. Go ahead,
I'm gonna
Q.
be real. Yeah, I'm gonna be real fast, man. Like just basically listening to Cosmon and the brother King J. Like we agree that this shit is bullshit. So I don't even see what we arguing about.
Yeah, we're not arguing.
No, that's what it sounds like, bro. Is that we're arguing?
He just bullshit though. Me on something. I'm showing him otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think King James think this bullshit. Q. I think he believes.
I don't believe in the Exodus, but I'm just saying what
you
what
believe
you're
in
like.
the Bible,
Listen.
Hold up, King James. You can't tell me to listen when I'm asking you a question for you to listen to and then answer, bro. Then I'll listen to your answer. Calm down, bro. I'm asking you. Are you a Bible thumper? Do you believe in the Bible?
No, listen, I don't believe in the Exodus. I don't believe in the Bible. Your arguments are weak. That I just believe that I can take their stance and defeat anything because what most of the things you saying just ain't true. And
What's
it's just
my argument, bro?
it's just like you can have a weaker defense, or
What's my argument? What's my argument, King James?
That there aren't any primary sources in the Egyptian primary text that talk about it. Exodus.
What primary Egyptian source you got? Let's go.
I just gave you 3 or 4.
What primary Hebrew source you got?
I gave you the Amos Stela.
Source you got? Let's go.
I gave you the Amos Stela. I gave you the expulsion.
That motherfucker is not true. All them fucking stelas ain't the truth what they try to portray it to be. Try again.
I gave you the expulsion of the Asiatics by Hatshepsut.
That's the expulsion of the Asiatic by his what?
So you're not familiar with this. So you can't argue something that you're not familiar with.
I'm familiar with all.
Maybe that's why.
Listen, hold up.
Well, King J. King J. Did you see the beginning?
Because I'm about to body bag everything he talking about. He not really that.
Hold on, y'all.
I went over all them stuff.
JJ back.
Hold on, real quick. Yeah, I went over all them stelas in the beginning of my presentation, bro. You didn't see that? Yeah, just go back and look. Right. All them do y'all remember me bringing that up?
You mentioned Amos, and you mentioned them, but you didn't show the steles because the steles are talking about what's happening in will be an Exodus. What does expulsion mean?
Okay, bro, let me just say this. Hold up, bro. We talking about a biblical Exodus. Listen, bro, let me just tell you.
I'm saying that there's a historical account as well that you can line up with the biblical.
I'm just saying, look, we talking about a
biblical Exodus.
Hold up, John.
In a specific location, but I didn't.
Hold up, John, chill.
Here's a concise summary.
Bro, chill. I'm just my AI tripping. Look, we talking about a biblical Exodus. We talking about when they talking about when they got Ramses. as the goddamn pharaoh. Kyrie, all that, bro. You cannot take that out and then re-narrate it to your narrative. That's what he's doing, and I'm not gonna let him get away with it. In the Bible, they're talking about.
I'm giving them a better argument. Is what I'm doing.
I got a better argument. I got a better argument that you don't know your own so-called Egyptian timeline. Let me tell y'all how this goes, fellas. During the very first intermediate period, you get a massive influx of people from the east. During that time, right, they create what is called the Hyksos dynasties. They start ruling in northern Avaris, right? But at that same time, hold on,
no, brother,
hold on, be quiet, bro. I'll let you talk. Be quiet.
Yeah, King J.
Yeah, be quiet.
I want y'all to know too.
You said all that dumb shit. Now I'm about to clear it all up for you. Look,
hey, listen.
During the after the hold at the at the end of the fifth dynasty and at the beginning of the sixth dynasty, there's an intermediate period. During that time, people come in there, right, and a secondary kingdom of the so-called Hyksos or the shepherd kings in the north start to rule. This is in the 1900s BC, right? 1900s, 2000, 1900s BC, right? The Israel's there for 430 years per the narrative. What he doesn't understand is while ancient dynastic Egypt that had been in Thebes was going into its sixth, right? The Hyksos dynasties were starting its first. So when you go into the seventh on the other one, it's just in the second in the north. So this is how it's 5 behind. And guess what? The last ruler of and the mother of Moses must be the last ruler of the dynasty. That is, her name is Sobek Neferu, right? She has a father named Amenemhat III, right? See, this is what he doesn't understand. Amenemhat III is Apophis. That's just his Amenemhat's name. His Hyksos name is Amenemhat. But how the Thebans called him, they called him by the name Apophis. And he had a son that just disappeared too. The same way. First of all, Amenemhat is known to never have had a male heir. Well, where does Amenemhat IV come from? Right? So we're looking in the wrong time. Per my narrative, however you want to put it, Exodus happened 1553 BC and stopped in 1549. It only lasted 4 years, 4.5 years, not even 40.
Can I ask a question? So this is real quick.
Go ahead.
So who was the pharaoh during that time? So I can mark.
First of all, there's 2 pharaohs during the narrative. There's Pharaoh who adopted Moses, Amenemhat III, giving him the title of Amenemhat IV because he didn't have a male heir. He had daughters. This is why after him, Sobek Neferu is the last ruler on the throne. Why? Because Amenemhat the fourth, aka Moses, goes poof. He just disappears. They don't know what happened to him in history, right? But I'm telling you that same year, 1553, Amos' mama went up there to Avaris and start kicking ass because Amos was still a young child.
So you agree with the Exodus then?
Yeah, I believe the Exodus happened. It just didn't happen the biblical way. And there's a way to
why are we arguing then? What are you talking about?
Wait.
Whoa,
because you're not putting things on a proper timeline.
gave the same timeline. We just gave the same timeline.
No, because you're saying the 12th dynasty and the 17th dynasty aren't running at the same time. I'm saying they are.
But listen, you gave 1550 BC for Amos. That's the same
how
date
everybody
I gave.
takes
Yeah,
it
he'd
out of the
already
Bible
been around
context.
3 years.
Hold on, real quick. You
But-
can't, if you debate somebody about their Bible, you can't don't add us and take it away, anonymous goof brew. And now you got people giving you ideas that here go a better narrative. Now that ain't how it works, bro.
No. This is hold on. This is taught though in theological schools in Cambridge, Yale. This is known as could Moses have been born? It's taught in class. It says could Moses have been born during the 12th dynasty of Egypt? And then it also goes into what I've been telling you. Amenemhat the First is the first pharaoh of the 12th dynasty. He was the vizier.
No. That's where you're getting that mixed up.
Amenemhat the First. Listen, be quiet, bro. Be quiet. Stop telling me no. A lot of people who do a lot of work and who are a lot smarter than you put this shit together.
I'm still here.
Amenemhat the First is the first pharaoh of the 12th dynasty. He was the vizier. But he is you got to remember the 12th dynasty of Avarice, not Thebes. Thebes would have already been in its 17th.
Because can I ask you a question there? Since you said you know the timeline of the pharaoh, where did they cross?
Where did what cross?
The Exodus. The Gulf of Aqaba. The Red Sea.
I'm saying the biblical story narrative is fake. And if you went east, anybody who ends up in the Middle East talking about they Israelites is fake, because Moses and the real Israelites went west. They went west, and Moses split the Reed Sea, not the Red Sea, which is the Ethiopic Sea. So to my narrative, he split the Atlantic.
So we can find
the Americas.
Well, what I'm asking you is so lead me to the water, so then I can go start looking what the scholars say about where you say they went.
Right.
You know?
They say the place where Moses would have stood. Remember, said Moses stood on the rock and watched the people. They say that place is called.
Okay, you got that.
They say that place is called Casablanca today. Casablanca.
That channel called Revisionist, and they kind of say the same thing you said. But I need to see,
dig this, right? Because what they can't do is argue with what's already objective, right? Because one thing we got to know is, right, Moses had to have been under a ruler who ruled for more than 45 years, right? He would have had to have no male heir. The Pharaoh Moses had a daughter and no sons. Amenemhat the Third had a daughter.
You making that up? I can't just keep saying that. Pharaoh Moses, there is no Pharaoh Moses.
I said the Pharaoh of. Listen, bro. I said the Pharaoh of Moses. Get out of your feelings so your ears can turn on. The Pharaoh of Moses had a daughter.
Jump on, family. We on
a daughter and no son. Amenemhat the Third had a daughter, Sobek Neferu, and no sons to inherit the throne and continue the dynasty. The Pharaoh of Moses reigned for at least 40 years. Right? Now, if you take his co-regency into with his father before that.
So what date are we at right? What date are we at right now?
What?
What date are we at right now?
Right. We would have been in the late 1600s. Amos the Third takes the throne roughly 1596 BC. Right.
So almost dates to 1550 BC, but go ahead.
15. I said Amenemhat, my bad. Amenemhat that takes the throne about 1596 BC. Right? Dig this.
We're talking about Amos.
Hold on, we ain't there yet. Moses' adopted daddy ain't killed his brother and his daddy yet. We ain't there yet. Moses, the Pharaoh of Moses, reigned for at least 40 years, as it was the same Pharaoh from Moses' birth to his exile at 40 years. Amenemhat III reigned 46 years. The Pharaoh of Moses had a big need for mud bricks. Amenemhat III built 2 pyramids, Harara and Dashar, and the labyrinth Harara, which were composed mainly of mud bricks. The Pharaoh of Moses reigned towards the end of the Israelites' oppression. Amenemhat III's pyramid of Harara was the last of the great pyramids to be built. The Pharaoh of Moses reign ended around 40 years before the Exodus. Archaeologist Flanders Petrie found a workers' kiln at Kahun, which was occupied from the time of Sesostris II to Neferhotep I. Neferhotep reigned about 30 to 40 years after Amenemhat III. The village appeared to have been suddenly vacated. So this is how a place like Pyramidses, they could be walking past a place that existed pre-time that we get it written about later. You see what I'm saying? The Pharaoh Moses' daughter adopted a child. Amenemhat IV had no records of his birth in Egyptian records. Sobek-Neferu is often cited as the wife of Amenemhat IV, although there is no evidence to substantiate this. But also, we know commonly the so-called brothers and sisters are married together to keep the line together. But you get what I'm talking about? Moses was raised in the Pharaoh's house by the princess and her Sobek-Neferu is often cited as the wife, sister, right? But it's the mother sister, not wife sister. It's the adopted mother, adopted sister of Amenemhat IV, which is Moses, right? And they call it a wife sister. There ain't no evidence of that, right? Moses was raised in the house of Pharaoh's household by the princess as her own. Hence, Moses was an heir to the throne, but never the Pharaoh who reigned. Amenemhat IV never reigned over Egypt by himself, but did co-reign with Amenemhat III for 9 years. Same thing they said about Moses. Moses suddenly disappeared at the age of 40 years old. So Amenemhat III just suddenly disappeared. Amenemhat IV. Go ahead, bro. But that's
because they're not making sense.
What you reading out of, Cosmon?
Oh, I thought my screen was showing.
You made that up.
Nah, I
thought you was just talking.
Reading out of.
Yeah,
he made it up.
No, I ain't make none of that up. Hold on, let me share this with you. I thought I was very good.
Hey, why you pulling up? I got a question.
Go ahead, Q. Go ahead, Q.
Yeah,
you know why can't we get back to what JJ was talking about? I thought that's what the conversation was circling, is what JJ was talking about. The dude played a whole hour or some shit, and we didn't even talk about that. We having this dick measuring contest about who the fuck knows more about. We having a contest about who knows more about Egyptian history. Fuck that. Let's talk about how these people didn't exist. Like, I thought that was the conversation. Niggas is trying to make points.
Because it's not saying it didn't exist. It's just in the wrong time. Y'all niggas wrong, looking in the wrong time.
You still don't get it.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me rock out. I let you rock out. Let you rock out, bro. Let me
share my screen real quick for me.
JJ, hold on, over and just take over for 45 minutes. And don't say a word when I do it. Go ahead, Cosmo.
No, I'm about to tell you. Hold up. No. That's why I stopped that.
No, I'm coming over, bro. And I'm gonna do you same way. You ain't gonna let me do it. But I'm letting you rock out, and then I can't even get back in. Come on.
No, hold up. That's why I stopped that just now, JJ. That's why I stopped to let everyone reiterate that this is JJ show. And Cube said, let's get back to it.
Yeah, JJ. Man, I let you rock out. I don't mind that, man. You know,
go ahead, Jay. Hey, Jay, that's what I was saying just now, but I was talking while you were talking. But I'm bringing it back to you.
Let's bring it back. But before we bring it back, I got a question. Before we bring it back, I got a question for Cosmo. Now, in this book of philosophy you got over there, you know, the John Newberg book. Now, you told us the other day that this great, I want you to just get into a little bit, a pan. It was all connected together, and they had their own language. And then you told us that they can't really find this language anywhere. But then you proceed to tell James Purcell and the audience watching, because he still want to debate you on this. That's why I'm bringing it up. Concrete biblical truth, if you see him. He want to know if you still want to debate that the animals named themselves, like the dog went roof. And how you say it, go? Yeah, go ahead. Explain that a little bit.
All right. He trying to clown and be funny, but let me explain.
Man, what you talking about? On,
right. Let me explain something.
Come on, man.
Oh,
I really
answer for me. Go ahead, answer for me.
Let me get back, because do you want that debate still? That's all I'm asking. Or y'all can come up with something else.
Listen, hey, listen. Is you gonna even let me talk?
Yeah, man. Go ahead. You've been doing it. Go ahead.
All right. Now look, these are the ignorant ramblings of people who don't know shit. He asked me a question about a language, right? That supposedly is the very first language that niggas spoke. Right? He asked, well, how the language itself tells you the rules of how it works. I'm not making this up. The language tells you how it works. It says whatever the thing sound it makes, or whatever it tells you it is its name. That's how the language works. So what would if you never seen a dog before, right? Mm-hmm. And a dog made a noise. It made the noise a dog made. The language dictates that whatever the noise the dog made, the man reiterated it, but called the animal that. That's what it says. So if you want to debate what it say, yeah, I'll beat you up with it, because you can't change what it say.
Oh, I'm talking to James Purcell. James said that you want to debate the land of pan existence, period. We can talk about all that. That's what he said. I wish James would come over here.
Okay, so okay, first of all, land of pan, whether you believe in it or not, don't got nothing to do with nothing. Do you want to debate something that has some merit?
Hey, real quick. I hate to interrupt, but please drop the link in JJ chat, because 1,000 niggas is asking. I keep telling them to go to.
Listen, y'all got to come to my side. Y'all got to come to.
Telling them, bro, they're not listening.
Open the mouth. You got a wrench over on my channel, though. Go ahead and drop your link in.
I mean, I got more evidence. Evidence to prove that it is there than you have that it's not.
Right there.
Yeah, so I got more. You know what I'm talking about, and then I'm still gonna be
Hey, OTL, can you share my back chat? The link I dropped in the back chat.
Hold on. Don't start talking while somebody talking, bro. Hold on. I got you. JJ, ask him a question. Let him finish real quick.
Yeah, let him build, because we're gonna set this debate up.
I mean, my thing is, how are you gonna argue from a position of ignorance?
Well, I mean, that's what I mean.
No, you're gonna have to stand on something.
Now you get defensive, man. Don't get defensive, man.
You can't listen. You can't argue in OWASP if you ain't never read it.
Which version? You got 20. You got 23 different versions.
Which version of the Bible is y'all choosing?
Which version? I don't know.
Which version?
Which version?
Which version ain't none different? Pick
one. No, it's different. Yeah, they got different ones.
Yeah, I done convert JJ. I done convert JJ. JJ is American Indian.
Hey, listen, I converted JJ.
Open the knowledge. Hey, I'm a debate
JJ.
mercenary now. If you want me to defend some of your stuff, hey, I can do it for you.
I'm saying I beat you up and made you change your name.
Everybody
that was
taking
real
credit.
talk.
Y'all.
I made
Y'all
that
see
nigga
this,
leave
man.
after we beat y'all up over there on side of the shit. After we beat y'all up that bad, you had to take a break. You had to take a break.
Cosmon taking credit. King Self taking credit.
Look, man, the numbers
taking credit.
bro. We whooped 9 of y'all,
taking credit.
9 of y'all.
Come on, man. JJ can't change it.
9 of y'all.
Yeah, see, I'm the one to change it. Come on. I can
and
see
you
the
was
light.
the reason.
I'm
And
to get you to see
everybody
the light.
blamed you. You was the reason they lost, JJ. Everybody said you was the worst. You
know they gonna blame me. You know they gonna blame
me.
You don't want me to show you
what up?
No, man.
Bad. Everybody needs a bad guy like us.
Hey, knowledge. You gotta drop the link on JJ channel, bro. Do you know how to do it real quick?
Nah, I put the link just now, man. Everybody can see that. That's the name. Open the knowledge, just like that. 444.
Yeah. Go to that. Go to that channel.
Yeah, go to that right there. Yep. Open the knowledge all together, one word.
You even got to subscribe.
Open the knowledge.
And
put the link.
You argue from a point of ignorance.
Hold on, Carmen, real quick. Put the link. Put the link to get on the panel one more time in the chat. I think you got to scroll all the way up.
I keep dropping that in the chat, but they can't hit it until they come on this side.
There you go. Oh shit!
Yeah,
I gotta.
Y'all gotta come on this side. Y'all don't even have to subscribe to my channel. I don't have.
Oh, they subscribing, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm just letting them know because usually
we gonna turn you up.
Just come on, and y'all welcome. You know what I mean? Good word. Y'all welcome. Come on.
And then your people. My fault, family. And then your people do vice versa. Subscribe to Jj7000K TV. Subscribe to Cosmon Cow. I forgot the name of the channel.
Cosmon Cow TV.
Whatever you do not subscribe to outside of Q. Whatever you do, don't subscribe to my channel. Please don't do it. You're gonna get your feelings. Whatever you do, don't leave that nigga alone.
That's a reverse psychology.
If y'all on that space age shit, if y'all on that space age monkey shit, then subscribe to Outside the Cube.
Leave that nigga alone. Whatever you do, leave that nigga alone.
If y'all on the outside word of thinking.
Right, man.
Hey, James Castell, bro.
Hey,
I'll let you up.
Comment, don't start yelling and screaming now. Let's keep it simple.
Hey, James Castell, can I see your face real quick?
Yeah. That's one of the top contenders.
Okay, all right, man. You good? You don't have to turn your camera on, and you good?
Go ahead, James. Talk about it for a second, man. You know what you.
First, I want to say what's up to the panel.
Yeah, peace and love,
tonight, man. Peace and love, shalom, peace, all that good stuff. I seen the topic was about the Exodus. I do think that if people trying to say, hey, it gotta be able to prove it exactly the way the Bible's saying, they just kind of be that's I think that's a little disingenuous. Because nobody's history is written like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, people write things from their perspective, right? So you can't expect to go out to another people and find it from the same perspective as the others. It just don't work like that. People are gonna write things by their own perspective. Then when you start talking about that Egyptian timeline, we know that that's still an argument among scholars. There's so many issues with the Egyptian timeline. So just trying to pin it down and saying, oh, the timeline got to align with this. They don't even align with the Hittites timeline. Sometimes they don't even align with other people in the Near East timeline. It just happens, some people keep time different. Sometimes archaeologists are the ones making these assumptions and they make mistakes. They're human. But we do have things that I think can show that the event took place. Now, of course, if you are people and you believe in a deity and you believe that deity is responsible for every good thing that happens to you, then anything that happens on that journey that's good, you're going to attribute it to that deity. You're going to write it as if that deity made it happen. But that don't mean it's not a historical event. And we have things like the Mount Ebal curse tablet that shows that there's a people that brought an Egyptian practice into what we call Israel today, and that is the oldest Hebrew inscription, or Canaanite, since that's what they like to call it, oldest inscription using that script found in that land. It's like 1400 BCE.
Stay right there. Stay right there, real quick. This is the whole.
Let me go after you, OTK. Let me go after you.
All right, I want you to stay right there, real quick, because you say there is proof that this story happened, but then you also use "I believe" in the mix of that. Now, do you believe that it happened, or do you?
I said I believe in what? When did I say I believe in anything?
I think he heard you say believe. I'm not for sure if you did or not.
Nah, I don't.
No,
I
you
don't
said
remember
that.
if I did.
There was,
I didn't say it from a standpoint like, oh, I have this religious like belief in it. No, I'm saying that.
I could have sworn you said that the Exodus story. You believe that the Exodus story did happen.
Oh, okay, yeah, I probably said something to that extent.
I know, ain't no
believe
problem.
it happened as a historical fact.
Listen, you see how you used them probably. So
come
one
on,
thing,
let's keep it. It's
Well,
a
nah, I ain't
family
gonna argue
show.
with him. I ain't
hey,
gotta do all
JJ,
that.
we gotta stop. We gotta stop. We gotta absolute. Hey, JJ, we gotta stop speaking in absolutes. We gotta stop speaking probability.
Wait a minute. What was spoken in absolute? Believe is now a term of absolute?
No,
What the hell?
No, it's not.
Okay, can you make your point then instead of just arguing about the sidebar stuff? Like, can you make your point?
No, we're not arguing. We're not arguing. We discussing.
No, we
I mean, y'all harping on a nothing burger.
No, go ahead, Jamie. I just wanted to stop you right there because you was giving us like you was talking in the knowing form and absolute form.
Well, no, I'm talking about an actual archaeological fact. So, okay, I'm talking about an actual archaeological fact when I'm talking about that. The Mount Ebal curse tablet. That's an archaeological fact. That is knowledge based. Also, we can tell that
I want to go after
script
you.
is,
All right, go ahead, James. My fault.
okay, no problem. And we know that that script itself is a script that was made by Semitic people that went into Egypt and adopted the Egyptian script for their language in order to write. So we know that as well. So if the oldest evidence we have of Hebrew inscription, and it's the oldest quote unquote Canaanite inscription we have, that points to those people actually going into Egypt and you bringing that script out of Egypt. The curse tablet itself is an Egyptian practice that also points to a people that came with Egyptian practices into the land of Canaan.
Did Abraham bring that or Moses? Would Abraham be the first to bring Egyptian and Kemetic information into Palestine?
No.
We talking about. I thought we were talking about the Exodus.
Historical.
Oh yeah, we talking about the biblical.
Yeah, but see,
you were one of them FYIs, James. That was one of them FYI questions, you know. Yeah, I think Abraham was mixing around in Egypt, wasn't he?
Well, he went down into Egypt, but there's no he was raised by Egyptian. There's no he learned from. If you listen to Josephus say he taught the Egyptians. Now I don't. That as a historical thing. So, I mean, like, you know what I mean?
So yeah, he taught them. Yep, I heard that before.
Here, let me say this. Let me say this.
Because see, Comedics is outraged on that statement. I mean,
let me say this because see, we play too much, especially when we deal with the Bible believers and the God believers. We play way too much because see, if I were to tell you that I went to a Mariah Carey concert in 1972. You would say, "Oh, you crazy? That couldn't have happened." But you would also say, "Well, maybe the brother's a little old and a little senile. He could have got it wrong. Maybe it was in 1992." Maybe it wasn't 1972. It was 1992. And then we would forgive our brothers. Say, oh, yeah. He's just a little old. But see, when you're supposed to have the word of God in a text and it says that this is what happened, nah, nigga, you don't get that off. You don't get to play those games and say, well, this is the word of God, and then at the same time,
That's not me though.
bro, listen,
No, he's just talking in general. He's just talking in general.
Okay.
Yeah, but see, what you don't get to do is to say this is the word of God, and then it
I
has
accept a
errors in
little
it.
bit of it, except what I want to twist up to my
Right,
narrative.
exactly.
I don't say it's the word of God though.
Brother,
Hey, y'all,
listen,
let him finish. Let him finish.
Hold on,
Let him
stay in
finish.
order, y'all. Come on, because we got other people that
only
want to
listen,
speak.
only hit dogs
What-
holler, bro. That's it.
Well, I
Only
just
hit
would like
dogs
them not
holler.
to lie.
Yeah, only hit dogs holler. So we don't get to do that with the so-called word of God because there's no room for error with the word of God because we got billions of people that believe in this nonsense. So when we get a Negro on here that comes on and say, well, it could have happened in this time or it could have happened in that time, nigga, no, we don't believe you. There's nothing that you can say that we're going to believe you to make this text stand to be true when there's errors in it, when it supposedly came from God. Man, miss me with that. That's all I got to say.
All right, Q. Put the pulpit up. We got Indigenous Black Man on the phone. He want to join in the action. So go ahead, Indigenous. Calling our way from San Quentin. Go ahead.
Not Mr. Telephone Man.
hey, he my telephone champion, nigga.
Not Mr. Telephone Man.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, well, I see my brother Cosmine coming in trying to regurgitate the information that I put out recently and messed it all up. Amenhotep the first is Ahmose' son. All right, Ahmose is the first. Ahmose is the first 18th dynasty pharaoh. All right, so there's no way they could have been in the 12th dynasty. Ahmose Nefertari is Ahmose's.
Rock out.
Hold up. Ahmose Nefertari is Ahmose's spouse, Ahmose the first spouse, and his sister. Okay. Hotep is the son of Ahmose and Ahmose Nefertari, which you was putting all these people in the wrong place. Like I said, that's 18th dynasty pharaohs, not 12th. I heard you bring up Sesostris. Like I said, I'm the one who brought that into the community. Sesostris is the 12th dynasty pharaoh, brother.
Didn't I just say that?
Nah, Cosmo, you did not have to correct me
you
about
go
that
after him.
earlier.
You go after him, Cosmo. You go after him, bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let him rock out. You gonna go, Cosmo?
Hold up. You're talking about the Exodus, okay? You're talking about the Exodus. Now, what we got to remember is that, there's no way, unless they lived, from the 12th dynasty all the way to the 18th dynasty where they even still alive. And like I said, that's the Sesostris one that you're trying to talk about because you heard me talking about it. That's 12th dynasty pharaoh. And in the 13th dynasty, 14th dynasty is when the Hyksos take over late 14th dynasty down to about the 17th dynasty. We'll work to the 17th dynasty because that's when Komos came along. Komos is there first, and then Komos, the last two pharaohs of the 17th dynasty.
I've been saying this all night. I've been saying this.
And then Ahmose took over and ran them out of Egypt. And Ahmose is the 18th dynasty pharaoh.
Exactly.
Let me answer him when he's done.
He's right. Exactly.
Hey, hold on, man. Hold and just hold up. Hey, bro, like say, he taking my spot of talking for a little bit, right?
Oh yeah, he right. I agree with everything he's
saying.
saying.
Okay, he said you're right. Okay, let him rock.
Nah, listen, JJ, I've been saying the same thing he's been saying.
No, that wasn't Cosmo thing. That wasn't Cosmo.
Yeah, everything good. Just after he finished,
that was King J. That was King J.
Yeah. After he finished, just let Cosmo rebuttal.
Right.
Can I finish this?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
This last swing.
Yeah, go ahead and finish. Yeah.
All right, like I said, so when we're putting these in order, you can't, I mean, that I would say that would be more Joseph during the time of the Hyksos, not the expulsion of the Hebrews, because Joseph ran into a famine. That was said to happen during Joseph's time in Canaan. One of the reasons a lot of people came. And then a Pharaoh who knew Joseph not. It doesn't say Moses or anybody else. It says a Pharaoh that knew Joseph not came along. Okay, that's why I said I believe it was Atmos and Cosmos. And Amenhotep III was 18th dynasty. They were saying that he was supposed to be alive like in the 1300 BCs, not the 12th dynasty, which is 1900 BC.
Exactly. Way too early.
Go ahead.
No, I agree. But quick question, Cosmos, just before you jump in.
Hold on. Y'all can't double up on the questions real quick. Hold on, King J or James Cassell, man. Y'all hold y'all questions. It's JJ show. JJ let IBM come on to ask Carl something. Give him a chance to rebut that, and then let JJ go, man. All right, and then he run it down the line. All right, is that all right with everybody?
Yeah,
even if it ain't all right with everybody, it's his show. If y'all gonna come and show, everybody welcome, and you will have the same. I'll do the same thing for y'all too, definitely. But go ahead, Cos. I know he was breaking up.
James, he come back.
Yeah. Hey, JJ, one thing I'm going to tell you, Jj7000K, IBM, for him to be Mr. Telephone Man.
Hey, man.
Get some better fucking connection. He was breaking up like a motherfucker. For you to always use your phone.
You know me talking about my phone. Get on my phone, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, he's still supposed to have that motherfucker on the satellite phone or something.
Hey, I don't know what kind. He got one of them rotary phones over there.
Shout out to
whole finger be swole by the time he get done.
Man. Shout out to I already brought that up.
Listen, let me clear this up real quick, because they make the common mistake of religious amateurs who actually don't know history, right? They think that the dynasties went in order, right? They think like somehow the first Hyksos dynasty starts alongside somewhere. I don't know where they think it starts, but if they don't know that it starts during the first intermediate period, during them 1900s that you're talking about, right? What I'm saying is you're not putting things in the right context. What you don't understand is the first dynasty of the Hyksos rulers is running concurrently along with the sixth of Thebes. So they're already 6 ancient ones in, while the first one is just getting in the north in Abaris. This is what y'all not understanding, right? So Sobek-Neferu is the last Hyksos ruler, a female, during the 12th dynasty. And see, they conflate the two like they were in the same place. Right? When you actually look, there is a rulership going on in Thebes and a whole nother one going on way up in the north in Abaris. 2 different ones. And at many times cool, but at many times adversarial with each other. Right? What I'm saying is Apophis, also known as Amenhotep III, right? He is the king that was overthrowing the rulers from the south, right? And then you got to remember, we're not talking about Moses' daddy, Amenemhat III, way on down the line, right? We're not talking about him. We're talking about Amenemhat I kicking it off, and then it getting down in time. But we're talking about the 12th dynasty of the Hyksos rulership. We're not talking about the Theban rulership.
So you know who Moses' daddy is, bro? You know who Moses' daddy is?
Yeah.
Bro, get the fuck out of here, nigga. I'm sick of listening. You sound crazy, nigga.
Yeah, nigga, it said in the Bible, nigga, who his daddy is, and his adopted father is Amenemhat III.
So why the fuck when I told you earlier?
It's James' turn, and then Q come in.
Right, because
and then you went right. I got. All right, look, James, is it okay if he rebut him real quick? And then is that okay? All right, go ahead.
No, we can let James go. We can let James go. That's just it's a ridiculous statement.
Hold on, we got 2 minutes. Whoa. I asked James because he rebut. Can you hold your rebuttal? Because James did want to go next.
Yeah.
No. I said let James
answer
go.
This question for me. What year was Moses born?
All right, hold on, Kyle, Mike. Hold on. Let him rebut.
What year was he born? Anybody know? Since y'all Israelite Bible thumpers, y'all.
All right, Cosmo, you gotta chill, bro.
What year was he born?
Listen, let him talk, bro. I mean, hold on, Cosmo.
Go ahead, bro. I was just asking. You know what I mean? What year was Moses born?
I thought I was supposed to be able to talk.
No, I went ahead and I relinquished my time, and I let the brother go. Go ahead, James, bro. That's
okay,
a
no
ridiculous
problem.
statement.
All I wanted to say was, if y'all noticed last time I spoke,
Hey,
I
hold
spoke
on.
about
Before
two.
you go in, King James, KJ.
Come on, man. I thought it was JJ show.
Hey,
He gave
JJ,
me the floor.
Are
and
you trying to
everybody
hold on, bro? Hey, listen, this me talking. Hold on, this me. Hey, yo, JJ, was IBM trying to say something real quick? Hold on.
Yeah, but I already told James. But I already told James he could go, and you know how everybody want to rebuttal, then he gonna rebuttal back. So I asked James, is all right if he rebuttal him real quick, and then James can go. That's what I asked. James, that okay? Okay, go ahead and Dennis.
All right, now listen. It doesn't matter all that, get scallop. Like I said, Sesostris was the 12th dynasty pharaoh. Amenemhat the first is the son of Amos. He is the 18th dynasty pharaoh. The son of Amos, Amenemhat the first. You're talking about Amenemhat the third. He was also an 18th dynasty pharaoh, but it came later. Now, the second 18th dynasty pharaoh was Amenemhat the first. The first 18th dynasty pharaoh was Atmos. So if you're going to regurgitate my information, make sure you do it right. The person who came after Amenemhat the first was Thutmose the first. So just like I said, that's not the Hyksos era. After the Hyksos era, because Atmos ran the Hyksos out of Egypt. There ain't no talking about that other dynasty. No, we're talking about the dynasty of the pharaohs, and Atmos the first is the first 18th dynasty pharaoh, and his son is Amenemhat the first.
What year? What year does he start the new kingdom?
Hold up, Carl.
In the 12th dynasty. How was Amenemhat the third in the 12th dynasty?
Amenemhat, not Amenhotep. Amenemhat.
Okay.
Amenemhat.
Man, if he can't get on the panel, he got to get muted, bro. Like, get on the panel, bro. Like,
come on, man. Come on. All right, go ahead, James.
that shit is cutting in and out. It's cutting in and
out. Telephone tampon.
None of your information. That information trash and it's wrong.
All right, that's enough. Everybody. All right. All right,
Yeah, that information trash and wrong.
Hey, you got it.
You quoting my information. That shit garbage. I'm not saying. That's why I'm not saying what you saying.
I've been talking about this for 6 years now.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying what you saying. Whatever you saying, I'm saying the opposite.
All right, hold up. Now go ahead, James Cassell.
Yeah. All I was gonna say is that
Hey James, what up before you?
if y'all noticed that last time that when I spoke, I just spoke about 2 archaeological verifiable facts. I think I'm just gonna call it what it is. It's ridiculous when people sit here and will say, yeah, some version of the events may be historically true, but just because it ain't exactly how the Bible went, that therefore I want to argue and complain. Like if it's a historically valid event that took place, what are we even arguing about? If you're willing to acquiesce that much, hold on, bro. You be quiet and wait, man. Yeah, I'll be quiet and sit back here and wait till y'all.
Hold the fuck up.
Nigga, shut your bitch ass mouth. Nigga,
Hey, hold up. GG with that. You don't, everything good, bro. You good. I just wanted to know the thing. I was about to write it down so I could have pulled it up for you so you didn't just have to talk. I could have pulled it up and shared it on the screen, bro. That's all I was asking because I didn't, you know what I mean? I didn't want that. That's all I was doing, bro. I don't have no fucking nothing in the game. None of that, bro. So and then we did let you go in front of King J. So you know what I mean? God damn, James Cassell, man, you ain't gotta be so rude, bro. This what the Bible do though.
Yeah, that's
everything.
Who that nigga is. That's who that
Go
nigga
ahead,
is.
King J. Go ahead, King J, man. You've been being patient, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Knowledge, quick question. Could you do something for me? So I did share 2 links in the back check, right? So I did want y'all to have some idea what the first one. Just start with the first one. I think that's a fair one. So y'all
I got 2 of them for you. So which one is the first one? The Library of Biblical Archeology?
Okay. Yeah.
Or the Explosion?
They both are the same source, biblical archaeology, but they both 2 different stories. But start with the first one.
Oh, start with the first one. All right, bet.
Actually, look. We talking more about that second one right now. That expulsion of the. Let's start with that one because that's the timeline we're talking about. I'm talking about Hatshepsut specifically, because to me that would be the pharaoh of the Exodus.
Damn, I ain't got no skin in the game.
Yeah. Let me go right after you, brother. We got to talk about the goofies that run. But go ahead.
Me to shut up, like God.
Yeah, he ain't know.
Man, y'all can have a
You
conversation, man. It's all good. This JJ show. So y'all only up this motherfucker. No lie. And Kaz is my brother, but y'all only up this motherfucker because JJ say bring y'all up it.
Hey, real quick,
I will give y'all the same.
Hey, OTK, you booted him? I thought he ran.
He gonna
no, I didn't put him out.
He gonna show my
Oh, he ran.
Quick.
Yeah, that makes sense. He would run. Yeah, that would make sense. He would run.
No, he gonna come back.
He gonna show my source real quick, Q, and then I'm gonna let you there. You can go.
I wouldn't put him.
Yeah. Them Hebrew Israelites niggas always find a way to come back. Yeah, you're right.
There's some real archaeology though.
Is this it right here, bro?
Yep.
Right here.
Yeah,
I to agree with everything.
It's already highlighted.
Can read it. So we talking about so the source that I gave with the expulsion of the Asiatic. So the expulsion of the Hyksos may not have been a single event. Hold on, I got it. Okay, yeah, right there. You're moving it. And may still read Manetho's text on the Hyksos as a record of the Israelite Exodus. After the Hyksos were defeated by Amos, some Hyksos people likely remained in Egypt, perhaps as subjugated class. The Egyptian queen Hatshepsut, dating the 1489 to 69, recorded the banishment. This is what I've been trying to tell y'all about earlier. Recorded the banishment of a group of Asiatics from Avarice, the former Hyksos capital. While this second expulsion would still have been centuries before the traditional date of the Exodus, there may still be parallels between these events.
Exactly.
And the Exodus, brother, hold on, brother. This is you ain't say nothing like this.
Yeah,
For the
exactly.
earlier,
Yes,
for the
indeed.
earlier, no, you didn't, brother.
Go ahead.
You see the date that I'm using? Queen Hatshepsut. This is the pharaoh that I'm saying is of the Exodus. This is who I gave.
All right, go ahead,
When I gave the primary source of the expulsion of the Asiatics by Hatshepsut, you said nah. So this is the source. If we read down, they got that's one of them. We can go to the other ones.
Can I show what I'm saying?
Wait, hold on real quick, Cos. Hold on real quick. So what are you proving by this, my brother?
The pharaoh of the Exodus and the expulsion of a group. So I'm not using words like Moses. I'm not using those biblical terms. I'm using actual like historical, events. To say that
it was an Exodus that actually happened, but the story behind it might not also be true. But it's an actual Exodus that happened.
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
Kind of what the brother just said.
Hold on. So what JJ and my brother Cube is saying, and also me, if you giving me a different Exodus story, you giving me a different date, then it's not the Exodus.
Thank you. Game fucking over. Game over.
Yes. And that's what I'm
not
saying.
In the Bible Exodus, it's not an Exodus. It's just a migration story.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's
So hold on. Everybody stop. So when I said 30 minutes ago, I said, bro, we're all agreeing on the same shit.
Right.
Why was niggas disagreeing? Hold up. See, you doing it again,
I agree
bro.
with you. I agree with you, Q, because I understand where you was coming from. I had to think about it. Hold on, Kyle. I had to think about that shit. Like, hold on. If it ain't the Exodus story, date for date, verbatim, then it ain't biblical. Then it ain't the Exodus. It's another fucking migration.
That's all. Listen. I said that shit 30 minutes ago. I said that 30 minutes ago. I said, bro, we're all agreeing on the same fucking thing. I said that shit, bro. I said, why are we arguing? And I even said, yo, we having a dick measuring contest. Niggas trying to figure out who know more Egyptian history. This ain't about Egyptian history. How much niggas know? This shit that they was talking about didn't happen. How they said it, bro. I said that, and this is the whole. I'm so glad.
You also said, and let me double down on you, Cube. You also said, now I ain't gonna say that an Exodus story didn't happen. It just didn't happen like with
the way they said it. Thank you, bro. I'm so glad we coming full circle. I'm so glad we coming full circle because my whole thing for even saying that is I was saying, yo, let's get back on JJ was talking because JJ just played a whole hour fucking video. I said, bro, we all agree. I kept telling everybody, let's stop disagreeing on this shit because we all agree. I said it over and I said it over and I said it over again. We all agree on the same thing, bro. You niggas was going back and forth about who know more Egyptian history. Fuck that shit. The truth of the matter is, if the Bible said that it happened this way, but history says it happened this way, that's not the fucking shit. So when James Cassell comes on here, he says, "Well, y'all expect everything to happen," but that's when I came on here and I said, "Well, see, if I told you I went to a Mariah Carey concert in 1972, you can say, well, brother, maybe you was wrong. Maybe it happened in 1992." But in reality, when we talk about what's some shit that's supposed to be the word of God, how the fuck can the word of God be wrrong? We all agree, bro. I'm so glad that we were able to do this 30 minutes fucking later.
Q. One thing about me.
Get out your feelings.
I play checkers, Q. You gotta let everybody.
You a dummy that just came along. You just figured it out, stupid.
No, bro. I've been telling you it was wrong from the get-go. Y'all wanted to argue about.
Bro, I was telling you to stop arguing.
You emotional right now.
Good God.
Why are you arguing now?
Still don't get it. Bro, I told you let's stop arguing.
Bro,
I was the nigga
stop
that said
telling
that.
me anything and just let me say what I'm
Oh,
gonna
so you're
say.
just that dumb. Okay, I get it. You're back of the bus slow. I get it. I get it. You're back of the bus slow.
My
I
whole
get it.
point was,
The
right?
nigga
My
just
whole
agreed
point
with me,
was,
and then now he's saying, "What? No, what? No."
Nobody
This
ever
is a slow,
disagreed
stupid
with you,
nigga.
bro. I'm just saying. I got a story that ends properly, right? I'm saying,
Bro, you
in
wanted the dick measure
1550.
to say how
Hold
much
on,
you
look.
knew more than King J.
I'm not
That's all you
saying what
wanted to
you're
do.
saying,
And I
bro.
told you to stop
Bro,
doing
I'm
it,
not
and you
saying what
didn't
you're
want to
saying,
stop
bro.
doing it.
I'm still not saying what you're saying.
That's the problem with you, because you're too fucking stupid to understand what I'm saying.
Agree. I understand the part where we agree, but this is where the part we don't
Thank
agree.
you for that, brother. Thank you for that, at least. Thank you for that.
Right.
Respect. Respect.
Right. So
respect.
stop trying to force your little view or whatever you got for you on me. So let me just say what I'm going to say. Are you okay with that? All right, then. Right. So all I was saying is that when the new kingdom starts with Amos the First, circa 1550, is because they crushed the 12th dynasty rulers of avarice. The last one being Sobek Neferu, the last male ruler being Amenemhat III.
He's doing it again, yo.
That's all I'm saying. 1550. This is where I'm putting Amenemhat and also Amos, who is a Pepe or Apophis. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, listen,
I'm
how
just
about
putting
this?
it on a different timeline.
And you know what? Watch this. Watch this. How about we say, you know what, big bro? You right on that.
Right, you got that.
You right on that. Now what? Now what? I was trying to.
Now we can put it on we can actually learn how to put it on a real chronological timeline.
But see, what I was trying to, you know what? What I was trying to tell you is, bro, we ain't even gotta argue.
Let me ask you this, Kaz. Hey, Kaz, real quick. So
God
let me ask you this. So if we put it on a different
how the fuck am I trying to be right when you just agree
hold on, Cube. Let me ask Kaz this real quick. So Kaz, I said that earlier. That was one of the first questions I asked JJ earlier. I said, JJ, could the story have been real, but the time's been wrong? Something like that. That was one of the first things I asked him. He said, well, no, if the time's wrong, then it ain't correct. So he said that from the beginning. So now, Kaz, my question to you, if the timing is wrong, is it still a biblical story?
Yes, it's still a biblical story.
It can't be, bro.
How is the time wrong?
It can't be.
Wait a minute. The story, listen, the story, hold on. The
You gotta put
story is
I said a biblical. I said biblical. I add biblical.
Yeah, right.
I add biblical.
Listen.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, hold on. Do the story of the Exodus come out of Bible?
Yes, it does.
Well, then it's biblical.
Yes, it does.
And it's wrong.
No,
that's the whole
wrong.
thing.
Yes. Yes, it's wrong.
All right.
It's
so now when
you agree.
Hold on,
OTK. You agree that it's wrong, right?
Right. It's
hold on. Watch this. I'm gonna go around the panel. Hey, King J. King J. Hold on. Watch this, bro. King J. Do you believe it's wrong? King J. Do you believe that the biblical story is wrong?
Still biblical.
Watch this, bro. Watch this, King. Watch this, bro. Watch me work. King J. Do you believe that the biblical story is wrong?
Yes.
JJ. Do you believe the biblical story is wrong?
Yeah.
OTK, do you believe the biblical story is wrong?
Yes.
Once again, we're saying the same fucking thing, bro. So what are you talking about? We're all saying it's wrong.
Right.
So therefore, once
Stop
it's
doing
wrong,
this shit, bro.
it's no longer a
Proving
biblical
it's wrong
story.
instead of subjectively just saying it.
Bro, stop doing this shit, bro.
Hey, OTK. Yeah.
Right.
Hey, OTK. Let me. Hey, OTK, real quick. Let me close out.
Because
Hey,
you're
hold on.
limited in your knowledge don't mean I am.
All right, hold on, bro. Let me close. Let me do my final close, and then y'all can have the floor. After I close, I'm gonna and then just say a few things, and then y'all, right. Just let me what I'm saying. Now, like I said, the whole thing was about this biblical Exodus, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, as we're going through this, there's a lot of people that got a lot of speculation that it happened here and it happened there and it happened here. But when you get somebody that's trying to defend the Bible with this story, you got to stick to the biblical narrative, right? So the Exodus, a pivotal event in the Hebrew Bible, describes the Israelites' liberation from slavery in Egypt, right? And their journey to the promised land. While this story has captivated scholars and theologians for centuries, its historicity remained a topic of intense debate. The summary explores the complexities surrounding the Exodus, examining the archaeological evidence, historical records, and scholarly interpretations. The book of the Exodus narrates the Israelites' oppression in Egypt and their deliverance through a series of plagues and eventual departure under Moses' leadership. The story is replete with miraculous events, including the parting of the Red Sea, ladies and gentlemen. You hear me? But then everybody else, I mean, I guess they got all these different timelines. They don't tell them how many times the parting of the Red Sea happened. You hear me? And then also look, receiving the 10 Commandments at the Mount Sinai. See, they can't even prove that they went to this Mount Sinai. They can't prove where they wandered in the wilderness for 40 years. There should be all kinds of stuff that we can find. You see, the biblical account provides a rich theological framework, emphasizing that God's covenant. This is what this story is about: is covenant, and to give people hope. It's an esoteric story, bro. You cannot take this literal. Rich with theological framework, emphasizes God's covenant with Israel and the importance of obedience. That is the main story, the main lesson about this: obedience. Whoever trying to be the rulers is and telling you, be obedient. You know why they do what they want. You see? But look, okay, so archaeological evidence. Despite extensive excavations in Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula, archaeological evidence directly linking to the Exodus is scarce. And this is why I'm here to actually, I need to see more evidence before you can talk in absolutes. Say this is concrete evidence. My fellow opponent, well, he won't get in the ring with me, but Anonymous Group say he can prove this. But then he wants to re-narrate the narration of the Bible to fit that narrative that he's pushing with this 1452 timeline. He had actually gave us a timeline, and that's why he's off. Okay, let me keep going. I'm almost done. Y'all, I'm letting indigenous talk. Now, the lack of evidence may be attributed to the passage of time, limited excavation areas, or the possibility that the Exodus story is a mythological or metaphorical message. Historical records. Egyptian records on the Exodus are non-existent and have not been found. The papyrus, often cited as evidence, describes social chaos and economic disaster in Egypt, but its connection to the Exodus is debated among scholars. Other Egyptian texts, such as the Menacre Stele, mention the Israelites, but these references are indirect and do not provide concrete evidence. How about the pharaohs and timelines, ladies and gentlemen? Scholars propose various pharaohs as the Exodus pharaoh. They got so many of them, they don't even know what to do, y'all. You hear me? Look, they got Ramses II, Amenhotep II, the other Ramses, a long reign, 1279 to 1213 BCE. Now, remember in the Bible, they are attributing to Ramses, Ramses. Remember, So I don't know why this guy is trying to go outside the Bible when he calls himself Anonymous Hebrew. Stick to your Bible, sir. You can't just be added and take it away. Huh?
Anonymous She-brew.
Right. Anonymous Cry Brew. I'm not anonymous. I'm going to hide my face brew. Look, let's keep going. However, the lack of consensus on the timeline and the pharaoh identity makes it challenging for anybody to make any goddamn assumption. To pinpoint archaeological, it's challenging to even pinpoint any archaeological evidence, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here go the scholarly interpretations. The scholarly approach to the Exodus story from diverse perspectives, ranging from historical, critical, to literary, theological. Some view the Exodus as a historical event. Some view it as a mythological or metaphorical narrative. alternative explanations, such as the gradual migration or a different historical context, has also been proposed. So for this guy to just come up here and talk in absolutes and say that, oh, yeah, I can prove. No, you can't, bro. Just keep it real with the people. Now, the theological significance. The Exodus story has profound theological implications, emphasizing God's covenant with the Israel, the importance of obedience, and the concepts of liberation. These are all, inspiring stories. See, the narrative has shaped Jewish, Christian, and Islamic tradition, providing a rich framework for the understanding of God's relationship with humanity. That's it. You see, but y'all taking it to a whole nother level, talking about he split the Red Sea. You can prove that it was blood in the water, the flies came, and all this. The timeline is off. You might have one event that happened like that, but it only line up around the same time frame that all is supposed to happen. You see? Like I said, they talking about blood was in the water now. That's red algae. That's all that is. Make it turn red. Go look it up. Scientific proof will tell you that. Now look at this, y'all. Then the culture.
We're gonna send these niggas to the Acapulco Sea, bro. Let's send them to the Acapulco Sea.
Yeah, no. Let me show you the open knowledge. I'm just reading up my notes. I'm good. I like to talk to the people. All right. Send them to the Acapulco Sea. You ain't gonna find a chariot wheel. You ain't gonna find a goddamn nothing. Nothing. No swords, nothing. And look at this guy, anonymous Hebrew. Hey, come on,
Hit the link, nigga.
No, he can't come on here tonight. Nope, he ain't coming on here. He better do his own show. Not tonight.
But you ain't gonna let him on?
I already let him on. All he's gonna do is come on here and cuss, yell, scream. I've already dealt with this character. Now, if you want to put in the chat that he'll accept the debate, which he has failed to do. Hold up, Q. Let me deal with him. So, if he wants to come up here, long as he'll come up here being disrespectful, and come up here. He follows me everywhere I go. See? He follows 7,000.
That's what I'm saying. As long as he ain't disrespectful, can he come through?
But Q, we already tried this before, haven't we?
That was months ago, bro. That was months ago.
He ain't changed. He ain't grew. But we're gonna let him see. He can come up here. Well, let me finish my closing.
My bad.
Yeah.
Don't say he changed. He grew.
Yeah, he come up here. Well, he don't know how to act. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. He gonna come up here with, nigga, you this, you that, you that. He don't have no information. This is what he do. And I'm not really. If he ain't willing to come up here and be, as soon as you start, bro, you start doing that. You gotta go. You gotta come up here and make. That's what he gonna do. Troll and mess up the show. He been trolling me ever since I to call me to go. That's what started this. So now. I knew your little Exodus, little nonsense you was sprung around the community was a bunch of crap anyway. I just never paid any attention to you. See? Now, the Exodus story has been a profound impact on the Western culture, influencing art, literature, and politics, from Michelangelo's iconic depiction of Moses to the use of Exodus themes in civil rights movements. The story continues to inspire talented people worldwide. Harriet Tubman and them all got inspired by this story. You see? It can be an inspiration. So the whole thing, the problem is future research and excavations may shed more light on the Exodus. Potential areas of investigation include continued excavations in Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula, but they need to keep looking. Analysis of Egyptian texts and papyri, they still look for that. Comparative studies in ancient Near Eastern cultures, literary and theological analysis of the Exodus narrative. And the conclusion is, here go my conclusion, the biblical Exodus remains an enigma, the historicity and detailed subject to ongoing debate. While archaeological evidence and historical records provide some insight, the lack of conclusive proof leaves room for various interpretations as scholars continue to explore and discuss the Exodus. It's significant as a cultural, theological, and historical touchstones and endeavors. So basically, at this last paragraph, the Exodus story is far-reaching implications for Jewish, Christian, and Islamic tradition. Its themes of liberation, covenants, and divine interventions continue to inspire and challenge people worldwide, whether they're viewed as historical or metaphorical. With that, I end. I'm gonna let my brother right here and Dennis do his close, and then If the brother want to come up here, but like I say, hey, open announce. As soon as this brother come up here being disrespectful with his ad homs, he got to go because he can come over here and do his own show. So certain people, that's
you ain't got to go. I will have that respect for you.
Yeah,
and I will throw him off, but I will give him the same respect if he won't come on and do a show. I will give him that same respect too. You know what I mean? I don't have no skin in this game. For real, I'm American Indian. You're not wild ass Indian at that, dog. I don't give two shits about this.
Big facts. Big facts.
Yeah, true.
But yeah. So before and did it go? Like I said, I didn't call him out several times. He will not debate me. Say I have no discipline. Say I have no decorum. But if y'all know my catalog, y'all see my debates. I don't interrupt nobody. I go in with the information, so that's an excuse. Like I said, if you want the smoke, we can do it right over here. We ain't got to do it on Sunday on TV because you already ran from the platform over there. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you absolutely correct, JJ. All my years of watching you and dealing with you, bro, you never ran and you never cut nobody off. You never get personal. It's just that the way that you present your information scares people, I think.
Right.
But people like Cube, that shit don't scare people like Cube. Cube don't give a fuck neither. That shit don't scare people like Cosmon. He don't give a fuck. That's why all us are still up here. We can have
and I don't duck no smoke if anybody want to fight.
And see that's
how can we get the brother the link though?
He got to come on my side. He got to come on my side and just hit the link. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to subscribe. And
yeah, anonymous, hit that link, bro.
For this brother right here, Conservative Way, LOL. This channel is a all for likes and views.
JJ?
I'm not monetized, so I'm not doing this for likes and views, dog. I'm doing this for my motherfucking peoples.
Who you picking, JJ?
Hold on, let Indigenous go real quick, y'all, and then
okay, all right. Go ahead, Indigenous. Hey, Indigenous. Me and you got to debate too, but you got to be on
that. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Open announcement done talking.
Yeah, Indigenous. You owe me a goddamn debate or a bill or something, but damn, you got to at least be on the computer or something, man. Shit.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry, family. You know, I'm an old dinosaur and I got my ways about me, but y'all gonna have to deal with me on my terms.
No, nigga, please.
Come on, man. Let him finish, y'all. Go ahead, Indigenous.
When it comes to this information, man, you know, this is where I was saying I'm not going to my brother Kyle's mind, but I can show because I got the presentation. I mean, the build is still, you know, there, it's still available where I've beat this stuff up. I've beat Garfield and all them up on it. You know, I've been doing this for years. I've been talking about this for years, and it's awful funny how people have a premonition right after you do a presentation. But I love y'all. Y'all still my family. Cosmon, I ain't going at you, but don't come in here regurgitate my information and don't think I'm
I'm not even saying what you're saying.
What? Hey, hold up. Listen. Jacob. Listen. I equate Jacob with the Hyksos. That's where I put Jacob. Okay. Now, listen. Jacob's one of the 12
you ain't
sons
the
of
first
Joseph.
person to do that.
Hey, but listen, that's perfect too. Can I just say something to you? Talking, your name is, and what's your name?
What is he? What are you talking?
No, so you said Jacob, right? So that's cool. So would you associate him with the Hyksos Pharaoh Yakuber?
Who is this talking, man?
King J.
Yeah, the King J. You wasn't around when I was doing this, brother. Like I said.
No. I'm not. I'm agreeing with you. Go ahead. No, I'm asking you a question. The Hyksos Pharaoh.
Let me finish, man.
Let me finish.
Yeah, let's question that the brother finish, man.
This is my opinion because that's all we can listen, King J. That's all we can have is opinions on these things. We can't prove anything.
No, I'm not arguing with you, brother. I'm not arguing with you about nothing. No, so I'm agreeing with you. I'm just asking you. Clear.
Open the knowledge. Just mute the brother King J till he finished, and then
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to keep it respectful, man. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Now listen, Jacob is one of the sons of who? All right. Anyway, Jacob and his 12 sons. All right. Now listen, Jacob is Levi's brother. I mean Jacob is Levi's daddy and Joseph's daddy, right? So now listen, Jacob is the one that I say is the one with the Pharaoh. All right. And then with Moses, and they were in, I'm not going to go through my information again, but they were in Egypt 430 years, given to them in Goshen by the Pharaoh, according to the Bible, family, according to the Bible. All right. Now that's the story. And then, so Levi is Moses' great grandfather, right? Now, these are the family. Okay, Kohath is Moses' grandfather, and is Moses' father, and they both lived over 130 years. So that's 270 years right there. And Moses came along, somewhere in there, but 270 years. So this is after Joseph, okay, the one who got sold into slavery, and the one who Pharaoh knew not, the one who had.
What year do you have the people leaving, bro?
Can the brother close out Cosmog? Before I asked y'all, I said, whoa. I asked y'all, okay, at least have the respect to let the brother close out, and then we can ask questions. Because when you cut in, it's gonna turn into a disaster.
Yeah. So there's no way that like I said, the way I'm equating this to Joseph to the Hyksos, like most of you connect Joseph with the Hyksos, okay?
In the 1456 is Anon the same.
Joseph, he's a son of Jacob, just like Levi is a son of Jacob. Now, when I start talking about Moses, all right, Moses is the great grandson. That's Moses' great grandfather. Okay, Levi, his great grandfather. Now listen to me again. Now his grandfather lived 133 years, and Abraham lived 137 years. So that's 270 years after, later than Joseph. So that can't be in the 18th dynasty. It has to be like the 19th or 20th dynasty. It comes later. It comes later on in the line. So you cannot place Moses on Joseph's timeline.
Right.
Like I said. And Levi and Joseph are brothers. Okay. And like I said, they lived in the land for 430 years, according to the story, according to the Bible. The land was given to them by the Pharaoh, Goshen. He moved in his father. He moved in those people, all those people, his family, into Goshen, the best land in Egypt. So like I said, if you're going to try to regurgitate somebody's information, make sure you do it right. And like I said, there's no harm. There's no harm, no foul. But at the same time, don't learn something yesterday and then try to teach it tomorrow. Y'all keep your head high, your grass low, and stop lying to my people.
Hey, Kyle, I had a question for you, brother, before you go.
Oh, okay. What is it?
Wait. No. King J had a question before you left.
Okay.
I was before Kyle. It was good. So you mentioned Jacob, right? So you are familiar that Yakub, there's a 14th dynasty Hyksos pharaoh named Yakuber. Are you familiar with that?
Oh, okay. You said it's a Hyksos name?
Yakub. So Yakub and Jacob is the same name. You familiar? They didn't have a J back then, so it was Yakub. It wasn't Jacob.
Right.
Right. So there's actually a historical Hyksos pharaoh. He was the fourth pharaoh in the 14th dynasty. His name is Yakub.
Oh
Did you
man,
know that?
great.
You didn't know that?
But I think Joseph with the Hyksos. Jacob, I guess, he was brought in
He's the father.
family member.
He would have been the one who would establish
into slavery. Huh?
But the land that they was given to Jacob was Goshen, right? Not Joseph. It was to Jacob. To Jacob. To Jacob.
G-O-S-H-E-N.
Yeah, to Goshen, but it was given to Jacob, not Joseph. Right.
According to the Bible. According to the Bible, yes.
Yeah, so that's the point that I'm making. That's the establishment of the Hyksos 14th dynasty in Goshen, Avis, Tavares, Tavares, that area. That's the Delta, the Nile Delta.
Okay, but listen, when I told them that the Hyksos ruled from the late 14th dynasty to the late 17th dynasty. Okay,
that's the same time.
Listen. When they started getting pushed back was from Kamos's father, Kamos and Atmos's father, Sequin Tari or Sequin Teo or something like that. Okay, and here comes Komos, the last 17th dynasty pharaoh. All right, and Atmos comes after him, his brother, the first 18th dynasty pharaoh. All right.
But the 18th dynasty starts in 1550.
Cosmo, just chill out, brother. Cause your timeline is up. Yeah.
Cosmo, that's BCE. I'm talking about the pharaoh's lineage.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hold up. Listen. The 12th dynasty is 1913 BCE.
Right.
No.
So hold on. So I'm glad I got you right here, Cosmo. Just be quiet. Listen, you might learn something right now. So listen. Listen, Cosmo, listen. Mentuhotep establishes the 12th dynasty. He is the one who is accredited with bringing the dynasty in after the second intermediate period.
Sherlock.
Mentuhotep.
No shit, Sherlock.
Right. So that's the 12th dynasty.
Guess who starts up the Hyksos dynasty after that?
Listen. Mentuhotep
after that.
That's the 14th dynasty. Right.
No, but that's
Yes.
wrong.
You can't add.
Hold on. Watch this. What
year? If you listen, bro,
hold on.
Let me talk. Let me talk, brother.
We heard what you said. Now
no, I haven't said anything.
Now answer my question. What year exactly? What year or around the year did the Hyksos dynasty start?
It's the 14th. It's the 14th dynasty. 14th dynasty, 15th century specifically, brother. So we can say that's 1489.
No, listen. That don't even make sense because Amendment had and them.
Listen, Cosmos. If you listen, let somebody clarify something you might understand.
No, I already know. I know you're wrong.
I haven't said anything.
No, you don't. You did. You said.
Brother, let me finish a sentence. Can I finish a sentence? You can't tell me what I said. Just calm down. Calm down.
Calm down, brother.
Relax.
Let the brother finish, bro.
Exactly.
You talking over me. Go ahead.
Brother, I'm not trying to talk over you, brother.
Well, then be quiet.
Brother, we trying to have clarity. So what we trying to, brother, listen.
I'm gonna tell y'all a problem we all got. We like to ask fucking questions. Then when somebody answers it, if it's not the answer that we want, we quickly cut each other off. But go ahead and ask your question, King James and KJ, and let him ask his question back. All right, let's give respect. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead, KJ.
The whole timeline when I showed earlier with the source was that the reigning Queen Hatshepsut was the date of the Hyksos. So that Queen Hatshepsut is 18th dynasty. That's the end. That's the end of the expulsion. It starts with Amos around 1550 BC. That's the date that I'm getting for that. But listen. Quit talking while I'm listen. What I'm telling you, brother, I can't even finish the point.
King J, this me talking because I'm writing this shit down. Hold up. This me, King J. This the fucking host of the show. I'm writing this shit down, what you saying, bro. Calm down. God damn. Why y'all showing y'all fucking emotions, man? Y'all so quick to be so defensive, bro. I'm asking because I'm writing it down, bro.
Now I thought you was Cosmos cutting me off. My bad.
Nah, I'm writing it down. Go ahead, bro. God damn. Y'all come. That's the same reason why the other brother left. Y'all giving out timelines and y'all giving out dates. I'm trying to write this shit down. That's all.
Gotta stay with the dates. Gotta stay with the dates.
So you say that would be 15 BCE, right?
So when we're talking about what we're talking about, the 14th dynasty and the 17th dynasty, they all run concurrently, brother. He's right. These are wars. So that's when we gave the example of the earlier. I can't never, brother. I don't even know you. So if we saying the same thing, we just agreeing. Just say we agree. Just say we agree. I don't know you, brother. You filibustering right now, brother. We arguing about saying the same thing. I don't even know him.
Yeah, everything good, King J. He was JJ, and JJ just is JJ. So that's why he jumped back in.
I'm saying if he's saying I agree, we saying the same thing.
Let me tell you now how much respect I got. I muted JJ just now. Who showed this is I muted him for you because you was in the mix of talking. I shouldn't have did that. You know what I mean? So I'm just letting you know I'm playing fair, but damn, y'all, we got 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen more than we talk. You know what I mean? It's a good conversation.
My people, my shit.
All right, yeah. All right.
Hey, we gotta understand.
The telephone chat.
He on the phone, man. Let's go ahead and let him get that shit out. Let him get that shit out. Go ahead.
I'll pick it up out of here, man. Like I said, man, great show, man. Hey, streamed on 3 different platforms. Hope it was educational, make you think. Don't just go by the narrative that's already out there. But if you deal with the Bible, you got to stick to the biblical narrative, A9. That's what you got to do. And like I said, Cube noticed it. A lot of other people noticed it. You can't be going out making up different stuff, man. Like I said, ain't nothing personal, man. It's just information business. So, hey, check me out tomorrow. I'll be on Super Wavy's channel. The Debate Detectives will be doing a series on the top 50 pseudos in the community. Now, just because we do you first, Japshu, that don't mean that you're the top pseudo in the community. But you got some things to explain, sir. You can't get up here talking about Lorente's research on Christopher Columbus. The Spanish found out, as he said that they found out that he was a Sephardic Jew. The international scientific community was outraged. They didn't share the research with the rest of the scientific community. But you got in front of the people when you copied and pasted this and put it right there, and you said that, yes, they shared this information with Mexico, Italy, and United States. I clearly have the full article proving that you lied, and I showed it to you. So we're still waiting for those 3 independent studies. The debate detectives will be on your neck. That being said, peace and blessings. I'm going to say this for old time's sakes. Yahweh Ba'ashem, Yahweh say, Baraka. Peace and blessings. 7,000. I'm out.
Shalom, 7,000. JJ7K, man. That's my dog. Hey, good show with JJ, y'all. All right. JJ, it was his show. He's gone now. So
that was my show, goddamn. Nah, I'm just playing.
Hey, King J, I'm gonna let you finish, bro, but please give people a chance to answer your question, okay?
For sure.
Is that all right?
Most definitely. So yeah, I agree pretty much with first of all, I do want to say it's my first time on the platform. I did definitely enjoy I enjoy good conversation. It's a 4-hour. It's been up, so it definitely has to been something good. You know what I'm saying? So we up late night. So I definitely, anytime Cube and JJ on there is going to be some good, facts. It's not going to be nothing biblical or nothing that we can't really prove. So I do enjoy those conversations. But with the Egyptian chronology, I would say the brother Cosmos was off, because when we did establish that Mentuhotep was the founder of the 12th
We never
dynasty,
established that.
I thought we did establish that Mentuhotep.
You just
It
was
was
talking. You ain't let nobody else get nothing in, because I'm saying you're wrong. Your timeline is totally off.
Can we pull up Mentuhotep? Just
Listen,
OTK. Could we just type that in and that is just solved?
First of all, it's Mentuhotep the Fourth.
No, that's not what I said.
Let's get that understood. Listen,
that's not what I said.
Hold on. Let me body bag. You've been talking a long time. You dig what I'm talking about? Just be
He's
quiet.
Let me
learn you real quick. Let me learn you something real quick.
Timeline, what chronological timeline are you using?
Share my screen.
Share my screen, because
he don't know what
chronological timeline you're using, King J.
He said 1550.
No. I want to know who method is he using? Who chronological timeline he's using? This is what I'm asking. Yeah. Who chronological timeline are you using, King J?
So this is a pharaonic timeline that I'm using. So it's like the dynasty, Old Kingdom, New Kingdom, intermediate period. So when I'm going to the 12th dynasty, I'm saying that Mentuhotep is the founder of that dynasty. So he's the one who came out of the intermediate period and brought them together. So it's 12th dynasty, and then what I'm saying is that he is the dynasty in Thebes. He brings the Theban dynasty together in Waset in the south. They start the 12th. They lose to the 14th dynasty Hyksos. That's how they lose. So now we have the 14th dynasty Hyksos fighting the 17th. So dynasty is just the house for name for family. So now we have the 17th. So now we have 17th dynasty pharaohs. So and then we have 18th dynasty. So we get down there talking about Amos and Amenhotep and Hatshepsut. We're in the 18th dynasty, right? And that's okay, and that's running concurrently with the 14th dynasty. And what's the date for the 14th dynasty? What's the date for the 14th dynasty?
12th dynasty, sir.
No, I'm asking you a question. What's the date for the 14th dynasty?
Bro, you gotta answer that question, Cosmo.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up for a minute.
Nigga, he asked you a question, nigga.
Hold on, bro. The 14th and 13th dynasties.
What's the date?
After 1550.
What's the date for the 14th dynasty?
Let me give you a date for the 14th.
Well, look it up.
I'm on it. You dig what I'm talking about?
I believe you get truth for scholarship. If you learn something new, you'll say, I learned that.
Yeah. I got them.
Come on, bro. Get right to it. What are we waiting on?
1550 to the 1400s.
1550 to the 1400s. And that's the 14th dynasty.
13th and 14th.
You're wrong.
Exactly, you're wrong. 14th dynasty. So and you say listen, brother. You said the 18th dynasty was that same day, right?
I'm saying, hey, listen to what I'm saying.
Almost dated 1550. It is my closing, I thought, right? But the day for almost is the same date, 1550 BC. And 1550 BC is the 18th dynasty pharaoh, right? We just established that, right? So that's what we just established, that the 14th dynasty and the 18th are the same. These are the battle that's happening amongst each other. So I gave you Apophis and Sink and Ra as an example.
Yes, so he's cooked. When he tries to go anywhere else, he's cooked.
Watch this. Are you done? Let me just show y'all he don't know what he talking about. The Hyksos dynasty starts with the Menehet the First, way back here in the 1900s. Look,
Bro,
hold on.
That's the seventh dynasty.
Hold
you're
on,
looking
let
at.
me
That's
listen.
the
Be
seventh
quiet.
dynasty.
Let me teach you something. You wrong. You was just you was strong and wrong with all that ignorant
Brother,
talk.
that
Like you
says
knew what you was talking
1900
about.
BC.
Look, hold
It
on.
says
Be quiet.
1900 BC. You got mixed up.
Look. Be quiet. Be quiet. We all way down here. Look, we right here. During the second end. Now they done told you during the story of Joseph, they was there 430 years. Right? Now, if you run it from this time, right, at least at Amenhotep the First, who steps up after Mentuhotep. Now, this guy is in the south. Mentuhotep is in the south. This guy sets up the first Theban one. I mean, this is the Theban one in the south. Amenhotep sets the very first one up in the north, right? In the Delta region. This is the Hyksos right here, Amenhotep. So while this is going all the way down, you dig what I'm talking about? You get all the way down to the 1500s because they don't know that the Hyksos dynasties start up here. They start up here all the way down to the 430-year time. Look,
you just made
He definitely just made that up, brother, because none of them are Hyksos names, and you're not looking at the dates. Brother, are you crazy? That's the seventh dynasty, brother. That's not the 12th.
Listen,
those are not
look,
Hyksos,
what I'm
brother.
telling you,
Are you
hold
crazy?
on. Be quiet for a second. Look, because what I'm telling you is during this time, we know Sinkanre Tao, right, and Kamos get their ass done in by Amenhotep III, aka Apepe, or Apophis. How do we know? Because in 1596, this is when Amenhotep III. Listen, hold on, wait a minute. Be quiet.
None of those are Hyksos names,
Hold on.
brother. Like
If
you
you would
acting like
shut up
you
for a
trying to
minute.
act like we don't know what Hyksos names look like.
Listen. Just be
All right,
quiet.
hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish, and then y'all can rebut. Hey, outside the cube next. Let him finish real quick.
Right. What I'm trying to tell these niggas is by 1550 in the 18th dynasty, right? The so-called Hekakasu or the Israelites, they're already gone. They get that what gets written as the expulsion of the Hyksos is the exodus of the Israelites. This is what I'm saying. This is why it gets written by Amos. But what you don't know is in 1900, when they start the Hyksos rulers with Amenhotep the First, right? That's already the 6th dynasty of Thebes.
You made that up.
That's already going on, bro.
You made that up.
All you got to do is actually do some real historical studies. This has already been talked about, and
You made that
then
up.
what you got? And listen, what these so-called smart guys won't admit that there are multiple timelines in Egypt alone, and one of the timelines leads you at 1550 with Amos.
This nigga living in a Marvel universe that's multiple timelines.
Yeah, nigga, multiple timelines. Hey, they can't accept. They can't agree on one.
You done made all this up.
There are multiple timelines.
You don't live in the multiverse, nigga. That's one timeline. You don't live in the multiverse. You said it's 100 shit. There's 1,000 things going on at one time, nigga.
It's a timeline in Thebes. It's a timeline
made that
in
up.
Paris.
Hey, click that nigga, bro. You just made that up, bro.
Can we scroll back up for me, please? Right here. Scroll right here. Let's scroll up just a little bit more, brother. Oh no, actually, you right here. Stay right here. Stay right here. Stay right here. Stay right here.
Niggas living in a Marvel universe talking about there's multiple timelines and maybe Doctor Strange is not Doctor Strange. Nigga, shut up. Go ahead, bro. Cook that nigga.
I'm just want to make sure he did because he doesn't understand the sources that he's reading, and maybe he doesn't understand because I'm reading this stuff right here. So listen. So it said Hyksos vassals in Lower and Middle Egypt run concurrent with dynasties. What's that? 15 and 17. All contemporary attachments. Okay.
What I said?
Brother, you said Dynasty 12.
It's running with 17.
You said 6 and 7.
No, I said no, it starts at 6.
Brother, it starts at 15.
Listen, bro.
Listen, your source says 15. Brother, stop. Let me read your source.
Who is
Let me
this?
read your source.
All right, there go my source. Go
Brother,
ahead.
your source says 15, not 7 and 6. Okay. It says that 15 and 17 are running concurrent. All contemporary attestations are on scarabs. Contemporary means that they're running concurrent, saying they're contemporary, they peers, right? So some bear names, many have clearly Semitic names. And so these are naming the Semitic names of the 15th dynasty. And so which one's right here? And we see Jakub, I see Jakub there. I see Apophis, whose name was Sinsenarad Apophis. I see Usurp. Yeah, so those are that list right here where it says dynasty what? It actually says what, 16.
Wait a minute. Dynasty 17 is in the 1600s, right?
Wait. It actually said Dynasty 16. Right now, what I'm establishing is when
this Dynasty 17.
Brother, listen, stop. I haven't made it there yet. We gonna get there. I'm debunking you one by step by step. What we established in that, listen, if you be quiet, it's filibustering. So what we established, quit filibustering. We establishing is your story says that the Hyksos came in the 15th dynasty. You don't know what the symbols and shapes? You don't know what the symbols and shapes mean?
Where does it say 15?
Brother.
Where does it say 15th dynasty?
It actually says 16.
Where?
Where it says 16 at. Do you know where? Brother, you read. I'm not reading 17. Right there.
You don't know how to count?
I'm not reading right there. I'm reading where it says. I'm reading where it says what it says, what I said. So it says, Hyksos vassals in lower, and this is your source. Hyksos vassals in lower and middle Egypt run concurrent with dynasties 15 and 17. All contemporary attestants are on scarab. Not blah blah. I can't read that word. Can be dated precisely. Some bear Egyptian names. Many have Semitic names. Now then they name the names, and these are the Semitic. These are the Hyksos pharaohs that they name. And I named them all.
So you agree with me then, right? That
no.
The Hyksos that listen, be quiet.
You don't listen. You don't listen. Let me finish the point. Now
you see how I walk him into the punch, OTK? He just agreed with me that the Theban kingdom is running concurrent with the Hyksos kingdom.
The 15th dynasty.
Okay, which is when?
What does your source say? It says 1665. It says 1665 to 1565. Dynasty 16. It says the following. It says
Dynasty
above
16 of
who?
who?
Hold on. Above
who are you
it.
talking about right here? Are you talking about the
brother? You keep talking to me while I'm talking, and that's I don't understand why you're doing it. I can explain better than you what I'm saying. Okay, you can't narrate what I'm saying, brother. Just be quiet, please. I don't talk when you talk. I just listen and write that. That's why I got a pencil. The following Hyksos rulers are attested in contemporary. So we're talking about the Hyksos.
Duh.
Quit scrolling down. Quit scrolling the screen.
Go right where I'm seeing. Go ahead.
Brother, that's not what I was reading.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go up a little bit more. Right there. A little bit. One more time for me. Well, it's fine. We'll start right here. The Hyksos invaders. So this is dating as Dynasty 15. The Hyksos invaders. So now they are invading right now, the 15th dynasty. Of apparent North Syrian origin are arriving from Palestine. So what does your source say that the Hyksos are arriving? What dynasty? Because you keep trying to say 6th dynasty, 7th dynasty, 12th dynasty. Your source says 15. Are you familiar with shapes and signs? 10 and a 5, 15. The Hyksos invaders are apparent Northern Syrian origin are arriving from Palestine, establishing their capital at Avris, maintain a direct rule from northern Egypt in loose synchronicity over Egypt and vast. What is that word? What do you mean? I said I don't know what the word is. Over Asiatic. Over Asiatic and Egyptian vassals, including the Thebes of the 17th dynasty. Right. You're wrong.
So the Hyksos, so just like I said,
stop. No, that's not what you said.
Just like I said.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. The 15th dynasty, listen, your
hold
source
on.
just said that the Hyksos came during the 15th dynasty, not the 6th dynasty, not the 7th dynasty, not the 12th dynasty.
Are you done?
They came during the 15th
Are
dynasty.
you
And I
done?
would actually say they probably came the 14th.
Let me
But
know when you stop being triggered.
your source says the 15th. So just read your source correctly.
All right. You done?
All right. Yeah.
Are you done? You sure?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk some more? I'll let you talk. All right. Like I was telling the fella, the Hyksos dynasty is running concurrent with the Theban dynasty. We see the 17th, right? We know Amos starts the 15th. I mean the 18th in 1550. So guess when the 17th ended? 1551, 1550. You dig what I'm talking about? He was in the 17th with his brother, Kamos. At the same time, a guy who during the Theban name, the Theban, hold on, the Theban name.
You learned something.
Hold on. Be quiet, bro. God damn, you don't know nothing about what I'm saying.
You learned something.
Right, whatever. Okay, thank you. You dig what I'm talking about?
You didn't comprehend your own source.
Your mouth is running. You would learn that
you can't even comprehend your source.
Hold on, wait a minute. Listen, you would learn. You
can't read Greek symbols.
I'm telling you, listen. First of all,
you thought a 5 was, you thought it was a 7.
What are you talking about?
Brother, that says 15th dynasty, Hyksos.
No, brother.
Yes,
this
it does.
Is 17th dynasty, Theban.
Egyptian, 17th dynasty.
What? Hold
the
on.
Hyksos are the 15th dynasty.
Of most of the 17th dynasty.
Brother, what's running contemporary is the 15th dynasty Hyksos and the 17th dynasty Egyptian.
No, it's not.
Yes,
what I'm trying to tell you is
brother,
that
you can't read your source. I'll read it again. I'll read it again.
Brother.
I'll read it again.
Brother, be quiet. Because I'm not
I'll read it again.
I'm not regurgitating what white Egyptologists told me like you are.
This is your source.
Nigga, that's why I'm saying something different. So let me say something
that
you're not saying.
In lower and middle Egypt run concurrent with dynasties 15 and 17.
Quiet, little fella.
That's your source.
Be quiet. Listen, he doesn't know this guy, Apophis, is also Amenemhat the third. He is Amenemhat. He is Amenemhat the third.
And that, brother, so look, he lives in the 17th. Right. So listen. So how that's 7th dynasty. That's 500 years later.
Be quiet, bro.
You tripping.
Listen.
You made that
guy
up.
right here, this guy, right? This guy, Amenemhat,
in 1900 BC.
12th dynasty.
That's
12th
dynasty.
Hold on. Be quiet, bro.
That's 7.
Listen, be quiet.
That's not 12.
Your motherfucking mouth, bro. Be quiet, bro.
Why do you keep saying 7?
Feelings.
Why do you keep saying 7?
Bro,
because you think that's a 10 and because you think that's a 10 and a 2.
Bro.
Brother, that's a 7.
Bro.
Hey, KJ, let him finish real quick, bro. Let him finish real quick. Hey, just write
now
just write down what you need to say, bro, and then
now
let him go.
I want to show the ignorant nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? But his little stupid cognitive dissonant mouth can't stop running.
Yeah, man.
Right? I'm trying to show him. I'm trying to show him this date that they push all the way back here, right, to the 1900s, right? That Amenemhat the first starts off the 12th dynasty, concurrent with the 7th. This would have been starting a minute after Amenemhat during the 7th, during the 6th, right? So this is why you get, when you go all the way down, you get the 12th running concurrent with the 17th, just like they're explaining to you. The 17th is running concurrent with the 12th. When the 12th dynasty of Amenemhat, this is what I'm telling you, this comes later. Right? The time is right, but the kings and how they get put into the list actually come later. Right? I'm saying that the very first of these start then. Right? Start during the 6th dynasty, 6-7 dynasty. Right? And then you get all the way down till you get to the time of the new kingdom, or the what would be the 17th dynasty, running concurrent with this one. This is Hyksos. This is Hyksos running concurrent with this. Right here, because this would be Apopis. And it would be coming down to the time till you get down here. This is what they're saying. Till you get all the way down here. And this is when I'm saying they leave, the Israelites would have left way down here, right here. They would have been down here a long time away. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's actually 553 I got for the date that they leave. That's the year that Amos smashes them niggas and move them up out of into northern regions. You dig what I'm talking about? 1550 he set up the new kingdom, bringing the 17th, ending the 17th and starting the 18th from Thebes, though. That's all I'm saying. I'm just giving a different perspective than what the common narrative is, because I understand it and was taught different than y'all. Right? That during the first intermediate period is when they started it. And that's when you start from there, you count your 430 years.
History don't say that, so that's why it don't line up with what you're saying, brother. Your own source doesn't even say that, brother. If you read what your source is saying, Dynasty 15, the Hyksos, invaders from apparent North Syrian origin and arriving from Palestine. What does that mean? Are we not establishing their arrival during the 15th dynasty? This is what your source is saying, but you're saying that your source isn't saying what your source is. I'm reading it. I'm reading what you're showing on the screen right here. Establish their capital at Abruz. The date that this happens is the 15th dynasty, 1668 BC. This is the dynasty that's running concurrent with what you're saying, the 17th dynasty, right? Because the 17th and 18th dynasty run into 1550 BC with Amos, right? 15. So what I just wrote down, what you just
this would have been running with the
brother. Quit cutting me off, brother. Quit cutting me off.
16th, 17th. This is over 250 years. This is what I'm saying,
brother. Quit cutting me off. So what I wrote down was what you said. You said
I got these people
brother,
coming in way back here.
Can you stop and just let me talk?
Yeah, I got them coming in way back here.
What you said exactly? You said the 12th dynasty.
Yeah, the 12th dynasty is running concurrent with the 17th.
But what you just said, what your source says, was the 15th. So which one is it?
No. You looking at it different, bro.
I'm reading
what
English.
I'm telling you is, listen.
I'm reading English.
All right.
You made that up.
Right. Okay. Here go where I got these people coming in.
Listen, brother.
I got these people. Hold on, bro. I got these people coming in back here. Way back here in the 17th.
Brother, listen. That's the 14th dynasty right
there. Hold on, King J. What he's trying to tell you is he's going to hold up. Listen.
Look, perhaps as many as 76 kings ruled in the Delta.
He's not. What I'm thinking, I'm getting out of this is he's not agreeing with this narrative. What he's presenting. He's trying to let you know that it happened earlier, bro.
No, he's presented no knowledge. He's presented because he agrees with it.
No, he said he was going against it. Hold on, bro.
No knowledge. Let
All right,
him
hold on.
stand up for himself.
All right, hold on. Let's ask him. Cosmo, are you agreeing with this, or are you saying that you believe it happened earlier than what these dates are, and these dates are wrong?
The dates are wrong because they haven't split them into two kingdoms.
Then why
They're not. Listen, they haven't split them into two kingdoms, and one starts earlier than this.
Well,
we
show
know
us then. Why are you showing us this?
Cause look, what I'm trying to tell you is, listen, what they even admit is, look, that there was a line of kings, as many as 76.
Stay right there, Cosmo.
Hold on, listen. Hold on,
I listen.
Quiet.
I listen.
Hold on, be quiet, bro. Hold on, you can't listen if you talking. What I'm trying to tell you is there are kings that come before.
Just stay right there.
These.
Just stay right there.
Listen.
Stay right there, though. Stay right there. Scroll back up. So when I talk, I'm
nigga. No, you gonna wait now. Listen. Now look.
You're making up stuff.
Listen, let me tell you.
That's
I'm not agreeing.
Dynasty.
Listen.
Why are you showing this if you don't agree with it? It makes no sense. You wasted an hour
guess
for nothing.
what? What I'm trying to tell you is the narrative is even older, and they aren't even sure themselves.
Show your source.
Look, right here. It's right here. Perhaps as many.
That says what I said.
Perhaps as many as 76 kings ruled in the Delta.
Right.
Prior to what?
No.
Prior to what? And they were still
Stay right
Hyksos.
there. Stay right there.
They were
Listen,
still
this is where
Hyksos.
Cosmos, you loud and wrong. And this is why you don't learn because you screaming. Just go scroll back up. Scroll back up. Listen, brother. Listen, Cosmos. If I'm wrong,
ahead, say
I'll
what you
pass
gonna
that.
say, bro.
Okay, please, thank you. And I appreciate that. I don't know why I'm screaming. Just scroll back up for me so we're gonna read it together so we can get clarity. And then I won't say nothing else. Because this is the only thing I've been saying.
I want you to give that same I want you to give that same goddamn respect. Because we shut up and let you talk. Soon as this brother started talking and he went in there shit, you just automatically
you your emotions.
That's wrong. Instead of writing it down and
waiting, your emotions, you start
Come
crying.
on now, give the same respect back, King J.
Right.
I do that. I definitely can do that.
Man, come on, don't put me in no fucking predicament like that. You feel me?
No doubt. But I just wanted to have clarity.
I'm trying to learn.
Fact. So check it out. Correct me if I'm wrong, both of y'all. So when all I've been saying the whole time is that it's the 14th dynasty that's running concurrent with the 17th dynasty. Has that not been my stand?
I ain't gonna lie, King J. I'm fucking confused. I still want.
But he knows.
I'm confused, so I can't. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm saying you're wrong.
Okay, exactly.
I'm saying you're wrong. I'm saying the 14th runs concurrent with the 18th dynasty.
Okay, so listen. Okay.
All right. So let's go from there.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He said I'm wrong. So what he said was the 12th dynasty runs concurrent with the 17th. Okay.
Right.
So what I'm reading right here from his source says dynasty 1015. That's 14, right? That's the 14th dynasty.
Mm-hmm. Which one?
The one that we reading on the screen right now. The one that you keep reading. The 14th.
No, which dynasty?
Hyksos.
No, it don't say
yes,
Hyksos.
Brother, I'm reading what your source presented.
Hold on,
brother, why are you cutting me off, brother?
Let me don't have a
brother.
Listen,
we were giving each other time to speak,
understand. Listen,
is this my time to talk or not?
Go ahead.
Hold on, let him finish real quick. Let him finish.
Right, go ahead.
Right. So
let him finish. Go ahead, bro.
I appreciate it. We reading your source, brother. It says Dynasty 14. We can read.
Yes, that is Dynasty 14. That is
of who? I keep asking.
Bro, if you let me read the sentence, then we're gonna find out who.
All right, go ahead.
Perhaps as many as 76 kings who ruled in the Delta. Only one is attested contemporary sources. He reigned less than 1 year in his name, and 2 monarchs at Avaris in the Delta. So we're talking about these Hyksos, right? This is where you're trying to establish earlier that this is when they can't. This is their right before the 15th.
Wrong. Go ahead.
This is what it says. So this would be the dynasty that's running concurrent with the 17th dynasty and the 18th dynasty. No.
18th dynasty is in the 1500s. So it's the 17th. And guess what? So is Sobek Nefru, and guess what Amenem had.
So listen. So quit saying 6 dynasty Hyksos, 7 dynasty Hyksos, and 12 dynasty Hyksos, because your source does not say that.
I'm telling, listen to what I'm telling you.
Listen. Show us what your source says.
Are you done, nigga? Tell me when you done.
I'm not done. So if this isn't your source to try to prove what you're saying, show us the source that you want to use to prove what you're saying. Because don't show us a source that don't prove what you're saying just to be showing. You don't waste an hour. I don't mind the dialogue, but show us something, because what your source says is that this is the 14th dynasty Hyksos running concurrent with the 17th, which is all I've been saying all night. So don't say 6 dynasty, 7 dynasty, or 12, because there was no Hyksos in the 6th dynasty, in the 7th dynasty, and the 12th. Mind you, Hyksos is just a title for the ruling elite, for the ruling elite class.
Of who? Ruling elite class of who?
Of these nomadic tribes coming from the Levant, and they didn't establish themselves until the 14th dynasty, according to
the Hyksos, the Hittites, bro.
I wouldn't say they were Hittites.
Hold up, they're not a mixture of the Hittites, the Philistines, the Palestinians.
The Hittites come later.
Hinduism, ain't they a mixture of all of these people?
I would say they are.
I know they are, but
I wouldn't say that they are.
Okay, all right. See, I know geography.
Now listen to what I'm saying.
I might not know all these labels and these dynasties, but I know world history.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. This is what the nigga not getting. This is what the nigga not getting, bro. He a little slow, and you gotta excuse this, brother.
Brother, you're not reading
right?
your own story.
Hold on, right?
I'm slow as a motherfucker too.
Right,
I'm a
so let me explain it real slow.
Hey KJ, in case you ain't know, your boy OTK is a short bus shouty. I'm smart as fuck, but I'm a short bus shouty.
No,
and I've been on front of the bus.
You ain't slow.
So I'm still learning, bro. I'm still learning too. So word. So I want y'all to be able to teach this without, you know what I mean, without arguing, because you can learn something from everybody. That's how I learn. So I want y'all to build on this shit rather than, you know what I mean?
He definitely learning something. He definitely learning, because he thought that those 12th dynasty pharaohs were actually Hyksos pharaohs, when they actually are all Egyptian names. He didn't know that.
He doesn't know they have both names.
brother, Sensorwet.
They have both names.
Brother, Sensorwet is Egyptian.
Guess what? They got more than one name.
Brother, those are Egyptian dynasties.
No, they got more than one name. Silly man. Now look, let me tell y'all. Let me show y'all something.
Right? Let me show y'all. Ask you a question real quick before
back, silly man. Because we know what the white man said. If we wanted to hear what the white man said, we'd ask him, nigga.
At the time of the Hyksos, or at the time of anything, at the time of these that we talking about right now, these dynasties. Are these dynasties, is this ancient Egypt we're talking about, or is this goddamn Ptolemy Egypt?
No, it's just Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, beginning after the second intermediate period. So New Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, you know what I'm saying? Late middle, New Kingdom.
So that would be our Coptic Egyptian?
No, that's way later past. We don't get to that till about like 500 BC, 600 BC.
Okay. So this would be our Arab. So this would be our Arab Egyptians then, correct?
No, this would be Medu-Neter.
Be careful.
This would be Medu-Neter, or if not Medu-Neter. I'm sorry, not Medu-Neter. It would be
Phoenician.
No, that's a Greek word.
No, all right, well, we can say that's a Greek word, but Shit, Egyptian is a Greek
Persians
word.
would say it's Persian.
Hold up. Egypt is a Greek word.
True.
All right then. So let's not do the wordplay real quick because I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to put me. I'm trying to get
you asking real questions. Yeah, that's a legit
So-
question. I'm trying to get the answer for you.
Are we talking about the Phoenicians or are we talking about the Sumerians that's in Egypt
No.
at this time?
No, neither. I'm trying to think. So you asked her what script it would have been in. We're talking about Metanetter, right? But so listen. During this time, the Hebrews would say that they would come across a Paleo phonetic script. That's about this time, possibly, because that dates to when is the script date? To about 1000 BC, but they had to
Ain't
discover.
no such thing as Paleo Hebrew.
Well, there is.
Nah, if you go back to Paleo Hebrew, the start of Hebrew will be Aramaic, Arabic, Phoenician, and Kemetic.
All that sound crazy. I would no. So look up the Proto-Sinaitic script, and what you'll find is that was the script that these
still Phoenician.
Sanskrit? Are you talking about Sanskrit?
No,
that would
listen.
be Proto-Semitic, right?
No. These are the symbols because it's the pictographic script.
Because wasn't no Hebrew back then.
That's
1000
why
BC.
it's
1200.
So that's why
you
it's
may have had
Paleo.
Aramaic.
Yeah, Aramaic. That's what I'm trying to say.
No. There's no
90% of the Hebrew language is Aramaic, bro.
No, listen, brother.
You wouldn't have had no Hebrew. Hebrew don't come to much later.
Yeah, if I could talk, brother.
Go ahead.
Because most of what you just said was wrong. But so the
All right,
Aramaic.
correct me. Well, correct me. Break it on down and correct me. Go ahead.
I can, no problem. So the Aramaic is what we would call the block script, right? So that's not what Hebrew. So what I'm referring to is the Paleo. So Paleo only simply means the first, right? So it's called the Proto-Sinaitic script because it's found in that area. So if the cave that is we do this all the time, it's called Serabi El Kadim, right? That's the cave. That's where they find the Proto-Sinaitic script at, right? These pictographic scripts that they find are you can tell by
Name that place again.
Serabi El Kadim.
That's Islam. That's Arabic.
So listen.
Yeah, that's Arabic.
So listen.
That's Arabic, though,
okay,
bro.
right. Listen, you're right. And so that's where it's actually in Saudi Arabia. So I'm not, bro. I'm. If you can look it up and learn. So it's in Serabi El Kadim is the
If I
mine.
want to learn, I just ask the white man what he think, because you ain't gonna tell me nothing different.
Oh, you filibustering? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, at least I'm about to tell them when it started, and then they can look up for themselves.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, so but what we talking about was the Serabi El Kadim and the Proto-Sinaitic script. It's a pictographic script. So when we look at that script, we can tell that the people were familiar with the Metanetter, right? Because some of the symbols were similar to it. So when we look at the Hebrew or the Yiddish, we can go with the Aleph, Bet, Daleth, Gimel, in that order. But we can tell when we look at the Bet, for instance, it's the shape of the house, right? So we can tell that those people had some sort of familiarity with the Egyptian Metanetter because that's the same basic, the what we were talking about earlier, that house, Ramsey, right? They had to have had some symbol for that because it's the same symbol, the structure, the closed-in structure. That's a good example of having familiarity. But they were miners, Semitic miners in that mine, and they were under Egyptian rule. So these mines in Serabi El Kadim, there's only two of them, but this particular one was a turquoise mine, right? So we will find there, actually in the biblical narrative, it fits where, because this turquoise mine is called Lady Hathor, right? Lady Hathor is known as Hathor, the Lady of Turquoise. And she's worshipped only at turquoise mines. So this particular mine is Serabi El Kadim. So it just happens to be the location of the Proto-Semitic script where these Semitic speaking, miners were working at under Egyptian rule. So
That's what
that's
I was about to ask you. Are we talking about like the remnants or the beginning of the trans-Saharan slave trade or the Arabic slave trade?
The date that I'm giving you is 1500 BC. This is right in the time. This is the Exodus period. This would be Moses' time period that the brother Cosmos is talking about. I'm talking about when they according to the biblical narrative, when they are expelled out of Egypt, the mixed multitude that goes into the wilderness for those years, and that when Moses goes up into the mountain and comes down, that group of mixed multitude who is worshiping that cow. That cow is the same worship in Egyptian as Hathor, that golden cow. You'll see
Correct. We know that from
exactly.
the stories. We know that from
Fact.
the stories.
So
We know
that's
that.
what,
His
exactly.
brother Aaron said that. Yeah, we know from what Aaron said. Aaron said that, these people still have they ways, and you know what I mean? We still have our ways. And yeah, I'm familiar with the stories when they was hungry and they ate the motherfucker gave them so much bird till they ate so much bird so that shit was coming out their nose. And I got you. I follow you. Let me give you a quick thing, King J. Whenever you ready to come do a bill with me, bro, or like what JJ did, you welcome. Just let me know, bro. You're welcome. And I give you the same respect. You know what I mean? Word.
That's love.
All right, go ahead.
It's on Cosmos.
All right, now you asking him a question. Don't cut him off while he answering now.
Nah, it's on him. It's on him. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Now look, all I'm saying is, and I don't know why this is so hard for them to wrap their minds around, right? All I'm saying is these Israelites are already gone, right? By the time Amos starts the new kingdom in 1550, right? They're already gone. This is what I'm saying. So if you, per their narrative, right? Per their narrative, if you start at 1550, right, and add the 430 years that they say that it was there, right, you get let's just say 1980 BC. This is what I want to show y'all. This is during this. This is look. This is the sixth kingdom, right? In many traditional chronologies, the Theban dynasty 6. Or that, my bad, that's 11, is included in the Middle Kingdom. Right? Is included in the Middle Kingdom. Not the first intermediate period. However, in recent times, this notion has been revised among certain Egyptologists. The dynasty existed about 143 years, of which years were spent in the state of civil war, with the kingdom divided, and only 44 years with the kingdom united in relative peace. This is what I want to say right here. We know this guy. Amenemhat the first, even with his Egyptian name, he is a Hyksos. He is a Hyksos, and he's the right-hand man to this guy, Mentuhotep IV. Amenemhat kills Mentuhotep IV during this intermediate period and starts right here in 1991 BC. And remember, we looking for a date around 1980 for Joseph and them, right? You go, what I'm saying is you take that 430 off of there, or you go halfway, right? And you get down all the way to Amenemhat and them, who are in the 12th dynasty, right? These guys are really in the 12th dynasty.
Yeah.
Right? They're in the 12th dynasty. But listen, they're in the 12th dynasty, right? Of Thebes. This is why I asked him. They're in the 12th dynasty of Thebes.
For sure.
Right? But what I'm saying is this 12th dynasty of Thebes would have been about, hold on, because remember, this is the timeline. See the timeline? This is why I say the timeline don't be adding up, because we know this is really 6th dynasty period. 5th, 6th dynasty.
That's right.
Right? This time. Am I lying, bro?
That's right.
Right. This is 5th, 6th dynasty time. But look what they got right here. So what I'm saying is they be mixing up the times.
So 9 and 11. So 9 and 11 is the same right there?
No. What I'm telling you is 5 or 6, number 6 and number 1 are the same. So the 6th Theban, right? So when you start your intermediate period, first intermediate period, right here,
now,
right?
Wait.
Way down here. Look.
You said the sixth dynasty,
right,
and the first dynasty are the same time.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is the 6th Theban dynasty, right? And the first of Avaris, right?
Which is what dynasty?
Come across the same time.
You changing your stories now. You changing your argument now.
No. That's what I've been saying from the get-go. And then hold on. What I'm saying is they was there. These Hyksos came in during the intermediate period.
So what's the first dynasty for the Hyksos?
I say it's right here.
What's the number? What's the date?
Amenemhat, 1990.
1990 is the 7th dynasty.
Huh?
And that's a Theban dynasty.
I know.
Okay, now it's the 7th dynasty. On the screen is saying the 12th dynasty. So now I'm wondering.
Right.
He reading it wrong.
So now when I'm getting out of this, I'm hearing y'all out here. Hey, King J, my email in the back. Get my email, bro. Out of the private chat. So what I'm getting out of this conversation right here is that we have overlapping dynasties.
Exactly.
So you can have a 1, and you can have a 9. You can have a 2, and you can have an 8. You can have a 12. You can have a 5. Almost like dice. When we bet, 7-11.
5 behind
16. So
one is 5 to 6 behind the other.
Why are these dynasties overlapping? For one, why is Dynasty 6 and Dynasty 1 or Dynasty 12 and Dynasty 9? Why are they overlapping like that? Can y'all please
these niggas that came
real quick?
These niggas then came into, listen, this is called the first intermediate period. What happens is during these intermediate periods, there are power shifts, right? And during these times of power shift, you did what I'm saying. This right here, all is still Theban. All this is all Theban, right? All this is the niggas in the South still. It's not till they kill this nigga.
And that's Dynasty 11 right there. That's Dynasty 11 that you're in right now.
Right. Now, this is what they're saying. This is what they're saying in Dynasty 11 for these niggas. But number 1. For a minute here. So when we get down here.
Cosmos, can I, your wording is kind of misleading, and that's maybe why you're drawing the conclusions you coming to. So intermediate period is when there is an intermediate period is when there is no monarch, there are only nomarchs ruling.
Right. It's like a gap. It's like a gap in rulership. Intermediate.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's like somebody coming in.
Everybody.
Right.
But no, hold on. Everybody is ruling their own household. For instance, nobody is paying a tax. So when an intermediate period comes to an intermediate period comes to an end, it's basically when you have one family that gets together and makes everybody and subjugates everybody else and makes them pay the tax. That's what Mentuhotep does in the 12th dynasty. So from the 6th dynasty through the 12th dynasty, there is no Egyptian pharaoh. Everybody is every man for themselves.
Okay. Okay. All right.
So
that's why I say, King J, I would love for you to come and do a bill with me. You know what I mean? Because I'm not that good with comedic history. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes down to the Bible and studying the Bible, that's when I got well versed with comedic history, and also not just comedic, but just world history, period. Trying to find out where the Bible came from. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I love to do a bill. But man, you set up a date. You let me know what date, what time, man. I set it up. I have it already set up, man. And you come on through.
That's love. That's love. I appreciate it.
Cosmon always here with me, man. That's my brother, man.
Love. Okay, for sure.
You know what I mean? I ain't into no religion or nothing like that. I'm out of it. But I respect everybody's religion or they belief, because I cannot tell you what's good for you, my brother. You know what I mean? If it helped you on your way and your journey, then so be it. You know what I mean? But I just love studying.
Me too.
So
watch me. Has good information. He has good information. Our timeline, we have discrepancy. We just on our timeline thing. I
got a whole different timeline. Okay. What I'm showing you is their timeline is off. I'm telling you, this starts. See this time right here? See this time of Amenemhat the first and all this? That they're pushing way back here.
But my question
I'm saying, hold on, brother, be quiet for a minute, bro. You're not saying what I'm saying. This is all I'm saying. I'm saying this, Amenemhat, all this is roughly a 200 plus span of time. Right. 220, 230 years span of time. Right here. I'm saying this starts when they say it ends in 1784. So if you actually run the time, you run the time of these guys on the throne, it'll run you smack dab, right? And this is the 12th dynasty. We know she was in the 12th dynasty. I'm not saying she wasn't, but I'm saying the timeline is off. This is about when this is when Amenemhat the first would have been taken over, not way back here. When the very first Hyksos was coming in. This is when the very first Hyksos would have been coming in. Right? What I'm saying is the 12th dynasty of no, not Thebes. The 12th dynasty of the Hyksos, who is Amenemhat.
There is no 12th dynasty Hyksos.
It is. And Queen Sobek Neferu is the last one. She the last one. What I'm trying to tell y'all is, what I'm saying is the timeline is off. I'm saying this, instead of they saying when this starts, I'm saying it ends. It starts here when they're saying it ends. And if you line this up, this will run you smack dab. This is the 12th running along with the 17th, and it ends. This would be 1550 with Amos. That's all I'm saying. If you put this right here, right up alongside this, it matches historically. That's all I'm saying. Right? You start about right here.
So what happened to the 200 years before that you just skipped out?
No. You start right here. No. You would start right here.
No. So you're starting at
about right here.
You're starting at 1784 BC.
Okay. Put 64 more years on it. So they was enslaved 220 in a row.
1726 or something like that. 20 something.
Right. So guess what?
Uh-huh.
Guess what? It still lead me to 1550 in the New Kingdom.
Brother.
I'm saying is, see these times right here? All this time right here, from roughly 1596 to 1550, one nigga ruled. Right? But this is Kamos in them in the South.
Okay.
These niggas is in the South in Thebes. But at the same time, look, at the same time, Second Raytal and Kamos would have been living, right? They got defeated by this guy.
Apophis.
No, but Apophis is Amenemhat the third.
No.
He start ruling in 15. Listen, he start ruling in 1596.
Can I show you what your source says? If we just scroll right on up a little bit to
let me ask you this. King J, are you saying right now this
I'm
is
saying
not
all this shit
hold on real quick, cause is this not the actual date of these people right here? Is this right here what he's showing right now? Are these actual dates? But he's just putting names on people because he's trying to bring y'all to another thought frame. Like this shit can't be happening because these timelines don't add up because we see other people and these places at this same timeline. Could that be the case? But is this accurate? Is this accurate with Middle Kingdom and all that with these dates that he's showing on the screen? Everything is accurate, correct? None of this is made up, right?
Nah, these dates are pretty close. They may be off a little bit, but I wouldn't argue with it. I'll just argue with his interpretation of it.
His interpretation. Okay,
all
right. That's what I'm hearing too. That's what I was about to say, man. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing an argument of difference of opinion. Cosmo is saying like, yo, if we look at back in 1500s BC, we see this pharaoh or this king or whoever, this person ruling. But then when we go back to second or third kingdom, we see the same time date, the same period that they give us, and we see a whole different pharaoh or something.
It's a name, but they got the same. They got a person who does. For instance, right?
Go ahead.
On the Hyksos side, there is stories about Amenemhat.
So you got a Hyksos side and you got a Thebes side?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Listen, they don't understand that they thousands of they hundreds and hundreds of miles apart. The Avarice is up in the Delta.
So that's the north and the south that y'all talking about.
Yes, this is upper and lower.
So King J, do you agree with that? Was there Hyksos and Thebes pharaohs at the same time, or what we will call pharaohs, rulers at the same time?
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, so Go ahead, King J.
But he messed it all the way up. Like,
no, I did.
All right, well, King J, give me a better interpretation. Hold on, Cos. Now, King J, give me a better interpretation. Since you say my brother had it all off, give me a better interpretation, bro. Go ahead.
If we I mean, could we go show his screen, because that's what we've been going off of all night.
Yeah, Cos, share your screen back because your number's on point.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I ain't gonna put no cap up there. Hold on one second. Let me get back up. Where was I at?
Yeah. Everybody's saying the numbers on point. So that's why I had to ask that, because I want to make sure ain't nobody been saying like your numbers that you were showing was off, like you made that up. So I wanted to make that clear first.
I'm saying where they put
pull it back up for your brother real quick.
Hold on, bro.
Please.
Let me tap this real quick. All I'm saying is
get on some of that good smoke, nigga. Breathe in.
They put these people at different times and willy-nilly without trying to make it congruent with the story.
So they leave you to guess. In other words,
unless you can prove it. Yeah, unless you can prove it.
So this date right here, brother. So you're saying that this
where do you want to
right
start at, KJ? I don't want you to ask him no questions because then that's gonna start into something
Yeah,
else.
you just tell your
I
narrative.
want you to explain your interpretation of this because you say his interpretation you don't agree with. So where do you want him to start at on this screen right here, man?
Yeah, just tell me where to go up and down. I'll move.
Yeah.
For sure. Right. Okay, for sure. Right where
Okay,
we at.
all right, go ahead, bro.
Where he has highlighted, he says the argument that the brother is making is that where we have highlighted Amenhotep III right here is Apophis.
No, Amenemhat.
Amenemhat the third is Apophis. Is that correct? And this dates to, what does it say, 1842?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that? Okay, that's fine.
No, I don't agree.
Noted. So could you scroll up a little bit till we get to the 14th dynasty of the Hyksos?
Whoa.
Just scroll up a little bit for me, down. I'm sorry.
Well, you mean down?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, here go the second intermediate period. We way down here. The
Right
Hyksos dynasty way down here.
Stop.
Okay, go ahead.
Go up a little bit, slow up a little bit. Right here. Stop. Okay, so here we see, you said Apophis was, who did you say it was? Amenemhat, right? Here we said Hyksos vassals in Lower Egypt. This is the 10th, 16th dynasty. Hyksos vassals in Lower Egypt and Middle Egypt, concurrent with dynasties 15 and 17, all contemporary attestations are on scarabs. So when we see it, and they list the Semitic names. So when we look at the third row, the first one, it says Senef and Ra Apophis. So that is Senef and Ra Apophis. So I just want to be clear that it's not a Menenhat, whatever you said that you just said it was. Clearly, it says that it's Senef and Ra Apophis. So I just want to clarify that. And that's saying, and this is saying that Apophis is running concurrent with the 17th dynasty as well. So I'm just wanting to be clear that this is the Apophis that, and then we also see it above. The following Hyksos rulers are attested on contemporary monuments. And then we show Apophis dating to 1600 through 1569 BC. His full name is Senef and Ra Apophis. So are you saying that this is not the same Apophis that so this Apophis right here is known for what his battle with Second Ra. So Second Ra is the 17th dynasty pharaoh, right? So that's who is synonymous with this pharaoh. They have a battle over hippopotamus, right? This pharaoh writes him a letter and says, "Your hippopotamus is too loud," right? He actually disrespects him because he calls him the prince of the south, right? And that's disrespectful to say to an Egyptian supposed to be pharaoh from Thebes, right? So he sons them in a way, right? So he lets them know, look, I'm the king, you the prince. Yo, hippopotamus is too loud, Cosmos. Calm that down. You feel me? And that
Already read the story. Yeah.
That starts the war.
Does the same thing. Go ahead.
That starts the war, the 14th dynasty and the 17th dynasty. But so my contention with you is that you're saying that this is not the same Apophis. Is that's what you're saying?
Don't ask me no questions. Just teach what you gonna teach, because I'm gonna come behind you and say what I'm gonna say.
Okay, so
I don't agree with you.
I clearly.
What I'm saying is don't agree with what you got. Go ahead. So finish what you're saying.
I'm reading your source.
I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
I'm reading your source.
So that ain't my source. Just everybody's source.
But I don't think we would object with this name is correct. Senef and Ra Apophis in his contention with Second Ra in the story about the hippopotamus. And that's a story of what it says here. That story correlates with the timeline.
That's in the 17th dynasty, right?
It corresponds with the source you have right here. The 14th
dynasty, right?
The Egyptian dynasty is the 17th.
17th Theban dynasty, right?
Yes.
That's in the 1500s BC, right?
It's the same time as the 14th dynasty, Hyksos.
I'm saying it's not. It's the 12th.
Well, how could the
Let me show you why it's the 12th. Because we
go to
know a
problem.
Amenemhat.
Now we get down to the problem now.
Right.
The solution is always been the problem. Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Amenemhat is in the 12th. Watch this.
He is.
Right. So this is what I'm telling you. Amenemhat is in the 12th. The 12th is concurrent with the 17th.
It doesn't say that.
Right? Watch this. Hold on. Because we got Amos starting. We got Amos starting the new kingdom.
In 1550.
Right? In 1550. So by 1550, Israelites gone.
No.
Gone.
No.
They start the new kingdom. And how do we know? Hold on, be quiet, bro. I'll let you talk.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I told you we're not saying the same thing. So stop trying to say what I'm saying. You just regurgitate what white people say. That's all you do. You ain't got a new thought in the bunch. What I'm trying to tell you is Amos, who ends the 17th and starts the 18th dynasty with the new kingdom in 1550, is one half of the pharaohs of the Bible. There's 2 pharaohs in Bible.
Okay.
Right? So what I'm telling you is Israel leaves and has been gone 3 years by 1550. They already been gone 3 years already by 1550. So what I'm telling you is in the prior 200 half years, they were enslaved under the Hyksos, right? That's in the 1700s. If you add 220 years to this, you get the same time that I was talking about earlier, 1770, 1780. Right? They've been telling you they got enslaved 220 years consecutively till they got released. I'm saying that date is 1550. Even though I got a more specific date, but we know why, because the new kingdom starts then. And this is the guy, Amos, who writes the Exodus of the Hebrews or the Exodus of the Hekakasu. Amos does it. Only a year after this. My source says 1549.
Exactly. I agree with Anonymous Hebrew. And that's why I say the expulsion of the Hatshepsut. You forgot about Hatshepsut. She gets the last remnant.
No, I didn't forget about Hatshepsut. You keep talking about Hatshepsut, but I'm talking about Sobek Nefru, not Hatshepsut. I'm talking about Sobek Nefru, a whole different person.
But you just said all of them were gone out of. You just said there wasn't any more by the time of Amos. So how could she kick him out?
Because guess what? She the last one. 1553.
How could she kick him out if there wasn't any there?
What I'm telling you is she's leaving. Listen, she gets beat. Queen Sobek Nefru is the last ruler of the 12th dynasty. This is running. This is what I'm saying. This is running concurrent with that 770 to 1550, that 220 years that they said that they was enslaved.
But listen, what you just messed up was the if they both are running concurrent, these 2 dynasties you showing are both Theban dynasties. Just because you said that first person, listen, just because you said that first person was Amenhotep and whoever, all these people, brother, this is Thebes. This dynasty is not in avarice.
No shit, Sherlock. Look, because guess what?
Hold on. The 17th dynasty is in Thebes too.
Watch this. Watch this.
So how are they concurrent?
Watch this. Be quiet. Let me show you. Because Mentuhotep is a Theban, right? But he gets overthrown by a Hyksos.
Yep.
His right-hand man was a Hyksos. This is how this shit all goes north.
Let me let my
This is how it goes north.
So why they got two names up here, cause? Why they got Menuhotep or why they got a Horus? Yeah, why they got a Horus? Right. So it's one Theban and one Hyksos.
Yeah, and look there. Listen, this is what
then they got a third one. So what is that third one?
Hold on. This is all. What you got to understand is this is all the same nigga. Horus Semitawi and Nepheptere and Mentuhotep are all the same person, just at different times in their rulership.
What about the Abydos? What about the Abydos?
No. Hold up. KJ, do you agree with that?
What did you say? What did you just? I watched.
This person had three different names. This person has three different names.
So what it is?
So it's one is Hyksos, one is Hyksos, one is Egyptian, and then one is something else, or what?
They got all different types of names.
No,
it's called Egyptian titulary.
Brother, let me talk, brother.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You go, KJ.
So what they have is five. They have a pharaoh would have 5 different throne names, right? He would have a Horus. He would have a Horus name. He would have a throne name. He would have a Tawi name, like the uniting the two lands type of name. You know, a golden Horus,
like Tahuti or Taseti, or that unite both lands. I got you. Okay, so Horus, they will have a Horus name, meaning the first. Meaning that they came from the creator. They will have their own name. They will have their own name, and then they will also have another name, also like saying that they united the land. So if they didn't unite Upper and Lower Egypt, they would not have that extra name. They would not have that Tahuti or Taseti type name.
Exactly.
If they did not worship the sun, they will not have Horus, correct? Or Ra, whatever.
Go back up, brother. Go back up, brother. Go back up, brother.
I'm starting to understand now. I'm starting. So whatever ruler took on the belief of a past ruler, then they would inherit that name, meaning, and that will let you know, like, yo, this is a sun god. And that's what King Tut fucked up at. I got you now. Okay, bet. Go ahead, y'all. Y'all building right now. I'm just asking questions because I'm trying to understand.
You asking good questions. Scroll back up to where Dynasty 1 real quick. I just want to go a little bit more about what the brother was just asking.
This fire, cause where you get this time, this chronological timeline from? Cause just fire. I hope to find this same shit right here.
Go up to Dynasty 1 for me real quick.
Yeah, but hold on. This is what before he get to talking about what he talking about. I just want to show y'all that there's they don't know everything.
Right.
They don't know everything. So what I'm telling you is even they think many of these men are separate people, and they actually the same people. By my research, the great builder. Hold on. The great builder of the pyramid, who they call Cheops or Khufu, right? To my understanding, they try to say Jadefre is his son and Kefren his son. What I'm trying to tell y'all is this is all the same man. Khufu, Cheops, and Jadefre. This one man who we know is Thothma or Khufu built the Great Pyramid, and they all the same person. This is just when he took the throne in 2606, but he was 19 then at this time.
What was that other name?
2625. He died at 100 years old. So what I'm telling y'all is this is the same person. It's just
could have been a junior. Could have been juniors. A senior and junior.
They try to say that they different people. They tried to say that they sons. This guy is a son of this guy, and this guy is a son of this guy. When in fact, they're the same person. Just under different titulary, throne name, rulership. You dig what I'm talking about? Or accomplishment. You dig what I'm talking about? This is why they call Narmer all the way up here, which is his Horus name, which means that ain't even his real name. His name ain't Narmer. He has a real name that his mama named him. Right? And this is also a throne name. This is like a type of rulership. They call him the stinging catfish. Just like they call Horus Roll. You dig what I'm talking about? Who I believe is Zekanka.
Right. Horus, when they carry the name Horus, though, that just means first, right?
Well, no, that's what I wanted to elaborate with.
No. You explain that better than I do. Go ahead.
Scroll up just to Dynasty 1 a little bit. Just scroll up a little bit. Yo,
scroll down. Scroll down. Yeah, scroll down. My bad. Scroll down. Dynasty 1. That's Dynasty
right there,
0.
Right there. Okay.
All of them got horrors. Go ahead.
Exactly.
So all the old kingdom got horrors.
Exactly. So that's how we know this is a Horus cult. So Horus. So what they would be called would be Shemsu Hor, followers of Horus, right? So Aha Horus, Doja Horus, YG Horus. Those are the names. Horus is the god, right? All these, so that's the god that they all follow, and it looks all the way up into First Dynasty, Second Dynasty. So these all came from the south, I believe. All these, this Horus cult, and I believe they're establishing this dynasty in Memphis, right? This is
this would be the House of Horus.
Memphis, yeah.
This would be considered a House of Horus, in other words.
Yep. No, this would be considered House of Horus or followers of Horus.
Right.
They all follow Shemsu Hor. So if you scroll down,
so let me ask you about these names. Are these names Theban or are these names Arabic, Hyksos, which would be Arabic?
Nubian, Sedanic. Sedanic. Nubian.
Sedanic?
What
about, hold on now, when we get into this word like Kwa, K-A, with the hyphen A, that's Arabic.
Kushi, yeah.
Yeah, that's Arabic. So now I'm wondering, are these words, because we know the Hittites are Arabic. If you don't want to say that,
I'm saying ain't none of these niggas Egyptian.
All these,
YG is also
neither
Arabic.
is Narmer, neither is Horus.
A lot of these names right here are Arabic. Samaritan, that's Sumeria.
These are Persian, Phoenician names.
These are Persians and Hittites, if you want to call them.
And look, right here,
if you don't want to call them Hittites, call them Persians,
this one right here,
Babylonians, all that.
The pushback would be
this one right here.
Hold on.
Yeah, I see that.
The pushback would be that they're actually English words. The meta would be the symbol. So like what the brother just showed earlier as far as Narmer, it's really Narmer we're pronouncing it in English. It's really the symbol of the catfish and like a chisel or something. You know what I'm saying? It's a pictographic script, right? We're saying it in English, Narmer, aha, right? Because we figured that's how they would express it, because they didn't have vowels, everything was a consonant. Just like you mentioned in Arabic, the jobs, everything is a consonant, right? There is no vowels. So that's the same thing. Exactly. But we know they pronounced it in some sort.
It's funny, I don't even think they had a written language at this time. At the founding of Menes, you did what I'm talking about.
They had to, because
I don't even think they had a written script. They had pictographic script, like a
that's the metanetter, bro. That's the metanetter. So
yeah. They didn't even have like a written adjective.
And let me ask you this though, KJ, the metanetter was not taught to everybody though.
It wasn't. It was more like a
metanetter was only for the priests. So what would the common people be using?
I would assume that the common peasant would not be as literate, because even amongst the per-uncs, because the per-unc is a house of life, and we have sesses. Sesses are scribes, right? So even amongst the sesses, we have the hairy head, who is the wise one. He is the one who might correct the scribe who is writing. You know what I'm saying? So my point is saying that even in the temples of knowledge, there were levels. Every scribe didn't have the same knowledge or understanding. There was one who knew more than everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I would assume that the peasant really might not. He may have some understanding just because of the culture itself of what he may have an exoteric meaning understanding, but I don't think he would have the same understanding a priest would have of looking at the same.
He would definitely not have the same understanding because, for one, he can't read the books. So it's no different than Christianity or Catholicism back in the day. They couldn't have no Bible. They had to listen to the priests and the scribes and all that and what they're saying. And all they did was regurgitate what they heard. That's why a lot of that shit became folklore, folktale, and stuff like this, or myths. You know what I mean?
I gotta run to the store real quick.
Okay.
I gotta run to the store real quick. Hey, but look, man, if y'all really want to know about Egyptian titulary, who really was who was King Scorpion? Right? Who is Scorpion 2? Is it Zekenka or is it Horus Ro? Or are they the same person? Maybe the reason
Imhotep was Scorpion. Imhotep was the Scorpion King.
All right.
I'll leave that alone. I'm just tripping, y'all. I've been watching too much rock movies.
We ain't gotta shoot nothing down. We ain't gotta shoot nothing down. I'm just saying that I go, y'all go on the Cosmoncal TV. It's called I think it's called The Source of the Pre-Dynastic Rulership in Egypt. Y'all check that out. I give the name source. I source up everything. I get to what Scorpion Mama named him, where he come from, right? Because we know this guy. And let me tell y'all a good little secret, and I don't want to spoil it. But y'all see this? Y'all see this guy right here?
Dozier.
They call it Dozier. I call it Dozier. Right? That's a female. This is a female, y'all. Right? And there's other females that's represented in here. You dig what I'm talking about? But they have male names. But you can see many of them have female-ish like beauty, like maybe Ra is beautiful, or you dig what I'm talking about? The beautifulness of Nefer. You dig what I'm talking about? It'll have a titulary that'll be to the beauty of a thing, and you can kind of separate it from its male aspect to its female aspect sometimes.
That's the Maryland. That's remember I was saying they have a name that in reference to the two lands. They have a horse name, a golden horse. Yeah. That's the epitaph.
I think those two names right there, those three names with the I starting their name, I think those three people are females.
This one is. This is Farmer's son.
I'm looking at that middle name.
This one is. I think it's.
I'm looking at that middle name. Idris, and Irie.
I think it's this one right here. Simerket.
Yep, that one.
I think
that's one of them too.
I'm just trying to remember the story in my head, but it go all the way down. It break every one of these people down, because first of all, these people ain't even if they ain't talking to you about who the Sumerians is, right? If they not talking about the Gerzians first, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
So, like the Gerzian period is before, like, you have the Badarian period, you have the Fayum period, Fayum A, B, you have the Oh my God, Merimde
The
period.
Ubayyid. You got many periods, but I'm talking about this time right here. Right here, this guy, Narmer.
Narmer would be Nakada. It's Nakada.
He's Sumerian.
But he's from Nakada.
Yeah, 3 CD. You dig what I'm talking about? He's the last of the last, and here go the first of the first, his son. I'm telling you, these niggas ain't even from Africa.
They from Nubia. They from Nakada. They from down there. They from the south.
They from the south, which is north. You
You
dig
saying
what
they
I'm
from
talking
the?
about?
You saying they from the?
Them niggas from the other side of them. These is who you would call your Phoenicians,
No,
your
not they. No,
Mesopotamians, your
not this group.
Sumerians. These are your Shemitic Negroes, not Africans.
So south is
and
north.
this is why the oldest depiction of a king. Huh?
My bad. So, Kaz, when they saying south, they mean north, and when they mean north, they mean south. When talking,
yeah, they be talking about upper and lower. You dig what I'm talking about? But they be talking about upper and lower, but not taking into account that the Nile flows from the south to the north, right? But they call the north lower. Right, so in their sense, it is flowing south from their point of view, or into lower.
According to our cardinal directions today, yeah. According to our cardinal directions today.
According to how the Egyptian looked at the river then.
Well, knowledge, how it really goes is that the water comes from the Ethiopian highlands, right? So it's the white Nile and the blue Nile. They come together and they form the Nile that dumps
Do it
into
come
the
from the south?
Right.
Yeah.
Ethiopian. That river in the Mississippi, in the Mississippi is the only two rivers known that go upwards.
Upstream.
Yeah.
But it comes from the south, Ethiopia.
Yeah,
that's
ain't no
that's
doubt.
where it
Right. Which we know from what
why
history says, in Egypt and even parts of Egyptian history, they say it started in the south.
Right. But that's why they call
the pyramid building and the structures. We see the growth from the south getting up to Egypt. And Egypt was like the final result.
That's a good point. So knowledge. How could this group be Semitic if what you said was true? We see the period builders coming from the south, and this group is who is accredited with the pyramid building.
All right, so go ahead.
I didn't hear what he said.
So you said that this group was not from the south; they were Semitic. In fact, they were from Mediterranean, Levantine, Phoenician. So, but what the brother said made sense. These are the pyramid builders, right? These are the people who came. We see the pyramids being built from the south, not in the Levant.
Correct. We see the growth. Okay. We see the growth of the pyramids from the south coming up into the final point in Egypt. Which at that point, you got a melting pot.
Yeah, the last one is made by Amenemhat III.
You know what I'm saying?
1560s. Amenemhat III made Harara. That's the last of the pyramids. So yeah, we see it go south to north. To the last is made by the Hyksos in the 1550s, 60s. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah. That's the last time.
I agree with that. And I think the reason why Egypt is so the way it is because it was a melting pot. It was like a meeting pot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? At its height. And it has so much inspiration from different cultures and different people I believe that's why it got to the height that it got to. You understand? That's just me. I believe it.
Gotta understand right
it was into Egypt. It was an into Egypt thing. Like that was the place to go for knowledge, wisdom, and understanding at the time.
Well, you got to remember, this guy is fleeing. He's trying to find a place where his people won't die from. They're having massive droughts. Massive droughts. They call they be calling this the 3,200 year event, 3,300 year event. They were having massive droughts. So anyway, Narmer is not conquering a country. He's consolidating it.
I disagree.
He breaks from these guys.
I disagree.
He breaks from these guys and builds a wall all the way in the Levant and Jerusalem and all that stuff. He builds a wall to keep his people safe, to stop these niggas. What I'm talking about? His forefathers and them. He go up and he found this kingdom. You dig what I'm talking about? After it was birthed from Negroidal stocks. You dig what I'm talking about? It was what they call an Asiatic black man. You dig what I'm talking about? Not from the Hamitic stock. I don't like to get into all the stupid shit, but this is a nigga, not an African.
But I disagree because Cosmos, when you look at the Narmer parallel, who does Narmer conquer?
Narmer is conquering Persians and
Hittites. My bad. I kind of call them Hittites, man, but Babylonian, Babylonian, Persian, and Hittites, they pretty much the same to me, just at different times.
I can go with that.
Okay, so when we
talk, we could just say they Mesopotamian and get it over with.
That's fine because it says on there, it actually says we can call them Tehinu, maybe. Temehu, the Temehu land, Tehinu. So they're coming, Narmer comes from the south to the north to conquer that group of people. So how can you say, Cosmos, that Narmer is the same group that he's conquering?
No, I'm not saying he's conquering. Narmer is not conquering. Narmer is consolidating.
So is cutting off their head conquering or consolidating?
I'm saying that's another thing. What I'm saying is he's not what. Well, first of all, it's the two lands, right?
It wasn't at that time.
It was because Narmer.
No,
yes, it was.
Yeah, Narmer
hadn't consolidated them yet.
Yeah,
but
Narmer consolidates the two lands. Hold on. We heard your narrative. Be quiet for a minute.
Was the first to unite Upper and Lower Egypt.
Yes, and yes. And see, what he don't understand is he's not destroying the people at that time. He's protecting his people who come from two lands. In the south, they call it Nubia. In the north, they call it Canaan. Don't you bring those two lands together, you got what you call ancient Egypt. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Narmer wasn't smashing his people, he was saving them. Why? From his Persian ruler, Elamite. You could call it Elamite, you could call it Sumerian, you could call it Phoenician, but they're coming from across the Zagros Mountains, right? And these are his grandfather and his father, right? He is breaking away from them. This is why he creates the great walls and encompasses Jerusalem and all that in it.
You made that up, brother.
So are you saying when he split away, does he has a different spiritual or religious belief than his predecessors?
No, I don't think he necessarily had a different religious belief, right? Mm-hmm. But what he was not gonna be little bruh. He wasn't paying no more
yes man shit.
Right, you know how what they call it, tribute. He was
okay.
Listen, Zek and Ka was still paying back to the ruler over in Persia. You dig what I'm talking about? Or in Sumer. You dig what I'm talking about? So Horus broke that. He broke this chain and combined two lands. He didn't destroy two lands. He combined them. The north and the south, one called Canaan, other called Nubia. You put them together, its child is Egypt.
You made that up.
All right.
knowledge. Now let me give you the real history.
Y'all go check out my build, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Our source up. Shout out to University of Chicago for bringing this shit up.
Kyle, before you leave, let me just we're gonna leave at the same time because I really enjoyed the conversation. But brother, so listen,
yeah, y'all gotta come back, man. Y'all gotta come back, man. Word, man. I appreciate it. Y'all gotta come back, bro. For real. I learned a lot.
I did too, but I just want to give them this information. So when we talk about Narmer, brother, we got to talk about Nakata is where he's coming from. There is a confederacy, a Neccan confederacy. So listen, let me give you a quick brief history. So when we talk about the Egyptians, Sapat, the Nomes, they start out as clans, right? Small clans, and clans become regional, divisions and things like that. They become into Sapats. Nome is the Egyptian, is the Greek word, but they're called Sapats. Each Sapat, they have their own fetishes, right? So they have their own cult. So when we see these particular groups talking about Horus, that is the particular Horus clan. That clan or Sapat or Nome would be known probably by a falcon. There's a falcon Nome, there's double falcon Nome, but all of these Nomes the first Nome is in Tasseti. There's a total of about 42 Nomes, right? 20 in the south, 22 in the south, 20 in the delta, right? Each Nome is different. That's what we got to remember. Each Nome is, if you look up the word autonomous, each word is autonomous. Each city-state is autonomous. Each Nome, each Sapat is autonomous. That means that they're sovereign. That means that they're not homogenous. They all believe different things. So that's why this Falcon Nome is going to these. So there's crocodile Nomes, right? They're bull Nomes, right? In these particular Nomes, let's say the bull Nome, the bull may be sacred. You're not going to eat the bull in that land. You're not going to kill it. In other lands, they're going to kill it, right? Because in that Sapat or that Nome, it's not sacred, it's not venerated, it's not a god actually. Because most of these Sapats or Nomes, those fetishes or cult signs or enzymes that they use and that we see in the Narmer palette, those became the Sapat signs and cult signs, right? So my point in saying and giving this brief prehistory of the Sapats and Nomes is to say that it has nothing to do with the consolidation because they're autonomous. They're not. They never were together in the beginning. So Narmer, you would have to show me before Narmer where they were together. I would actually refer you to the Kustal incense burner, and where you see the white crown.
That shit ain't even Egyptian, bro. Stop
Exactly.
People culture. It's Nigerian, bro.
You cutting me off because I'm killing you. Exactly. That's where it happens at. That's the point that's the point. It happens in Nubia, in Tasseti.
All right, let me body bag that when you're done. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point that I'm establishing is that the white crown is established in the south.
Watch this.
So you're gonna have to show me when they were together. If consolidation means that there had to be a united kingdom before. So and there never was. And so once we see what we just showed with that followers of Horus, once that line of pharaohs are over, that reign until about the 6th dynasty, we have the first intermediate period. Everybody's back for themselves. All those Sapats that I mentioned the name, they all are back autonomous, doing what they want, their own thing. They remain that way from the 6th dynasty to the 12th dynasty when Menhotep comes from the south again and conquers the north. The whole story is about the south conquering the north. Every time it's the Wasetian, or if you want to call them Theban tribes, are coming from Waset, they're coming from Thebes, and the real struggle or fight is over that Kemetic soil, them deposits of black Kim, right? Are you familiar with that? And so that is what they're coming up there for, because where's the largest deposits of that black mineral, that Kim? In the down delta, second known. So, and you made a mistake and you said that Narmer comes and he makes the wall is called the Eneb hedge. He doesn't make the Eneb hedge from Memphis in the Nile Delta all the way into the land of Canaan. It's a very small, it's really known as the city-state of Memphis. Narmer founds Memphis, and he builds a wall called the Eneb hedge, which would mean the white wall. and that wall is the wall that surrounds Memphis. And he builds that wall to keep the Libyan tribes from crossing the river. So these are war. These are just wars. These are just support wars. No, you know what I'm saying. But none of that has to do with Canaan. None of that has to do with the Levant. All this is Nubian coming from the south. You know what I'm saying? So when the brother tries to conflate and mix up stuff, I just don't know where he's getting it from.
Let me ask you this, bro.
Are you done?
Mm-hmm.
Is the north connected to Sumeria and the Mediterranean and the Levant?
More than the south, yes.
So would the north be considered the Levant too at this time? Because this is before we have continents. Would the north be considered all of the Egyptian territory, or the people who run in Egypt at this time? Would all of that be considered north? I'm just asking. Go ahead, bro.
So the land would be called in that area would be called Temehu. So we have Temehu, and then we have Tehinu. So Tehinu means the olive land, and Temehu means actually the people of Temehu. It's kind of like known as the land of papyrus, right? They would go there for
land of paper. Okay.
And so, but it would be. I would say it would have more of a mixed Mesopotamian type of more admixture for sure than the Negroid elements in the South. But they still are what we call an Egyptian Sapots and Nomes. They still would be considered Egyptian. Libyans, they would be more like like my color.
Let me ask you this. What's up with this 21st dynasty?
The Libyan dynasty.
Is that the Libyan dynasty?
And soy is this Psi?
What's the dynasty that got written out of history? Was it the 21st or what? What dynasty got written out of Egyptian history?
Yeah, let me just show you he don't know what he talking about. When y'all done, y'all keep talking.
Okay.
But I'm gonna show you he don't
know.
What
I'm talking about King J. You know what I'm talking about, King J? That dynasty that got written out of history. The Black Pharaohs. You never heard about the Black Pharaohs?
Are you talking about Taharka and them?
I don't know their names, but I know I ran across a story called the Black Pharaohs, and they got erased out of history. Like they skipped over that dynasty, and I know they had to come and help the Egyptians out and ran people out, and they ran it for a while until they got ran out. I think the Hittites came back and ran them out, or somebody, and ran them back down south. But they wrote them out of history. Would you love to come and do a bill on them?
I'm familiar with it a little bit. You're talking about Pianka and Tiharka. That's kind of like the 700 BC towards the end, like the Greek and Roman period.
That's right before the Ptolemies. Then okay.
That's kind of and so they're kind of looked at as the saviors that come from the south to save.
Right. And it was a female. And it was a female pharaoh.
They had a lot of female pharaohs. I am familiar with the one that the storyline with the men wouldn't fight.
And she was like, fuck that. Yeah. All right. Bet. So now that I know that, you know what I mean, because that's the type of shit I like to bring out. Shit that people don't know about. The shit that's hidden out of history. You know what I mean? Because by them writing them boys, they out of history. That give people those people over there a hard time to prove that they were some of the first, because they wrote them out of history back then, but knowing that they was part of the history from the goddamn beginning.
You understand what
I'm saying? So yeah.
Listen, let me show y'all. You know, what those who just regurgitate what white zaddy tell them and don't do no thinking of their own. He talked about this Kutzel burner, right? First of all, it's not Egyptian, it's Nubian, right? but it goes back to 3100. I told him that these people are Sumerian, they're
brother.
Persian.
It's
I told him that these people,
3800 BC.
listen, that shit go back to 3100. Now let me show you. Let me show you, because he said the Kutzel burner is the oldest the depiction of the white hat or of the southern lands. So what? I'm saying the oldest depiction of a ruler, period, in Egypt is from Sumerians and from these Asiatic black men that you keep calling Hyksos.
Brother, that's the same time period. The Jebel,
no, it's not. It's not. This is
they're found in the same place.
Hold on. Listen, brother, be quiet. This is 400 or 500 years before.
Listen.
Be
you
quiet.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Be quiet.
They're found in the same place.
Quiet.
It was a gift.
KJ, let him finish real quick, and then you can come right back in.
He's lying.
Come right back. You come right back.
Lying.
Go ahead.
Listen, he's lying and he's ignorant. Because remember, he just showed you that Kutzel burner. I showed you the Kutzel burner don't go back to but 3100. This is the Gebel El Arak knife, right? This go back to 3500. And brother, look, the oldest. Listen, he keep talking about that Kutzel burner, which ain't even Egyptian. Listen, this is an Egyptian knife. Right? And look,
no, it's not.
Oldest,
no, it's not.
Be quiet. Are you emotionally hurt? Am I saying something that's hurting you? Boy, sound hurt over here because you ignorant and didn't know this. The Gebel El Arak knife is 400 years older. 400 years older than his Kutzel burner. And look, the oldest depiction of a king is the Persian beast or the shepherd king. This is called a shepherd king. The oldest depiction, this is roughly 3,500. He talking about something that come from 31 to 3,000. You dig what I'm talking about? This is 34, 3,500. So way older, and the oldest depiction of a king over there is not a nigga from Egypt. It's a Sumerian nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? So I just wanted to, get that up on him because he keep trying to play big you, little me, and actually I'm way in another league. All he can do is regurgitate what Zaddy tell him. Cosma ain't never said what he said all day. I've refuted what he said. And then show the higher light.
Nah, you made that up, brother. Kustal instar burners is 3,800 BC. This Jebel Arak knife that you're showing is a Mesopotamian knife that scholars believe was a gift from one of those Mesopotamian Sumerian rulers to the ruler of Kustal. Brother, type in the right word for me, please. If you're gonna type it up, it's not that doesn't say that's 3,100. That's 3,100 for that group of people. The cemetery. Type in Kustal burner the right way. I spell it right.
It is right.
No, you spell it Qustol.
Watch this.
Just give me the right date, brother. That's all.
It's already right.
It ain't 3,100. It's 3,800 BC.
No, it ain't.
3,100 BC is
no,
the first
not.
Brother, 3,100 BC is
lying.
Narmer and Aha.
He's lying.
It's first dynasty.
Watch this. He just lying, y'all. He just ignorant. Don't worry about it.
The Q-style burner
ignorant a little bit.
But you feel about
I'm gonna show him for sure.
The Q-style burner shows.
I'm gonna show him for sure. Look, same thing. He thought it was gonna change.
Brother, click on it. Let's click on it.
He thought it was gonna change. Watch this.
Click on it, brother. And let's read it.
Let me see. First of all, this ain't. Let's get this out the way. This ain't even Egyptian. This is Nubian.
I never said there's no such thing as an Egyptian at this time. So let's be clear about that.
Exactly.
So let's read it. What does it say?
Right. So you just hijacking nigga shit. Look.
Let's go.
Look. Right here. Look.
Okay. It gives an early date of 3,200.
Incense burner. Look.
Okay. It gives an early date.
Look. 3,200 to 3,000.
Brother, that gives an early date.
So he gave it at 31.
Brother, there's more
32.
scholarship.
You got it at 32. Watch this.
Brother, listen. There's more scholarship. Brother, there's more scholarship that gives it a later date. What does that say?
The Gebel El Arak knife is dated to 3500 450. Listen, it's your shit a baby. I'm just saying, you don't know what you talking about. You're ignorantly up here babbling, and you don't even know the oldest king out there. Listen, the oldest depiction of a king don't even come from Egypt.
Brother, we're not talking about the oldest depiction
We
of a
are
king.
talking
What are you
about that.
talking about? You just made
We
up
are
your own
talking about
argument.
that because you brought up the
Brother.
Kutsu burner. You brought up the Kutsu burner because you wanted to say that
I'm talking about Egypt, brother.
Look, he wanted to say this, y'all. See this dude right here? He said this, he right here seated with the white crown. He wanted to lie to y'all because he thought I didn't know that he didn't know I was smarter than him.
That's the white crown.
I am on a whole nother league than Jay.
That's
look,
the first.
And look, listen,
you're
he
master
says
manipulator.
this is the oldest depiction of a king
Egyptian,
in Egypt. First of all, he's a liar. And and this is the oldest is at 3,200. But let me
y'all two already know each other.
You be on side a couple times.
Y'all two already know each other.
No, he know me.
No, I seen him on side before, but I don't know.
He know me. I don't know him.
He's pseudo on side. He don't really get.
All they do is run from me. I beat them up.
They don't let them talk on side.
What I'm talking about, and look like I'm beating you up right now.
Nah, you're not.
Show me a depiction of a king older than this,
brother. That's not the argument. What the Q-Star instance burning show, brother,
it is. It's exactly the argument.
That's argument
is you thought the Kutsu burner was the oldest. You're wrong.
It is.
It ain't.
It's the oldest depiction of the white crown.
No.
That establishes
this is the
pharaonic,
oldest depiction of a ruler, period.
Brother, so we're not talking about the same
ain't even
thing.
A crown, that's hair, nigga.
So we're not talking about the same thing.
This ain't no crown. Silly, hold on. You
so
think
why are you
this
talking
is a
about
crown?
it?
Hold
so
on.
Why are you talking about
Let me
it?
see this. You think this a crown?
Brother, that's the white
hair.
crown. That's the white crown.
That's hair.
That's the white crown.
Show me one. Show me a white crown that they ever found.
Brother, that's pseudo, brother.
Yeah, show me a white crown that they ever found.
Brother, that's pseudo.
Yeah, now you pseudo. This ain't no white crown, nigga.
That's hair.
That's somebody hair.
Okay, I can rock with that, but that's the earliest depiction.
Right. Well, stop talking about a white crown you can't prove. Stop talking about a white crown you can't prove.
That's the earliest depiction.
You just making shit up, bro.
We looking at it right now.
Bro, you making it up, bro.
That's the earliest depiction right there.
It's not. You making it up.
So what this shows is pharaonic. So actually what this shows is
the
white
you don't
crown
know what you're talking about.
Conquering the Nubians of Kustal. That's what that shows. It shows the pharaoh, which probably was Aha. If it's 3,200 BC, that has to be Pharaoh Aha. So that's who that's showing, and it's showing them in the south. And Kustal is in the south, brother, and those are Nubians that he's heads he's cutting off. And we see Horus, so we know that those are the followers of Horus. So that list that we showed, brother,
I just showed you. You didn't know what the fuck you was talking about. Play my screen.
I'm just showing you who we talking about.
Hey, look, man, you don't know what you talking about.
I'm just
Take that
showing
shit back to the show.
That's why you want to show the screen.
Take that Kutsu burner and smoke some weed in it because you're gonna need it because I just blacked your eye. Yeah, take that with you. Hadouken, nigga. Over there talking. You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Body bag.
Hey man, y'all boys.
That nigga came with that 1990s info, nigga. I'll body you with that shit.
7 o'clock gonna come real early. Y'all boys go ahead and close out, man.
Hey,
y'all
look,
boys
man.
go ahead and close out.
Love, light, balance, man. Shout out to my brother OTK. Shout out to the brother King J for being a good punching bag today. Salute to everybody out there. Hey, OTK, you can do something for me though?
You already know, bro.
Hey, man, breathe in. Let that light in, man, because I'm Cosma and I'm out. Salute to y'all boys, man.
Peace, bro.
Peace. I enjoyed the dialogue. Definitely be back. I'm gonna get that email and hit you up in the back chat. So I'm gonna be in.
You got it? You got it? You got it out of there?
Nah, let me get it right now.
Yeah, make sure you get that. Go to the private chat, man, and get that, So you can come on, man. I love to have a bill with you, you know what I mean? I
got you locked in. I got you locked in. I thought.
Yeah, that way we don't have to worry about no other things. You know, I can just ask you questions or whatever. You know what I'm saying, and just let you get into your build like that. You know what I mean?
What times are you generally on?
I'm on whenever. It's usually on the weekday, man. Anytime after 5.
Okay.
Anytime
So right
after
now,
5. I'm on the East Coast too. I'm in South
Okay.
Carolina, so I'm on the East Coast.
Because right now it's 2:00 where I'm at. I'm in Illinois.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I grew up there in the shop, man. Shout out to the Wild Hunters, man.
No, I'm in Champaign. Everybody think we in Chicago, but I'm in Champaign. If you know where that's
Oh,
at.
okay. Yeah, you in Illinois. You didn't say Chicago. You say Illinois. There's a big difference.
Everybody thinks Chicago is Illinois. That's crazy.
Nah.
It ain't so,
Chicago is pretty much its own state. Little do people know, but that's just like Texas.
Exactly. But yeah, it's all love. I'm finna get up out of here. I appreciate it though.
Yeah, man. And man, peace to you, man, and hope all is well with you and the family, and nothing but blessings your way, man. Peace and love, man, and you know, you always welcome, bro.
I appreciate that.
Appreciate that, folks. Hey, man. Hey, I appreciate all of y'all for coming through. Jj7000K, man, Dinka Molly coming through, sparking up all of this, and then leaving and shit. By goddamn people, boy, I tell you. But I appreciate those two brothers, man, for going in and not getting hostile, but keeping it on the info. You know what I mean? Brother Concrete. I was trying to ask you a question, bro, and you know what I mean, and you gonna tell me cool out. That ain't how we work. All info is respected. Your belief is something OTK don't deal with. I ask you questions about your belief, but I'm not one to ever try to knock nobody's belief. I deal with the knowing, things that are tangible. I don't need nobody else to explain it for me. I don't need no explanation. It's just is what it is. Nature, our first teacher, and it will be our last teacher. Shouts out to King J. Shouts out to Cosmon. Shouts out to Concrete. Shouts out to my dog outside the cube. You know, I appreciate all of y'all, man, and it ain't gonna be the last time. Definitely. I know a lot of this info is old to other people, but to some people it's new. So with that being said, man, make sure y'all tell somebody out there that y'all love them, because they need that, man. For real. Love is the only way that we can understand each other. And when we understand each other, then we have respect for each other and each other's opinions. And I think we're going to get better off that, man. One day at a time, man. Word. Appreciate y'all, man. Salute. I'm out.